say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oh, what's up, fools? Today is 7/24/2025. It is 10:39 p.m. Eastern Time. Is this okay? What the fuck? My food just got here, so I'm gonna try to eat real quick. Still not feeling great, and also my keyboard just ran out of batteries, so I'm gonna try to find some batteries because I can't type anything right now. I was trying to fix the... Why is this lagging? What is happening? Stop lagging. Stop being a fucking bitch. Dude, this is lagging horribly. Okay, there we go. Shit. So yeah, and then my keyboard just ran out of fucking batteries as well. So I'm gonna try to find some batteries for my keyboard because I was trying to fix the goal at the bottom, and I can't change anything there. So yeah, I'm gonna try to find some batteries as well. Because I might actually be out of batteries of this size. I know that I went and bought some recently, and I have no idea where the fuck I put them. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find some batteries. So we're gonna go ahead and hit play here while I try to figure this out.
Would you be? There's no point of being more vicious to the left than to the right. I think people who want that are missing the moment or whatever.
Oh wait.
But I think people are thinking that and like, oh, they're coddling this, you know.
Okay, maybe my keyboard's not out of batteries. Maybe it's just lagging so badly that when I try typing, nothing goes through. Not sure.
This
Yeah,
authoritarian
they say
mask
coddling,
on left.
coddling, but there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Thank you. This is a specific call out to Mantis in the chat. Mantis in the chat. I'm inviting you, please. I'd love to hear you saying it's not a lie.
Don't be Mantis. Don't be
Mantis,
a coward.
I would like to hear your position that it is a lie, that we did something wrong in that discussion. Why don't you have an actual conversation about it?
Bring the clips, Mantis.
Oh, getting called out.
Oh, Pisco.
Yeah.
You're a strong guy, big guy.
Mm-hmm.
What in the gym? What do you do for squats? What's your favorite squat form?
Conventional.
I hate the hack squat.
Conventional squat.
Just barbell?
Yeah, barbell. Yeah, I think that I don't like I've done them before, the front facing squats with the bar in front of you.
I tried that. That was
it feels
awkward.
weird,
I was on,
man.
Like, the front of my feet. I felt like I was gonna fall over.
It feels weird. I just deadlifted, and so my entire body feels fucked up. But
I've never done a
squats,
deadlift.
You should. Squats and deadlifts, I think, are like the best bang for your buck. But
okay.
Conventional squat. No, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Peace out. Oh, we got Mantis. We got Mantis in the chat. Miss Mantis, how are you? Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, Mantis? Do you prefer Mantis or Al?
I don't know where my vape juice is either. Oh, it's right here. Okay.
Alex.
Whatever you want. I don't really mind. Most people know me as Mantis, but Alex is fine.
Sounds good.
I'm getting ready for work, so if I sound like dog shit, then it's because I'm on my phone, and that's why.
No worries. No, I appreciate you calling in. Are you from? You're from
New Zealand?
Okay, yeah, I thought I heard that. Yeah. So
little different to Joe's accent, but I don't
different.
have a New Zealand accent.
No, of course. All right. What the fuck? You're saying that we did something wrong. What did we do wrong? What did I do wrong?
No, first of all, you called me out to come up here to talk about
true.
why I said stop calling it a lie. Bitch, you keep doing this fucking thing where you're like, what? It's a lie. Okay, number one, there's probably some people who are being dishonest or like hyperbolic or exaggeratory or whatever. Okay.
This is a problem. I feel like pretty often I hear Pisco going off about like some group of people or something. He's going off about some talking point, but I never see those people. I never see the talking point. He does this very often, and I don't know if he's just strawmanning the fuck out of everybody and just coming up with a talking point to argue against that's super hyperbolic, or if there's actual people who are saying that on like Twitter or something, and so he just kind of hyper focuses on the people with the most outrageous claims instead of engaging with the most the strongest claims. But it does seem like he will regularly hyperbolize arguments to make his sound more reasonable, and so he'll often try to like give you hypotheticals of these two horrifically hyperbolized statements and be like, well, which one do you pick? It's just always so fucking stupid, dude.
I grant you this.
Okay.
But there are people who just have a difference in perspective, and that's not lying, dude.
Okay,
Stop.
so there are some people who are lying. So there are some people who are saying, I'm not a lawyer. That's a lie. There are some people who are saying that
that's obviously a lie, yeah.
things that we didn't say, like, for example, that we are arguing on the Joe Manchin point, So maybe you're telling me that they didn't watch it closely enough, and so they don't know that we didn't like completely support Hutch in that instance.
Well,
But I
most
think that
people
to be
are
a lie.
fucking idiots. Most people are
Okay.
ignorant. All right.
Okay, so even what he just did there, is he made it sound like maybe they didn't watch it, so now it sounds like he's being reasonable, and then he says, so maybe they don't know that we were completely supporting Hutch. So that's not what happened. That was not complete support of Hutch. I don't know where the fuck you got that from, but they don't have to, if they're, in order to not be lying, they don't have to think that you were completely supporting Hutch.
Let's be honest. Most people are just stupid, and most people have like. When it comes to this situation, I think it's very obvious what's going on here, and so you can get all nitty gritty down into like these little like lawyery autistic weeds that you do, but it's very obvious what's happening. There is a distinct ideological divide happening, and there are like, what do you call them, like dog whistles or moments where you are watching something and you catch a vibe, and it is a vibe thing. And so like I watched that Live and Learn episode.
Thank you.
And I don't like the
appreciate
Vanguard.
the support.
I do. I like you guys. I watch you guys all the time. I like you. Yeah. But I just think that, like, it's very clear that. So, for example, someone put it pretty well in the conversation the other day. They called in and they said, when Hutch is disagreeing with the Vanguard, he's pretty vehemently disagreeing. He's like, no, you are wrong on this. This is the substantive point I am disagreeing with you on. And you guys all go, yeah, I agree with Hutch, actually. I think you are wrong on that Vanguard. However, and then the diatribe goes on very heavily weighted onto the side of, we do need to look at this and we do need to look at that from the Vanguard. And so
yeah, so this is exactly what they do, is they'll agree with the overall position, but they'll say, I agree with you on the position, but I think you're wrong because of X, Y, and Z. And so then they'll go in on like Hutch for all of these like little things that they say they disagree with him on, that it doesn't even seem like they actually disagree with him on those things. But that's what they spend all of their time on. They spend all of their time on these little tiny disagreements that don't even make sense, and it sounds like they're just trying to be nitpicky so that they can still have this, maybe a relationship or a bridge with the Vanguard or people like that. Like, that's what it seems like.
The perspective, if that is all three of you doing it on one person who's meant to be like you're agreeing with, is that it's weighted against kind of Hutch, like that. It feels like you kind of are trying to cozy up to the Vanguard and be a little bit like cocksuckers, really.
I think that's fucking wild, but let me respond to it.
That's reality, though.
I think that there are a couple of instances in which I say, for example, so I say kind of, yeah, you can't bully Mansion, That's kind of all I say, right? I don't repeat all of Hutch's points why you can't bully Mansion. I just say, you can't bully Mansion. I agree with that. You can't bully Mansion. Here's where I agree with the Vanguard. So that pattern that you're describing, where I specifically say, Hutch is right about this, but let me talk about this, where I see where you're coming from and I agree a little bit. I think that happened once or twice, for sure. Agree with it. I don't think it's inappropriate, but it happened the other way too. So for example, on the student loan aspect, immediately I'm going through all the litigations that occurred with the student loans and dwelling on why Hutch is correct in that point. And so the pattern that you described existed.
I don't have a problem with you and the student loan point. I think that was one very good example. That's why you keep bringing it up, of the thing that you should have done with the mansion ship. But that's what you did with student loan ship.
You want to be like, you guys are absolutely wrong about mansion point, like, and you have to grant this to Hutch because like, just repeat all of Hutch's points.
I think the reason why Hutch is so adamant on calling out these like things that you say are silly and there's no point in like harping on them. I think the reason why Hutch probably is adamant on calling these things out is because right now there is a distinct ideological little bit divide going on, and it is important to fight for the things that you do like really view as pragmatic or not. And so I think it is, if you think it's not pragmatic.
So he did it again where his, like, the other option is that he just tells the Vanguard how stupid they are and how wrong they are and how dumb they are. And again, like, it's just this, it's always this dichotomy between what he did and some insanely hyperbolic option.
pragmatic or it is pragmatic, this is the fucking moment to call that shit out. And I think it's important that's what everyone is doing. Like, it's at the moment I'm seeing you and Josiah and Econoboy. I mean, Econoboy's a little different since he came out as socialist.
He came out.
You
Yes.
guys are a little more progressive than Hutch. He is a little more towards the center. There is a divide going on, and none of this is surprising. People should be kind of fighting for that place in the party where they belong.
I disagree that it's ideological. So I think there's two things. So it's either strategic, in the sense that we're all
strategic more. Yeah.
So I don't think it's ideological, because like we're all talking about Biden's agenda, right? Like no one's saying Biden should have done this because what we really wanted is a massive left-wing policy. Like we're talking about our different opinions on strategy to achieve what were admittedly Biden policies that he ran on. So that's number one, why I don't think it's ideological. And the other part of why I don't think it's ideological is that I think it's personality driven. I think a lot of this is bitterness on things that have nothing to do actually with the merits of what we're talking about, and have to do with appearances, optics, and this general notion of like alliances and
No, it's not. It is ideological driven. It's always the far leftists who hate Biden, who hate the just big dog Democrats. They hate liberals. They don't they're always going to be way more critical of everything they do, regardless of how well they do and how much they achieve. They will still try to find a way to pretend that the Biden presidency was this massive failure and that he never achieved anything. He never got anything done. And it is ideological. It is that they just really, really don't like Democrats.
Clicks and stuff like that, which have nothing to do with the match what we're talking about. So I don't think it's that ideological, at least in these specific instances.
Well, I used to think that, Pisco. I used to think that it wasn't. I mean, I agree with you that in terms of live and learn and the fights that you guys are, or the disagreements that you guys are having, that it's probably more strategic based, especially with Hutch is very more like trying to just actually get shit done. But I do disagree with people who are saying that there isn't an ideological divide or thing happening. I think I would have said that maybe a month ago, but after getting onto TikTok, and I know you guys aren't on TikTok, but I am seeing the ideological difference actually manifest a lot stronger on TikTok. And unfortunately, it is leading to places like it's making people do and say and behave and advocate for things that are just fucking retarded and insane. So I don't agree. I think I don't know if you've cottoned onto it yet. I think you think that it is all just like silly. And like, I do agree with the caller before and stuff where you say that for the most part, streamers aren't really influencing politics like on the ground in policy. But I do think they are influencing young minds. I do think they're influencing the way.
Yes, it's not on specific policy, but it is on like ideological stuff. When you're able to move people from a more like, YouTube liberal position to instead a like soy crazy leftist TikTok position, like now there's a lot of policy that comes with that. There's a lot of prescriptions that come with this. And so now all of a sudden they might be watching a bunch of people who were talking about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris being genocidal, or that Mamdani is too far right for anybody to vote for him, that he's too much of a Zionist for anybody to vote for him, that AOC is pro-genocide now too. Like there's a lot that comes with this that is just part of the clique.
Way people see the world, and I do think that is growing, and I do think it's important to recognize this. So
Sorry.
I think there is an ideological divide among a lot of people. What I'm saying is the conflict on our podcast doesn't represent an ideological divide. That to me, I feel like we're just arguing about strategery, right? To quote Bush, it's strategery about what we should and shouldn't do. Like, and I think that people are lumping us in to like an ongoing. Maybe it's part of it's ideological, but a lot of it I also think is.
Bro, this level is fucking impossible. I just stared at this all day yesterday and I couldn't figure it out, and I still have no fucking idea how I'm supposed to get this done.
Personal, it has to do with, for example, Ethan Klein versus Hassan, and Destiny versus Hassan, and I think that there's a growing sense that like it's about the interpersonal coalitions and really about like I don't know, a notion that we should have.
Those start with different thought processes. They start with different ideologies. That's where it starts. It starts with the ideological difference and then turns into these interpersonal differences because they think so little of each other after a while.
Have like virtue signal more, and then at the end of every statement I make, it should say Hassan bad, left is bad, for virtue signal purposes, and as part of like in-group, out-group selection process. That's what it feels like. And I don't. You could say that there's an ideological divide elsewhere among the left online. I'll have you know that right now the current Democratic leadership is historically unpopular, and so there seems to be massive agreement that whatever we're doing right now ain't working at the leadership in terms of our government and our actual officials. But whatever that is, whatever divide that is, I don't think that it's exhibited in our like conversation with the Vanguard. I think that's totally different.
No, I dude, when the Vanguard, when they were literally saying that Biden never did anything for student loan forgiveness, that was like a great example of them just having no fucking clue what they were talking about, and they sit in echo chambers where it's okay to just say things like, he never got that done. He never even tried to do it, when he tried twice and ended up getting it done. So they, yeah, their entire like community is okay with just shitting on Joe Biden for any and all reasons, even if it's not true. That, like, I think that was like a great example of these ideological differences there.
I think for the most part you guys are disagreeing on like some strategies, or it's like not as deep as like this huge ideological like massive wedge. But I also am able to see why people see the things that they do and why people take like get the like the optics. Unfortunately, this is a huge part of the game, and I fucking hate optics. I don't like optics frogging. 100% think it's stupid. But I think when it comes to political shit, because you're in America and Americans are wrapped so heavily around identity and politics, and optics kind of is important. And this is just what people are doing. They're just like, they're seeing the optics of things and they're getting vibes, and then they're kind of reacting to those vibes. And then unfortunately, when you keep taking on stupid fucking conversations about Hassan, where you die on hills about Hassan, which I just think you should stop doing.
Wait, really?
Like,
for optics or for substance?
For
For optics or for substance? Like
both, dude.
Like so when I see Trump fucking around with global entry, I'm gonna call that out because I'm anti-Trump. And if it benefits a Trumper, so be it. If it benefits Hassan, so be it. All I'm trying to say is I don't agree with what Trump is doing. And even Destiny now agrees that in terms of what probably happened is that Hassan's speech, his speech was a but-for cause of why global entry was revoked.
He says he now agrees. I'm pretty sure we all agreed on that, like, the whole fucking time. I'm pretty sure we all agreed on this the entire fucking time. I don't think that was ever part of the disagreement. I'm pretty sure we all agreed, yes, like, speech was probably part of it. Totally makes sense. Yeah.
And so you can say that you think it's justified to revoke based on his speech. I totally disagree with that. But how they're painting it, Mantis, is that factually I've been like, I don't know, like pulled into this where I'm just believing Hassan on the basis of no evidence whatsoever.
But it's because there's a lot of dumb people who are dumb. But I still think that like you dying on that hill was stupid, but not because I think that you're dishonest and you're like being, I don't know what they're accusing you of, but I'm not that kind of person. I don't make up shit to just like go after people. I think it's silly because I think Hassan obviously is just a fucking crybaby and made a bigger deal out of something. I do think that I'm from a country where we do have hate speech laws, so go fuck yourself, America. Like,
New Zealand doesn't have a First Amendment tradition.
I think people. Yeah, I think that you should have like people who are saying like psycho shit the way that Hassan does. I don't think they should be able to cut the security queue. That's what I think. I'm not in America. Go fuck yourself. That's what I think. So I think that you dying on that.
But hang on a second. So I understand that perspective from someone who doesn't value the First Amendment tradition. And because you live in a society which doesn't have the First Amendment, and listen, I'm not even necessarily saying
we don't have the First Amendment, but we do have it's very, 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 very difficult to be pulled up for your speech in that way. It's like we do have like maybe a handful of cases where someone's threatened an entire to genocide an entire group, and they do get like punished like legally. But for the most part, nobody actually does get punished. It's just that we kind of do understand that speech has consequences, and we don't act like absolutists like you guys.
Yeah, so I'm coming from a different tradition and a different history here. So you should understand why I take it very personally when that happens is because I'm law pilled, I'm procedure pilled, I'm First Amendment pilled, and so of course I'm going to take issue with it, and maybe you'll take less issue with it. But the thing is, what you're saying is it's not a big deal, even if it were based on his speech. And I take the position, and that's kind of other people's positions as well. My position is it is a big deal if it's based on his speech.
Yeah, but I just think it would be a big deal if you were like revoking his ability to travel, but you're not. You're just letting him not cut the queue. Like you guys act like this is a huge deal when all it was he can't go. He has to go through the normal security queue instead of the fucking cheap one.
But hang on, I'll push you a little bit, Mantis.
Like you said.
Wait, hang on. So I'll push you a little bit. So if someone said, all right, black people are more likely to commit crimes, and so they don't get to cut the queue. They get the regular security. They never get to be global entry. You would never say, would you? Well, it's just the ability to cut the queue. It's not a big deal, right? You would say that that's intolerable, even if it's just for the provision of a privilege, wouldn't you? If they said black people can't get global entry. So it doesn't matter that it's like a little bit of a benefit. It's would a person of normal vigor, of normal a reasonable person, would they be dissuaded to say those kinds of things? Is this viewpoint discrimination? The same thing, right? Like if you were to say, all right, all Jews are not allowed, or all Muslims are not allowed to get global entry, you would say that's fucked up. That's wrong. That's a discrimination based on religion. And we view free expression and free exercise of religion, that's part of the same amendment, the First Amendment. And so it doesn't matter that the benefit here is the ability to cut a queue, or is seen as more of a privilege than a substantive right. If the government is basing its decisions on impermissible grounds, it's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I mean.
And I personally think
disagree,
that when people speak and do fucking retarded shit, then they shouldn't be allowed to cut queues. Yeah.
All right. Well, but like, can you at least understand why it's frustrating with me when like people take that position, the position I have as, oh, yes, you're cozying up. You're cozying up to lefties. And by the way, that is the narrative that people like Dan Saltman are actively portraying, actively pushing. And it's, by the way, put together with packs of lies. He's lied about my opinions. For example, he's lied that I want complete open borders. Never said that. That's a fact, like deliberate, intentional, malicious lie that he's spun.
Okay, yeah, Dan is a little fucking out there a lot of times. Like, yeah, fair enough. I don't think if everything's just going to be compared to what Dan says, then yeah, all bets are off.
And it's more shit like that, because the truth is, I'm undermining Dan Saltman theories. I'm undermining Dan Saltman narratives. It's not a big deal.
If I could, as much as I love Dan, for entertainment's sake, shout out Dan. But if I could recommend one thing, is just to not like take every criticism, therefore after that might look similar to Dan's, and just assume that it's like as extreme as Dan.
Yep.
Dan is obviously like unhinged, right?
Yeah. He's unhinged, and he's
most people know he's unhinged, but most people,
he's a bitch.
Like, I don't know.
He's
how
a
many
bitch. I called him out to actually have a conversation about these different issues, while he continues to talk shit every single week on his podcast about me and lie about me and paint false narratives and to rile up an army against me when I'm doing no more, no less than defending what I consider to be the American way in this country. And he's taken issue with it because incidentally, it happens to undermine his narratives, but he's not willing to defend it on business because he's a little bitch.
I mean, it undermines some of his narratives. To be honest, Hassan is a dishonest piece of shit, lying like little cunt.
Do you think
I
disagree?
Come on.
Wait, you think I disagree with that? That's a notion.
No, I think you do.
I don't disagree with that.
I think you do. I think you agree with it. Yeah, I know you agree with it. But, like, and this is also why when it does, it's just like perceptually. This is why I say it is cringe, but it is perceptually. Like, I'm come into your thing, and there's more conversation, and it's Hassan versus Charlie Kirk. Who was worse? What a stupid fucking thing to even be discussing.
That is a fucking stupid fucking thing to talk about. It was really dumb.
But two, if you're gonna discuss it, like at least be honest.
We're
like,
discussing it because
it's so bad. But even to like try and die on this hill where you slightly vouch for him, you know it's gonna backfire. You know people think he's stupid. Like, oh god.
No, it's being done to prove it's being. So first of all, it's because I'm defending Josiah. Josiah took that position that the Vanguard is a more proximate ally than Rob Noor, and some people are like taking issue with that, and they're attacking Josiah over it. And yeah. I just wanted to get like, but you can tell based on some callers, unironically, he said that the Vanguard is a more proximate ally than Rob Noor. You know Rob Noor?
Okay. Yeah, I know both of them. I don't. To be fair, I've only seen the Vanguard say some really dumb shit, and Rob Noor I've seen like heaps and heaps, but he's obviously not on a team we want him on.
Yeah. So I'm basically just showing, because there are some callers that are unironically supporting Trump over Hassan. Like the last couple of callers were like, yeah, I'd vote for Trump over Hassan. And then I'm like, what are we doing here?
I think when I was listening to there's pros and cons though, right? Because I have to say, Charlie Kirk is brilliant and he's very transparent. He's very honest. Like I would say he's dishonest, like for a number of reasons. But I think that he is. When he talks about his political strategy, it's very clear that is exactly what he's doing. He is being very transparent with it. He tells you exactly where he's heading. He tells you exactly what his values are. He is just completely masked off. That is Charlie Kirk, and it's succeeded. But with Hassan, unfortunately, it's insidious. He is very dishonest. He is hiding his power level. He is masked on at all times.
I don't understand that power level thing. I hate that fucking phrase. They're hiding their power level. Like their fucking ideology is a power. I hate that. I hate that fucking phrase, dude. I don't know what it is about that phrase, but like something about just hiding their power level. It's like, it's not a fucking power level. It's a fucking. It's a weakness level. I don't know. Anime hater? Is that where it comes from? Is that a fucking anime phrase? Holy shit, I hate it even more now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I was so fucking right to hate that phrase. Holy shit. Holy shit, I was so right to hate that phrase. Damn, I didn't even know it was anime. Fuck, I am always right, dude. I am always right. Even my fifis are right. Like, people are always wrong because they go with their fifis. But even when I go with my fifis, I'm still fucking right. Holy shit.
A fucking slimy weasel. So I'm really sorry, but if you're gonna pick honesty over dishonesty, most people would pick honesty. Even if it's fucking worse. Like a lot of people, because they don't understand how Hassan operates, they're gonna pick Hassan. But if you understand how Hassan operates and you've seen like the way he weasels.
I think it's very and I think that it shows that maybe it explains things, Mantis. Maybe it's explaining things. The fact that I'm
not, by the way, I just want to point out, I'm not picking either one because I'm not.
Yeah, obviously, she's not saying that like Charlie Kirk is going to be a good ally or anything now just because of that statement.
Participating in something so fucking retarded. But
okay,
I just want you guys to know.
No, but I understand what you're saying. I know you're saying that you'd prefer an honest fascist, or some people might prefer an honest fascist over a crypto communist tanky guy.
Tanky? Yeah.
Okay.
Some people might choose that.
I understand that some people might choose it, and maybe it puts into greater context when I take a position against the administration that incidentally favors Hassan. Well, because a great deal of people prefer Trump to Hassan, maybe they view it as a betrayal. Because they view like we should all be more against Hassan than we are against Trump. I don't see the world that way. I think that I should be more against.
I think I can beat that time limit. 12 seconds. I did it in 22. I think I can beat that. But I can only do 2 shapes, so that's the hard part here.
Trump than Hassan. That's just my view. Maybe we can disagree about that.
I personally think you should be more against Trump than Hassan. Yes,
Okay.
I think that you should, obviously, like, for obvious reasons. But I'm just trying to explain how people like
The lag right now is killing me. Every time I get to this part, it fucking lags every time.
the way that you minimize. I think to a degree, you minimize the extent that like you say you don't like Hassan, you say you don't, but then you continue to minimize like his impact and the way he is actually dishonest and the like disgusting like ideology he does actually have.
How do I
It's kind
minimize
of-
that?
it-
So
it-
the
to most people, it's counterintuitive because you're watching
one
someone
thing
say
I
that
said-
they think they're dumb, but then they're defending them in a hypothetical, and then like dummies are just gonna like see a lot of this stuff as like
the one thing I said,
minimization.
the one thing I said is that I don't think that the left's criticism of AOC on her vote is likely to affect much at all. Now, if the claim is not as narrow as that, or is more narrow, sorry, that it is the general tendency of lefties to purity test is going to affect AOC overall, then maybe they're right about that, but that's not the claim. What I was saying is basically this particular thing doesn't matter in the moment, and people are going to get over it. And not that I don't think like that Hassan might have a broader cultural impact. He might. He absolutely might. But I'm also not convinced.
Also, Tom is pro Wally. The TikTok progressives told me. I did have some debates where I took some pro Wally positions. That one's actually the closest to actually being correct. That one's actually the closest to being actually true. It's still not like, obviously when they say pro Wally, they mean like, I like Wally, but I fucking hate anime, so I can't like Wally.
That as a factual matter, the left's
Has nothing to do with the kids. It's more so with the anime. Oh, fuck.
a left abandonment of Kamala Harris cost her the election. That's just a factual point that I'm not convinced
The
that
lag is
lefty
killing
media or into the 2024 election or left abandonment of Kamala Harris led to her defeat. That's just a factual issue. Now,
I
someone can
think
come.
it's part of it. I don't know how significant it is, but I do think that I do think the purity testing and the it's pretty bad, bro. It's pretty
Well,
fucking
this is
bad.
another kind of purity testing, right? The people who are saying like, because there are some people who, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but there are some people who are saying unironically the prescription here is to burn the bridge with people like the Vanguard. That is what some people are saying, and that's purity testing of its own kind, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's the purity testing that hasn't been done enough for the last fucking 10 years. Yes.
Okay.
It's the kind that we've realized that we probably should have done. Like, and I'm saying we, like, as in like a collective Dems.
Yeah.
I'm saying that, yeah, we are like the purity testing that group keeps on fucking doing and ruining everyone's like electoral whatever, or ruining the perspective of the Democrats. That's the one that we don't want anymore, and we want to now employ some purity testing. And I think that like acting like all purity testing is alike is just fucking stupid. And I think
actually
you're
agree
being
with this, man.
intellectually dishonest if you say that.
Mantis, I totally agree with that.
Wait, what was it?
And I think that like acting like all purity testing is alike is just fucking stupid. And I think
actually
you're
agree with
being
this, man.
intellectually dishonest if you say that.
Mantis. I totally agree with that. So like, I'm in favor of some purity testing for elected officials. That's why I was arguing, for example, it's good to have some amount of coherence and a little bit more bullying from the president when it comes to having a unified party platform. I don't want to go all the way like Trump is, where we need to have complete devotion, but I do want more coherence. So I agree that there are different kinds of purity testing. So the example is, I think it's good that the Democrats pushed Kirsten Sinema out to be replaced by Ruben Gallego.
So you do agree that some purity testing is good, right?
Correct. Yes, I do. I agree that some purity testing is good.
Yeah, his chat's going off, saying like purity testing's anti-liberal. That's so stupid. Purity testing's bad. Like they're all going against this, and I'm sure they're gonna flip as soon as he says this. Yeah, no, I agree. We should purity test more.
here's the problem, right? What's the prescription for us, right? We are smaller. We're much smaller than some of these lefty creators. Crystal's platforming me when she invites me to Breaking Points. Vanguard is platforming me if they invite me to Vanguard. I think that my best use is to try to convince these people to be more in favor of norms, institutional structure, liberalism. And I think that that's the coalition we want to build. I don't build coalitions with Mike from PA. I don't build coalitions with Hassan. I don't build coalitions with people who are like anti-electoral. That's not what I'm doing. We're doing it with people who have expressed.
You got to pick and choose, I suppose. So
who've expressed a preference.
This one looks fun.
Yeah. So I think that we are being discerning, and we're going by a metric that is an actual, right? Like someone who acknowledges how much better the Democrats are than Republicans overall. Not necessarily on particular points, because the Vanguard will argue that,
Dude, I got 2 shapes to do that. I did it in 1. I got 7 seconds to do it, and I did it in 3.8. Fucking killer.
Joe Biden wasn't that much better on this or that or whatever, right? But globally,
it's really cringe.
Yeah, I think it's cringe. Globally, the people that we are building bridges with recognize the humongous disparity between the Democrats and the Republicans. That's why I'm not bridge building with Cenk Uygur, right? Cenk Uygur, who puts them, who is arguably more centrist than someone like the Vanguard. Cenk Uygur, who's arguably like certainly not as woke as some of these people, but notwithstanding that, he doesn't recognize that inherent distinction between Democrats and Republicans. He thinks they're part of the same coin, and that's why we're not bridge building with Cenk Uygur.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good. I'm glad about that.
Or Anna Kasparian.
This is why I think
same thing.
You're going to get the pushback on like the people that you do decide.
He's doing it again though. He's doing the like these extremes where like the it just saying there's something that's like even worse where you're just agreeing with Trump all the time or making Trump look better, and you're not doing that. It doesn't really make things better for the Vanguard group.
That you can coalition build with, especially if you're willing to talk to people like the Vanguard, who I think are just fucking stupid. So, but obviously you're going to get a little bit of pushback there. It's just important that when you do have these disagreements on strategy, I do think that is the time where you, and the pragmatism of it, I do think that is the time where you can stand on business and you have to like draw those lines. It doesn't mean that you're throwing them out. It doesn't mean that you're pushing them away. It doesn't mean like treating them all with kids gloves is just going to be so fucking aggravating, because it's not actually going to get you to the place that you want to get to. So I think, like it is important that if you disagree on pragmatics and strategy, you should do that. Like you should put your foot on it. You should.
She almost said strategery. She almost said it.
Explain why. That's the time where you should be putting your liberal agenda into their sphere, right?
Yeah, that's what I think we were trying to do with the conversation, but it kind of got. I hear you. I think people want assurances that I'm not a tanky. I think they want assurances.
They're gonna want that.
Yeah,
they're gonna want that.
But the thing is, like, I think it's a little soy to be like demanding that all the time. But I am not saying that. I
agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think it is soy to constantly be harping, and you're going to hear the worst of it. You're going to get the.
I don't think he's a tanky though. I don't think he's a tanky. I think he's. I think he sees things that he has in common with groups that he doesn't actually have in common with them. I think that when it comes to people being upset about the stuff with Hassan, though the leftists who are upset about those things, it has nothing to do with freedom of speech. It has to do with the fact that they just are going to defend Hassan, and that Hassan can just find any reason to be a victim, and he'll be a victim. And so I don't think it's really. I just don't think any of this actually applies. Because I don't think anybody's really worried about him being a tanky.
The most unhinged shit that like the viewer themselves doesn't understand like how much shit you're constantly getting from all angles. They're just one person also doing it in a chat, and they're just being fucking annoying. But like, yeah, it is soy. People are just dumb online. They overreact. Like me, I can disagree with you, and I can think that some of the stuff you've said or done or whatever is cringe, or I don't
you
like
do it differently.
but I'm not. but I'm not dumb enough to like just keep harping and screaming and like tweeting and like coming into your chat and being. I mean, I did today because you keep saying lying and it pissed me off. But like,
no, I appreciate that. I appreciate your perspective. I want to let you get to work, and I have to go soon. But thank you for coming on and defending your honor, and I appreciate what you had to say.
Your honor.
Okay, and also, suck it, chat. DGGL.
Oh my God! All right, bye. All right, these are no one else joined the stream disagreements. Last two, we're gonna do them a little bit rapid fire. Okay?
Let's go.
No one else joined. Okay, second to last caller, DRT0. What's up?
DGGL.
Hey, I wanted to ask you. Basically, my premise is that trumpets and MAGA are worse than.
What was his name? What did he say his name was?
Hey,
Rapid fire. Okay, last two people. No one else joined. Okay, second to last caller, DRT0. What's up?
DRT0? What? Yeah, that is short stack goblin.
Hey,
We got the fools in the house. I don't know if that's actually him. It sounds a little bit different.
I wanted to ask.
Same
you,
accent though.
Basically, my premise is that trumpets and MAGA are worse than the lefties and the tankies.
Yep, I think we agree.
But you should still liberals should still be
intolerant. Yeah, that's
and,
not him.
Call out and root out lefties and tankies from the liberal movement.
Okay.
Do you agree with this?
I think I agree with tankies to the extent that tankies are like Stalin supporters or people who fundamentally want to like destroy the project that I care about, which is, I think, defending the Republic. But it depends on what your definition of tankies are. Lefties, I think, is too broad of a term. And there are lefties, I think, that should not be rooted out.
Do you think Marxist-Leninists as a whole should be rooted out?
Marxist-Leninists as a whole. Leninists? I think probably. If you're ideologically a Leninist. Marxists generally no.
Yeah, see, this is one of the frustrations that I keep having in chat is that like there's so many socialists who don't know the difference between what they call socialism, Marxism, Marxist-Leninism. They think it's all the fucking same, and so they all just act like it's all one thing, and it's not. It's not all one thing. It's a bunch of different things, and they have a bunch of drastic differences between one and the other, and it's so frustrating trying to like get into arguments with people who think that socialism is just like any time the government does stuff, or they think that like Marxism is just saying the government should pay for some things. It's so frustrating, bro. I would say the same thing. Like Marxists, I'm okay with Marxists. Marxists generally not so bad. Marxist-Leninists, fuck them. Like off with their heads. Put them up against the fucking wall.
Basically, people who support
like
revolution,
like violent revolution in this country, or the overthrow of our constitutional
Mantis is in chat saying W Goblin
order. I don't
democratic revolution.
Yeah, I don't think that we should have in our coalition people who support illegal, unconstitutional revolution in this country, because my number one thing is supporting the Constitution.
Would you support? You wouldn't also support, I guess, legal means to remove democracy as well, right?
Yeah, so even if it's legal means to remove some of the basic structures of our Constitution, like representative democracy at all. So someone who says that they're against elections, against having representative democracy, but it comes in different like shades of gray. So like I, for example, want to get rid of the Electoral College. I don't think that makes me anti-democratic. You know, I, for example, want to get rid of the Senate not being proportional. I think that's not anti-democratic, or that's like a change that I would make that fundamentally changes the election system. I would like pass a law that gets rid of partisan gerrymandering. You know, that's affecting how the states conduct their life. So there are some structural things that I might change about how we vote. But yeah, if people had an ideological position and wanted to institute like a dictatorship, I don't think they should be part of the coalition. I don't think they're real Democrats.
Okay, then do you think that Hassan wouldn't fall into this camp of people we should root out
What's
from
up,
the
Todd?
movement?
When you say root out from the movement, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he shouldn't be allowed to LARP as progressive and as a Democrat.
I wouldn't
shows unopposed and pretend that he is like a just your Joe Rogan for the Democrats.
I would support the Democrats not spending their capital on Hassan until and unless Hassan is willing to vocally signal his support for Democrats over Republicans in an electoral system. That's I think the limiting principle there. I haven't heard enough from Hassan to know that he is someone who would try to take away representative democracy overall. But maybe you think, but if he took the position that we should support Democrats in an election and y'all should be voting for your local Democrat every time, and he took that position strongly, I think the Democrats should probably consider building bridges.
What do you think? Can you
It's
infer
lacking so bad.
what Hassan's positions might be based on the things he supports and statements he's had about other subjects, or do you need him to tell you, oh, I want this system in America specifically, or can you also take his statements on systems in other countries, or also statements about his strategy? Because previously he said that his objective is to be a gateway to Marxist-Leninists.
He said Marxist-Leninists?
Yeah, to the deprogram guys, to their he said that.
Yes, yeah, he is Marxist-Leninist.
Sorry, I'm asking something specific. So you think that are there statements of Hassan supporting Lenin?
Almost definitely. Like I
but you're not sure, right? As you sit here, you're not sure. No, I'm just asking. As you sit here right now, you're unsure, correct?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
I've watched Hassan enough, and I've seen him definitely support one state. One party rule in China. I think I've seen him support one party.
He's also supported the state central modes. He's fuck, I shouldn't have drawn that last line. Oh, I was 2 lines over. So I only have 3 lines. How? 1, 2, 3. Huh, okay.
Rule in Cuba. I'm pretty sure he supported the USSR for various things.
So he supported the government. He thought the Soviet Union was based, and he thought that the Castro was based, and the Chinese Communist Party is based.
He said that like he has disagreements with Russia and the way that they did things and the way that they killed people and shit like that. Like he'll say that.
In terms of like his signaled about things they've done wrong, but he generally has shown support for their style of governance as well.
Okay, if he support their style of government, unless he's willing, again, like I said, unless he's willing to show that he, by supporting mainstream Democrats who almost certainly do not have that allegiance, I wouldn't want him around. Like if he's not going to support mainstream Democrats, and I think supporting mainstream.
Wait, but he hasn't supported mainstream Democrats. What the fuck? He wouldn't even say whether or not he was supporting fucking Kamala Harris. What do you mean?
If you said some cringe things in the past, I'm not going to say that you're necessarily cut out of the coalition, but supporting mainstream Democrats, I think, would be a signal to me that he's enough ingratiated in the movement that I really wouldn't care as much unless the statements in the past were of a character to suggest that he, I don't know, he's only supporting these candidates to institute autocracy. But I think support for, like, for example, if he vocally supported and said everyone should go vote for Joe Biden, everyone should go vote for Kamala Harris, you would think the Democrats should embrace that message, right, and retweet him when he does the endorsement.
I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, he would be the equivalent to Richard Spencer telling me to vote for Joe Biden.
Really?
Yes. Like, I don't. If Richard Spencer or the KKK wants to say to vote for a Democrat, I'm not gonna say, oh, then you're part of the big tent. I'm just gonna say, okay, you vote for me, good, but I don't give a fuck.
So you would think the Democrats should not, like, do interviews with Hassan? They should cancel him.
Only. How do you say it in English? Debating style, or
but, like, let's say
not oppositional necessarily.
Let's say that, like, AOC wanted to sell some package that she's putting through in the Congress, and she wants people to know about it. Should she go on Hassan's stream to be like, hey, this is what we're doing in the Congress?
No.
Okay. And the reason is because you view Hassan similarly to Richard Spencer in that, how?
You legitimize the extremist and illiberal content creators that
7 seconds out of 18.
And,
Let's go.
undermine the liberal movement. They are using the like the veneer of liberalism to be a pipeline to Marxist-Leninism.
So by the way, same thing. AOC should not go on Fox News as well, correct, for an interview?
When she goes to
She
Fox
goes,
News,
she debates them.
She
Sorry, I'm going to ask that one more time. Yes or no? Should AOC, in trying to promote her legislation, let's say hypothetical, should she go on Fox News? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say why?
Yeah.
What's the difference? So what I said initially was that if Democrats engage with Hassan Piker for interviews or stuff like that, it should be in the way they engage with Fox News for stuff like that. So in like a combative or setting, or like an enemy behind enemy line setting. Cringe, I know, as a term. I don't know how to say it in English otherwise.
But wouldn't you fear, oh, you're legitimizing Fox News, you're going on Fox News?
That's a dumb.
You're going behind enemy lines to promote.
I don't like the legitimizing arguments a lot of times. I think that they're bad arguments generally. But because, like, even with, like, the South Korea stuff, I thought that the legitimizing argument wasn't as good of an argument. But I do think that, yeah, I do think Goblin's making a good point here that, yeah, if you're gonna go talk to them like they're an enemy, like you're there to disagree with them.
Your side.
Okay.
In a combative scenario.
Let me think about that. All right. I'll think about that. I think that there's something to be gained. So, like, so for example, let's say that Hassan offered me an opportunity to come on his stream to talk to his channel about an issue, like to talk about, for example, why the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case is like really important. Do you think I should take that opportunity?
Wait, can you repeat that as well now? Sorry.
If Hassan, let's say that one of Hassan's mod reaches out to me and says, hey, we really want you to explain the legal position right here about Kilmar Abrego Garcia to our audience to suggest why it's so important. Should I take that offer?
Yes, sure.
Why?
I mean, the same reason you would go on Fox News to do it.
Okay, so then it looks like you're okay with using Hassan's platform in certain circumstances.
Yeah. Yes, okay. I'm okay with.
That's what he said.
I'm okay with engaging in confrontational discourse with our enemies.
No, well, but that's Kilmar Abrego Garcia isn't confrontational. They would agree on Kilmar Abrego Garcia, so that wouldn't be confrontational.
Like, well, come on, Pisco, come on the stream because we want to know the legal breakdown of this case. I'm like, oh yes, yeah, I'm gonna go on to do it.
The same way, if you go on Fox News to discuss the Kilmar case, they will ask you probably like
tougher questions, right? I think that if I went on Fox News, I think that they would ask me tougher questions. I think Hassan would probably just like accept because he's already ideologically committed against what they're doing with Kilmar, right? So I think that it would be a softball with Hassan.
Yeah, but Hassan would probably he won't maybe say, oh, Trump is right to do this, but maybe he'll say, oh, but Democrats did the same thing or similar.
Yeah, and then I would fight that,
last
right?
time.
But then I would fight that. Is the difference maybe because I'm not legitimizing Hassan because I'm smaller, and you would view that differently than AOC? I'm just trying to find a place where we can distinguish, right? Because you wouldn't have a problem. You wouldn't have a problem with AOC doing this, like Hassan inviting AOC to say, "This is what the administration is doing. This is why it's so bad." I think you'd have a problem with that.
No, my main point is if you go on shows like that, you have to basically stand on business and know what their motivation is like.
Okay.
Because previously when politicians like AOC have gone on his stream, he's pretended or he's portrayed himself as like the lefty liberal who just wants healthcare and free college. But we all know, and he said like directly that he wants much more than that, including not liberalism. So the same way you go with a mindset of what the platform is on Fox News, you should go on Hassan.
Got it. Okay, so it's not a categorical Democrats don't work with Hassan.
I feel like he's been so clear on this since the beginning. Like that's the fact that he's just now figuring this out is wild. Because he only thinks in like binaries of hyperbole. So he's I guess he only debates in binaries of hyperbole. So once you get into the like minutia, it seems like it's a little bit harder for him to debate those.
Use Hassan for your own ends.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't work with Fox News. You go on Fox News.
Okay. And so you would be against, for example, like them announcing Hassan endorsing a candidate. You'd be like, Hassan, you shouldn't go to Hassan's stream to accept an endorsement from Hassan.
No, you wouldn't go on Richard Spencer's stream to accept his endorsement.
Okay. Okay, let me think about a little bit of that and how I feel about it. In general, I have no plans whatsoever to I want there to be clarity. I despise it when lefties are anti-electoral or make a false equivalence between Trump or Republicans and Democrats. It pisses me off, and I think it's incompatible. But if there are people who acknowledge over and over the benefit of voting for Democrats over Republicans, it's someone I'm going to consider making an ally. Now, Hassan doesn't do that, and Hassan additionally, like you said, has the baggage of anti-liberal positions. But I'm just being honest with you, like, if there are people who are willing to support Democrats consistently, I think the Democrats should consider, especially if they have a big platform, whether or not they're willing to work with them. You know, like Vosh, for example, is another example. Like Vosh, he obviously disagrees a lot with Democrats, but he will always say that he's going to support voting for Democrats.
Yep.
Would you say the same thing about Vosh? Like Vosh is a better
I have
example,
a
right?
different problem.
Yeah, I would say Vosh is much more acceptable to talk to, even with the short stack goblin.
So Vosh, I don't think Vosh is. I mean, Vosh is also not for liberalism necessarily, but I don't think he's for revolutionary communism. That's one thing that's saves him a bit more than Hassan. But
the thing is, I'm not really fearful of their kind of LARPing communism, right? I almost feel like it's at current state in politics. I don't think there's much danger of this Marxist takeover. And so maybe it's because I'm not taking that threat seriously in terms of what our country will turn into. And so maybe I'm not seeing the downside in just using their platforms to convert people to Democratic voters.
There was one thing. You said consistent support, right? That was your measure.
Yeah, I wouldn't just want Hassan support Mamdani. So, for example, he supports Mamdani. I support Mamdani, right? So I support voting for Mamdani. I support him in the primary, and definitely support voting for him in the general. And in that respect, I think Hassan, with respect to Mamdani, he's doing more things than some of the mainstream Democrats are doing, right? Some of the mainstream Democrats aren't even supporting Mamdani. So in that respect, specifically on Mamdani, I'm happier with Hassan than I am with a lot of mainstream Democrats, including like Kirsten Gillibrand. So I'm supporting of primarying Kirsten Gillibrand because of how outraged that makes me. And so, for
How
example,
many shapes? I get 4. And it would have to be 4 because when it drops down here, I have to like loop it over here, because if I don't and I just catch it here, it's just going to go up and hit that. So I have to loop it here to another one, catch it here, and then go up. And then drop it. It just has to hit the right wall. So that would be 1, 2, 3. Okay, actually, okay, yeah, I could probably draw something here.
well, I think that Hassan is better on Mamdani than Kirsten Gillibrand.
But why do you think Hassan and Vosh support Mamdani?
Yeah, because I think it's more ideological, and I think it's out of convenience, for sure, 100%. But that's just what I mean. I think like, it needs to go both ways, and I wouldn't want Hassan. I wouldn't want. Yeah, I know. I know. I wouldn't want Hassan just to support the candidates that are the most ideologically aligned with him. I would want him to acknowledge the benefits of voting for Democrats overall, which he doesn't do. So, yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so I want to repeat that Hassan isn't consistent in his support. He's
I agree.
Only, just to reiterate why he doesn't fit your criteria, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
And also, since he's admitted that he is a subversive, specifically trying to subvert like the Democrat Party to usurp the power structure to his illiberal ideology, then you have to be extra careful about his statements of support and his appearances on liberal media.
I'll be careful about that. Hey, thank you so much for your input here. I think you would agree though that you would vote for Hassan over Trump, or no?
What the fuck? I hate these.
In the current everything as is right now, yes.
Nice.
But for Hassan to be a candidate, it wouldn't be like it is today. Like Trump has a code.
Yeah, it's just a hypothetical.
Candidate.
No, but like under current circumstances, you would substitute, if you could, Hassan for Trump. You wouldn't prefer Trump to stay in office.
But I think there was a disconnect with the previous chatter who you asked this.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a very not good hypothetical, because you're comparing like the hypothetical mask on Hassan with the mask of.
So ideologically, do you find yourself ideologically more compatible with Hassan Piker or with Charlie Kirk?
That is true, yeah, because we don't know, because Hassan keeps the mask on so much that we don't know. No.
With mask on Hassan, yes. With mask off Hassan, probably with Kirk.
Kirk, interesting. Very interesting answer.
Because mask off Hassan is basically some mix between
some Bernie and
Mao Zedong.
Oh, mask off Hassan.
Not Bernie. Yes.
Okay, got it. Hey,
and yeah,
thank you so much. I gotta get the last caller, but I really appreciate it.
Okay, see ya
later, man. All right, last call, and then I gotta go. Yo, what up, Hob?
That's not fucked.
What's up?
What up, bro? How we doing? Good.
Good. Not a ton of disagreement, more of a pick your brain on the issue that kind of sprung up between you all on Live and Learn.
Yeah.
And I am not here to, I'm not one of the criticizers. I think you guys, I mean, that's what I do with my friends. I just fucking shoot the shit and we blow up at each other over random crap. So
I appreciate that.
I understand. But just on the issue of where we can push Democratic leadership in the future, My issue is I don't feel like we have a good apparatus for those who are more closely aligned, like you, Akana Boy, in that we want to fight where we can fight. Like I wasn't a particularly big fan of David Hogg during his DNC tenure.
Short as it was.
Yeah, sure as it was. And I'm not even a fan that he was ousted, but I felt like he embodied this sort of new progressivism, especially amongst younger Democrats, that is entirely vibes based. And so while I see somebody like Mamdani as a better version of that, because I think he has real
skills,
like
maybe
real policies,
Skills.
he's fleshed them out, is a good speaker, and has the good vibes on top of all of that in like an Obama-esque zone. Like there's like the Deja Fox candidate, who I thought was like completely blown out of the water because she was on the other side of that. And so I'm curious from your perspective then, why, where you see that this push can happen if there isn't a reasonable apparatus within the DNC to actually take on incumbents who are going to die in office or just don't envision or don't encompass the policies that we actually want.
I think it's up to the activists to push and to vote with their, in the primaries, and to basically stand up for election in the primary. So I don't think it'll come top down from the DNC. I think that's clear. And I think, say what you want about Hutch, and I agree with this, they're not just going to willingly hand over their power. I got on Hutch's case a little bit because that seemed to be like a descriptive as opposed to a normative statement that Hutch was making. But I think it is true that it's going to be up to these people who are, fighters to actually stand for primary elections and for activists to go and support them. So I do think it's going to have to be bottom-up approach to get those candidates. I don't think it's necessarily ideological, though. I think oftentimes it will be to make that push. But you can also push current incumbents who are teachable. The best example of that, I think, is Gavin Newsom recently, who has, for me, it's about tactics and strategy. Be a fighter. Be a fighter. Like the policy stuff is almost less important to me than your skill at obtaining power and attacking the administration. I think it's important eventually to have some sort of policy coherence among the leader, but I think in general, activists can support this push in two ways. Pressuring incumbents to stand on business and rewarding them when they do. Like, we're rewarding Gavin Newsom. Everyone is retweeting Gavin Newsom. Everyone is saying Gavin Newsom is now base, and they're praising Gavin Newsom when he does all these things. So reward the candidates and the elected officials who do fucking unhinged shit in favor of our republic and against Trump. And then activists gather around and support the primary incumbents of the old guard who's unwilling to do that or who have shown themselves to be weak. For example, Schumer and Gillibrand.
That makes sense. I think that the one idea that I have that is weird, I just see people like Hassan or the Vanguard or those in that leftist apparatus as equally beholden to like the Trump effect around their politicians. And so I'm trying to think a way to harness that in the way that Trump has, because in the same way that Trump does, every single time something goes wrong with their candidate, it's something that the Democratic Party did. It's something that is not their fault, not due to their policies.
Yeah, I don't see the left doing that though, because like look at AOC,
close.
right? AOC does something that's not in line with the policy argument from the lefties, and they criticize them for. I don't think that the lefties are shy to criticize their candidates at all. I just don't have that impression.
No, not so much that they're shy to criticize those once they're in power, but especially for the ones that they see as the heralds of their policies, who are running against the incumbents and running against what they see as like the DNC machine. Who is the candidate who lost despite all the massive fundraising, and there's like
Nina
a big
Turner.
uproar over APEC. Oh, there's Nina Turner. It was more recent. I think it was a man.
Who's
Jamal Bowman.
But regardless,
The guy who always wore shorts
I just see like
all
when
the time.
that happens, they will often just say that like it's absolutely these are the popular policies and they have nothing to do with the actual candidates. It's just like they were
they
gunned
have
out by the
victim
DNC.
they have victim narratives, and they have conspiracies about illegitimate elections and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
And so I figured like there's a way to harness that in a positive way for the Democratic Party, where if you just like, even if you just like kind of push them along, where it's like, yeah, you guys can compete and come into our primaries and we'll like support whoever's the better idea will win out. And like let them make all these excuses that they want. But as long
I
as
think
they're
that one of the
voting,
things that we should
it's all
do,
well.
the Democrats should then embrace when the incumbent or the anointed one from an establishment perspective loses. They should they embrace, for example, Mamdani. So I think that one way to make them part of the team is to support them when they are victorious and to be more based in general. But I'll give you the last word. I have to go.
No, I'll let it end there. I appreciate it.
No, thank you so much. Oh my God. No, I'm not banning him. All right. I love you guys very much.
Based.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. And today we are joined by New York Times bestselling author. I think it's been, do we say 16 weeks?
I didn't even mean to
like
listen to that last caller. I meant to just turn it off once. What's his name is done.
I think I don't want to
I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong. Right,
it's a lot of weeks.
Here. It's a lot of weeks.
Okay, the author, the co-author, I should say, let's give Derek some credit, of Abundance, which I think addresses with amazing accuracy a lot of the issues that are going on today. I implore you guys all to go read this. Obviously, New York Times bestseller, so many people have, but please go listen. You could listen to it. That's what I did.
You can listen to it, yeah.
Right now on Spotify, listen to it. But we're here with Ezra Klein, everybody. And, you know, Ezra's got good insider information. He knows exactly why Mike Johnson shut down Congress. So he's going to tell us. This is not opinion. There's 100% fact. Go for it, Ezra.
Yeah, so we started on the easy one, huh?
Yeah.
So I listened to you all on Epstein, and
nice.
It had been in my head when I just did an Epstein show, and I read all the Epstein coverage and like went back and talked to people who knew more about it than I did, and I come to the view that you could explain away most of it, and then Mike Johnson recessed Congress, rather than even allow a vote on it, and it's really hard to believe there isn't something weird when the people with power are acting that weirdly.
So Democrats all voted for the Epstein files to be released, and Republicans voted against it. But then later, they were like, "Oh, Republicans are about to vote for everything to be released," and then a judge did it instead, and now now they've recessed to make sure that nobody can vote for the files to be released. So they definitely are trying to make sure that this shit does not get released.
Explain like what that means to recess Congress.
Yeah, so he used his power as speaker to send Congress home. Congress has a schedule, they can be recessed. There were enough Republicans breaking with the Trump administration to force a vote alongside Democrats. I think you guys had Ro Khanna on, right? Yeah, to force a vote with Democrats to release the files, much more of the files. And so I read, did you guys read the FBI DOJ memo?
I read nothing ever.
So the FBI DOJ memo says why it's not going to release the files. And it says that the files are braided together with information about women and girls. Yeah. And it doesn't want to, like, their priority is not re-traumatizing people, re-victimizing.
Even though they're begging for justice.
So
have we asked the girls at all?
Right. So that's, I guess, fine on the memo.
Redact the girls' names.
That is not a reason that Congress would force itself into.
Ezra Klein sometimes talks like a gay guy. He has those inflections. That's not a reason for why Congress.
Right, that is a preference on the part of the DOJ and FBI.
Yeah, preference.
But Congress is an oversight body in part, right? It's another branch of government, and I would just say Johnson is not acting like someone who just finds this politically inconvenient. He's acting like someone who
is he gay? Does anybody know?
Can't let something happen.
Yes.
There's and also it would be if the whole thing for them now was just they think on net it would not serve anyone's interest and just be intrusive to release this. Fine, like again, that's a reasonable take to have had, but there is so much ferment and interest that you would think they would say, okay, well, this is what people want. This is what Congress wants.
Yeah.
You know, we told you we don't think there's anything here, but I guess you guys can look at it. Or they could give it to committee under closed door privileges, right? There's a lot of things you could do.
Million things they could do, and the weirdest
recess
thing,
in Congress is not usually one of them.
Here's the weirdest thing about it: like Trump is usually so transactional with the base. The base asks for something, he listens. I would say he listens to the base way more than any politician that I've ever seen. There are certain politicians that might push back against their base because they're like, this wouldn't really go along with policy that we want to do. Trump is like, hey, the base thinks vaccines are fucked up. RFK, get in there.
January
Research
6th,
a vaccine.
they want them out.
They
we'll
want
get
them out. We're putting them out. And this, he is rebuking the base. Like, almost like spitting in their face. Like, they're asking for it. He campaigned on it. He puts Bongino and Cash in there, which might be the stupidest thing in the history of the world. Like, why would you put the two guys that have nonstop pounded the pavement talking about how we're going to expose this Epstein thing, and the second they get in there, like, you better shut the fuck up.
Yeah, to shut him up.
Go on Rogan, lie. Like, it is a very peculiar thing. It worked in that I think it moved any of the smoke off of Trump. Because, at least for me, I was like, there's no way that he's involved if he's putting Bongino and Cash in who have campaigned on exposing it. Like, why would you hire those guys or appoint those guys, right? So I'm like, he can't be. But the fact that he will not touch this, and then this last week, him doing the bullshit distractions.
Yes, I was just about to say, the Obama thing for me made me like, that made me really start to like, think about the fucking conspiracies and shit. Like that really made me start to think, oh shit, like that he just looks so fucking guilty now, dude. Like he just looks so fucking guilty now. This is insane. Like I just, it's so hard to, I just realized this level kind of looks like my logo. But yeah, it's so hard to imagine that he's not guilty with all of this.
Dropping the MLK file. Like, who asked for the MLK?
This bullshit about Maxwell suddenly testifying is also, well, supposedly they declined her ability to testify, but I said from the beginning, like I wouldn't trust her testimony when she has an appeal hearing up. Like I just wouldn't trust anything that she had to say.
Yeah.
Who asked for MLK?
You know what's funny is I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, and I was initially like, the Epstein thing for me was just the last straw in terms of you not getting things done. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure there's some smoke, they'll release it. But the more they're doing to hide it, the more I'm like, oh, they're hiding something crazy. Yeah. I didn't necessarily, I was like, there's probably something.
The second he started talking about Obama, I was like, oh, he's guilty.
Yeah.
Also, like, why are you talking about Obama and treason? You got a guy who has sex with teenagers that you are protecting.
Also, some of the lies are
other
so
pedophiles.
Yeah.
Trump is protecting other pedophiles.
Facts.
Like that's what it is.
Or Epstein, because I actually think like, I actually think Epstein was a pedophile that was also involved in nefarious activities for maybe our government and other governments, and that they're protecting that relationship they have with him. I don't think it's like the CIA was running a.
Yeah, but this is one of the things though is that really ruins the conspiracy theorist narrative, is that because Epstein was a pedophile and he fucking loved kids, that's how you know he's not in Mossad. Because Israel hates kids. They kill kids all the fucking time. So it's just totally off the table now.
Pedophile ring to blackmail people. I think Epstein was a pedophile, obviously heinous one, but he had these relationships with all these powerful people around the world. And if you have that type of power in those relationships, maybe our government would want to have access to that.
So you think Epstein was the only one messing with the young children.
No. Of course not. But I don't think that's what the government's protecting.
So here's what another administration would do, right? Because you've had things like this before, where there's been a fear that they cannot investigate it or prosecute it independently. And they often name special prosecutors. We saw this under Bill Clinton, right? We saw this under Joe Biden, around Hunter Biden.
Yeah. Shout out Hunter, man. He's making a comeback.
He's making, I've about that too. They're not doing anything. They're not doing any of the things you can do when what you want to say is like, look, there's information here that everybody can have. It violates privacy. But we're going to put someone credible in charge of it, somebody we don't control.
Yeah.
And their report is going to be credible to you.
Yeah.
And they're just not doing acting like that. I also, the thing I thought was funniest in all this was when the Wall Street Journal released that letter that is like in the Epstein, 50th birthday book. And there's a doodle from Trump, and Trump's like, I don't draw. And then the Times was like, here is a gallery of doodles that Donald Trump has done and sold for charity. And then here's from his book.
He said, I don't use the word enigma. And then they're like, here's him using the word enigma twice in a 15-second video.
Dude, the funniest argument that I saw about it was, this is too poetic for Trump.
I would 100% believe he didn't write it. He just drew the naked woman.
Fair enough. But the argument is that the president of the United States of America is too stupid to write this, therefore it must not be him. That was the argument that people were going.
I can give you the argument for like why you should believe there is less here than one would think.
Okay. Less here meaning
in Epstein, right? This is sort of where I was a week or two ago, which is that the amount of firepower, like investigatory, law firm, repertorial, and government firepower that has been aimed at this thing, trying to find lawsuits, because there's money. There's money here, there's media here, whatever, like whether people used to be scared of Epstein, they're definitely not now. It's like the best media organizations in the world, the biggest law firms in the world, the Biden administration, the Trump administration. You tell me there's something none of them can breach? Like, I found that hard to believe. And the thing that is weighting down the other side of it for me is how much the Trump administration appears to be panicking.
Panic mode.
Like genuinely panicking as there are demands to breach it. If it wasn't dangerous, I don't know why they don't give it to Congress.
It has to be dangerous 100%. And I think there's an interesting thing happening, which is like, there are definitely a lot of Democrats that are interested in this story because it's putting pressure on Trump. And what I would say to conservatives is don't do the finger wagging. Don't be like, why didn't you care about this 4 years ago? I would say, like, you get the same, you want to know what's going on.
Yes, if you actually care about this, correct. If you actually care about this, if you actually want something, then you should just be happy that Democrats are actually pushing for this to come out, because Democrats don't actually think there's much there. And so Democrats only care about this because Trump looks bad right now. Outside of that, like, we don't actually think there's anything there. So there's nothing for us to actually like push for, except that Trump is scared of it. Therefore, we think there's going to be something bad for him. But if you guys don't care, if it's bad for Trump, you just care that like whoever's bad gets caught, then fuck. Then yeah, you just have to just take your W's where you can.
Now you have bipartisan support to figure out what's going on. You're on the same page. Let them in. Don't go, where the fuck were you for the last 4 years? Who gives a fuck? Now they realize that they want to have this. Let them get there. And that's what I've seen, like a little bit of this. I've seen little conversations online like, Biden had it for 4 years. Why weren't you asking about it now? You're only asking because of Trump. Who gives a fuck? Get the info.
Also, the Trump administration and the people around them made this part of their platform. The Biden administration did not come in with their vice presidential candidate go on podcasts swearing they would release the Epstein files. Like, this was not a big, theory, conspiracy, explanatory thing about the world in Biden land, but huge amounts of MAGA have been very bought in. Like, there was like the QAnon version the first time. It moved over to this. I mean, and there's some part of me
I was just about to say that. It's like the whole QAnon thing was that Trump was going to take out all the fucking pedophiles, the elite pedophiles. And so now that we actually have a fucking elite pedophile, they're just totally backing off of it. Oh, fuck.
He's like a little bit mistrustful often of conspiracies. When you sit back and you're like, we've seen Cosby, we've seen the Diddy parties, we've seen the Epstein thing. It's this weird thing about QAnon, which obviously was full of horseshit, and then there is more elite sex cramming happening. You know, and
Do we owe
more of it
QAnon an apology?
and more of it was going on with like the knowledge of other people than one would have thought. Like even like going back to that weird Trump comment on Epstein that like he loves beautiful women as much as me, but he likes them young.
Yeah.
Right? Like he knew.
Yeah.
You can say what you want to say about whether or not he was involved, but he knew.
Yeah. Yeah. And he wasn't the only one that knew.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that's so weird about this story is that I find it hard to believe that there's not at least a team of people. You're saying there's one wrangler, which is Ghislaine, and then there's Epstein, and he's managing billions of dollars with the most powerful people in the world. Like, there's no assistants, there's no coworkers, there's no banker, there's no lawyer. Like, who are these other people that are associated with this enterprise? I don't know any of their names. I know 2 people. Doesn't that feel weird to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's 12 people that work here every single day. 12 people that work here every single day. For some reason, he was able to run a $1 billion empire, get one of the wealthiest people in America's assets sent over to him, have power of attorney, and nobody knows the lawyer that even did that deal?
I do sometimes read things, not just about Epstein, but about all kinds of like very rich person scandaling, and I think like, where do you have all this time that me with my less busy life do not seem to have? Like, I'm having trouble getting to the gym. You're running this like while you are jetting around on your private jet, running your math salons. You're also somehow the scheduling must be.
This is the difference.
Working at a different level.
You have kids. He has sex with them. So having kids is way more difficult. Okay, they require your time all day. They require 15 minutes of his time. Okay, so continue doing that.
Yeah, it's sex with
I
his
guess the
kids.
argument would be
That's
like, well, he's a rampant pedophile, and Ghislaine is the madam that's wrangling them, and that is kept secretive from all of his other, like legal business.
The structure of it, if I understand it correctly, that it worked like a multi-level marketing scheme, basically. That they would bring in girls, and then they would basically say to the girls that if you bring in others, we will pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Like they made the people they brought in and abused into recruiters.
So
like, that's what I understood from what
It
I
was
read.
like Cutco knives or whatever.
Yeah, it was Cutco. Yeah.
But people knew, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they just had to.
So the thing
go
that I was asking you before is like, is it possible this could be Trump's Watergate?
So there are 2 pieces to that, I think. One is that,
Well, I'm pretty sure Russia was Trump's Watergate, as was. I mean, maybe if they mean in terms of like impeachment, probably not. I really don't think that any of the like MAGA base actually cares this much about this stuff. I think they want to like look like they care this much about it. Damn, that was a fucking hard one, then. That one was rough. But yeah, I think most of the MAGA base just wants to look like they care about it. I don't think they actually care about it that much, and especially not enough to impeach him. And if nothing ever comes out from this, like actually making him look bad, then yeah, it'll never get him impeached. I was gonna say Trump's already had like 4 Watergates. Like he's already had, Russiagate, then the perfect phone call, then January 6th. Like he's already had so many of these fucking things that it doesn't matter if he has a Watergate at any point. But
There's a reason nothing can be Watergate again, which is that in Watergate, you had an independent, this was a time, my first book is Not Abundance, Why We're Polarized, is about party polarization. And Watergate happens during like the nadir of party polarization, which is to say the two parties are very mixed. You have a lot of liberal Republicans, you have conservative Democrats. So the congressional parties are very independent. This world, like if you imagine Watergate happening with Fox News and like the hyper-polarized Republican Party of
They
today
would have
with something
defended
like
it the whole
Mike
time.
Johnson, you know, recessing Congress to keep a vote he doesn't want from happening. There's no Watergate. Watergate relies.
Mitch McConnell making sure that the impeachment votes in the Senate never actually go through. Like there's no comparison. It would never happen today with Trump.
The Republican Party turning on Nixon, demanding the information, and then ultimately going to Nixon and saying, you have to resign. But in terms of can it be a scandal that envelopes Trump and that he kind of can't get away
You
from?
play God of War now? You want me to play something that's going to have like dialogue and like talking the whole time, that we're going to have to listen to everything they say, and we're not going to be able to listen to anything else playing in the background or anything like that? Yeah, that's what you want me to play? Yes. Okay, whatever.
It seems like it is. And one of the reasons I was thinking about this, liberals like me always complain about how they feel nothing sticks to Trump. And one of the reasons that so little that they care about sticks to Trump is that the things they're thinking of that need to stick to him are things in their worldview, right? And so if you have their worldview, my worldview, if you're mad about him lying to his people about cutting Medicaid or something, and the people who care about that, yeah, and who would believe you on it, they already don't like Donald Trump, like it's already done. This is happening inside MAGA's worldview. It's like under their framework of the world.
This is a great point, and I think that this is something that like when I'm having conversations with more liberal friends, I'm like, you echoing your sentiments of the things that frustrate you about Trump to other liberals, you already won them over. They have to be communicated in a way where the right is convinced so they can be brought over to your coalition. Or you just get pats on the back, and I guess that's fine.
Yeah, no, but the problem is that even if you do communicate them in a way that would, so like for the longest time, MAGA and Republicans have just whined and cried about how Democrats are anti-Constitution, that they're the ones who love the Constitution, they're the ones who love the First Amendment, they're the ones who love all of this shit, and Democrats are against all of these things. But then even when we have just a ton of examples of Trump going against the Constitution and going against the First Amendment, going against the Second Amendment, going against the Fifth, going against the 14th, like it doesn't matter. They still don't give a fuck. And so there is no way that you can communicate these things to them to where they would actually care.
That's what you're into. But like the reality is you're going to keep losing elections. We're in a democracy and you need to bring people over. You lost. You need more people. Some people went over and you need to bring back. So it's like, how are you taking those? What are the specific arguments that you're going to use that will appeal to them? Like, I don't even know if we want to go to Colbert so quickly, but like, there looks like there's some fucked up shit with this Colbert thing. But what I would say is the fact, and I'd want to open that up and talk about it, but the fact that the show was losing money, anybody on the right will just go, but it was losing money. Why should it stay open? Like,
you guys don't understand economics.
Exactly.
That's the liberal problem.
And I think sometimes liberals put all their eggs in these baskets that don't appeal to the conservative side at all. So it's not going to affect them. It has to be an issue that they're going to be tugged at. Epstein tugs at them, also tugs at Democrats. Why would you not want to know about government corruption? Why would you not want to know about the covering up of like a pedophile? Like, this is important shit. So this is one of those things where I think Democrats like, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted by him doing the Obama thing. Don't get distracted by the MLK shit. Don't get distracted by the Washington Redskins. That's distraction for liberals to chomp at and go, you see, he's a racist. You see, he was no. Stay on Epstein. And when the entire country is just asking about Epstein, something's going to break.
But he's not trying to distract us. He's trying to distract his people.
Well, he's trying to feed
Wall Street Journal, the Murdochs, Obama. It's like spinning a giant wheel.
I think it does both, right? Because the Democrats start to go, look how racist he is. He wants to bring back Redskins. And then his base goes, shut up. You guys are triggered by everything. And then the conversation is about that.
Yeah, I think his point is to borrow your verbiage from earlier, if we're looking at the worldview of conservatives, so much of it revolves around protecting children. Don't teach them XYZ. Don't do gender reassignment surgery. Don't abort babies. this pedophilia thing is really bad. And if you're a Democrat and Trump is trying all this fuck shit with like, oh, Obama did this, Obama, instead of saying, look at what Obama's doing, say what he's doing is a distraction from the harm of children. And conservatives, if we want you to realize this guy isn't who you thought he was, I'm staying on that. I'm not being like, look, because then all these other things, there's usually an exit ramp because it doesn't matter in their worldview, where it's like, oh, the Redskins. Yeah, of course, the Redskins should change their name. That's stupid. Yeah. Oh, Colbert got canceled because you guys don't understand how money works. It doesn't make money. Yeah. And then they get distracted from, not they're going to get distracted, but every one of them takes them 1 degree away from Epstein.
They can ignore
Keep it on Epstein.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was thinking it's interesting about a different part of the worldview. So you're right about the protecting children dimension of it. I was thinking more about there's a kind of like conspiratorial populist worldview that is in MAGA. There's a version of it on the left too, but I'll stay with the right for a minute, which is there's a corrupt, maybe pedophilic elite that is running everything. And what Donald Trump is a kind of human vengeance sent to destroy that. And once we destroy that, once we break it, then we can have the country, the world we want. And one of the reasons,
it's like biblical.
One of the interesting things happening, I think, in Trump's second term, the reason this is happening in this very different way. The first one, in a way, is weirder, right? He names Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who gives Epstein the sweetheart deal to be labor secretary. And then Acosta resigns functionally over this in 2019, but it never becomes a huge story.
Did you see Dean is getting sued? I mean, I've mentioned numerous times that what's her name? Mercedes has been working with the family that he threatened to help them raise money to sue him. So we kind of knew this was coming for a while.
One of the reasons I think things don't stick in under this framework in the first term is that Trump didn't really control the government. And everybody kind of knew it, right? You could call it the deep state, you call it the bureaucracy, right? But he was like his own administration, his own appointees, like H.R. McMaster's, like to some degree people like Jared Kushner. He was surrounded by people who sort of thought he got some things right, but also thought he was kind of a maniac and were trying to restrain him. And he was in this terrific tension with his own administration. So the advantage I gave him is when things went wrong, he's like, they're doing it, right? The deep state is blocking me, right? We're like, we're here, we're continuing the fight. It's why a weird conspiracy like QAnon can flourish during his administration. Like, isn't this guy in charge? But the idea is
nothing's
like,
happening.
no, he's not really in charge. This time, he's in charge.
This is,
and all the people are his people.
So this is a fantastic point. And some people might say, like I was talking to Hassan Piker about this, and he was like, you have to understand what his argument was, and I hope I'm not butchering this, Hassan, but like he basically said, like, there are people that are in government, like the institutional old guard government, actually don't want to have full power. They don't want Congress and the presidency because then they'll have to make the change they promise. They act like just so like
That's
a Democrats
so
in power.
stupid.
They actually kind of want
That's
the
so
Republicans
fucking
to have
dumb.
Congress. So the
Please
Democrats
tell
can
him that's
talk
dumb.
about all the change they
Please
want.
tell him for the love of fucking God.
Okay,
That's
I know these people.
Okay, thank you. That is so not true. That is so fucking stupid. It's not that they're afraid that they would actually have to do the things that they promised. It's that they don't want to be fucking authoritarians. They're not trying to be authoritarians. They're not Trump. They don't want to be in charge of everything. It's anti-American. It's anti-constitution. It's anti-everything we fucking believe in. This is so fucking stupid. Thank God he pushed back against that.
They act like just so like a Democrats in power. They actually kind of want the Republicans to have Congress, so the Democrats can talk about all the change they want to.
Just gonna tell you, this is not true.
Okay, but
I know these people.
but fair. The argument is like as long as they're talking about it and not doing it, the military still gets the money that they're getting, right? The foreign wars continue to happen, and in this circumstance, the Epstein files don't come out. And there's a convenient excuse that you can say to your base. Trump would say the deep state isn't letting it happen.
You create theater.
Or the Democrats who are in charge would be like, the Republicans are not letting it happen. But in reality, the donor class is like, great, don't change a thing, because the donor class doesn't want anything changed. And I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Now, Trump does not have that bad guy he can point at. You got everything you want. So now his base is going, fucking deliver. You know, his base is going, hey, we gave you the whole country. You got to deliver on it, and you're not fucking delivering. We're still doing all these wars. The Ukraine one is tricky because you're dealing with Putin, who's literally, you know, a psycho. But with Israel, like, if you want to cut off funding, you cut off funding. It's over. You have the ability to do it. He can't do it, right? So the base has
and does not want to do
and
it.
does not want to do it.
I think it's really like you look at who he's appointed
Talk
around
that
that.
shit.
He does not want to do it. Mike Huckabee is his
Talk
ambassador.
that
Steve
shit.
Witkoff is his negotiator. These are not people who think this war has gone much too
I
far.
almost thought you were going to stop the sentence at these are not people.
But on the things of what he's delivering, it's like, look, the rich guys got their tax cuts. You got Medicaid cuts. You got your Medicaid and food stamps taken where you will in a couple of years when all that kicks in after the midterms, and you don't get your files.
So the base has every right to be upset because you campaigned on these things. You're delivering none of them. And here's a great opportunity, I think, for Democrats to seize some of the base. I get it, and they did today. They're going, don't you dare. You had them on your podcast. There's always a finger wagging. I get it. Get out of your system. That's fine. Feel whatever you want to feel. After you get out of your system, you want people to come over, and now you have an opportunity to be like, hey, we told you he was a liar. Here's the proof that he's a liar. Come over here. Here are some ideas that might be better. You might like these. If you just go, hey, fuck you, you're dumb, the people that are called dumb are never going to come to your side.
Did you see the clips of John Ossoff, the senator from Georgia?
What do you say?
I don't know if we could pull it up because I'm not going to be able to do it justice. But he's been on the stump. He's running for re-election, and he is building the corruption argument that has always been there. That it was clear somebody was going to pick up. But he's just doing it well. It's not that often I see a single clip of somebody and I just mentally, on one clip, I'm like, okay, in the 2028 group now.
So wait a minute, hold on, wait. Break that down about the 20.
It's worth it. If we, I don't
could
know
be
if
a presidential candidate.
Yeah,
off of one clip, he thought
he's
this guy could
finding
be
the thing.
president.
All right, guys, let's shout out
John Ossoff, Georgia senator, only Democrat senator running for re-election right now.
Jail time. Honestly, I'm not sure how many episodes I can put out because lawyers have been calling me left and right and my friends' lives are in danger, but we are still going to put out a bunch of great episodes with people that I'm excited to talk to. So it's on my YouTube at Akash Singh Comedy. Please check it out. I love y'all. Thank you guys so much.
Levittown, Washington, D.C., Chandler, Arizona, San Diego, Burlington, Vermont, Montreal, Toronto, Berkeley, Detroit,
Talk
a bunch
that
of other
shit.
dates getting at it. I can't wait to see you guys at the show. I'll be doing 1 hour of stand-up comedy. That no more, no less. See you guys at the shows.
But the reason I brought it up in that context is one of the things that happened to Democrats over the past couple of years, it happened in 2020, then it really happened in 2024, is you really lose like the highest ground in American politics, like the most ideal political ground, when you lose the stream of reform.
the stream of reform.
Yeah, when you don't have the argument about reform. Obama was a reformer. Bill Clinton was a reformer. Donald Trump was a reformer. Hillary Clinton, very much not a reformer. Joe Biden running for
I just want to make sure I understand
against the system.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. Running against the system is a great way of putting it. Yeah.
The difficulty Trump has now that he was able to sort of weave out of in his first term is like when you're a truly anti-system candidate, when your whole point is this whole thing is corrupt, and now you are in charge of it. How do you avoid like the inevitable problem of having to take responsibility for it?
Yep.
In his first term, he had a version of that. So then Joe Biden wins, and it's a pandemic. There's a lot of dimensions about that election. But Biden, whatever he is, he's not a reformer.
Yeah.
But he's sort of a return to normalcy. Then by 2024, he's unpopular. He's in his 80s.
Yeah.
And he and Harris just cannot run as reformers, right? They cannot run against their own.
Harris didn't even try. She literally
did not
said,
even try.
Biden's doing great. Well, because I think Biden just gave her his whole staff. And now she can't take his staff.
Well, I would just love to hear why you think, because what I hear is Biden said to her, "No daylight, kid, you're not going to do that." I don't know if that's true.
I think both for personal reasons, where I do think she had a lot of loyalty and affection for him. Mm-hmm. And I think it's actually a trickier thing than people give credit for. You imagine she comes out as vice president. and like really tears into where the administration say went wrong on inflation or went wrong in immigration. And somebody says,
why didn't you
were
talk
there.
about this shit for the last 4 years?
Weren't you there?
100%.
Like, weren't you in the meetings?
She's in a tough position.
I think it's a death mission. Like, I think they sent her on a death march.
But this is why I was arguing forever that you needed like an open convention, because you like she can run.
This is what all of us were asking for.
At least like let people have the argument.
Yes. This is where I think the lack of accountability is happening on the left. Like I think a lot of people, I don't want to call the all left, but like the angry online left, where I think a lot of them just want to make it about, oh, Trump came on podcasts or Trump whatever. It's just like, yeah, but you ran a dead guy and then a woman that couldn't speak. Like at a certain point in time, you need to have a fair election primary, and the people will tell you what they want, and what they want might not be what the institution wants.
Yeah.
And I think that's what has been happening. And I want to talk about.
Look, there's nobody who is arguing louder or earlier for an open convention, I literally believe, in the country than me. So,
but I bet you got a lot of criticism for that.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit for that.
So what happened when you were bringing it up?
When I was bringing it up, so when Biden gives the press conference after the Robert Hur special prosecutor report, I'd been at the White House that day, and I was like watching in my hotel room that night. And he goes out, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the report comes out and basically says, we're not going to prosecute this guy. He probably did mishandle classified material. Subsequent revelations have made this look worse if you read the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson book, Original Sin. But we're not going to prosecute him because the jury would see him as like a well-meaning but somewhat doddering old man with a
That's not
faltering
what they
memory.
said.
What we now know, because we've got, which I did not have when I wrote this, what we now know is that
that's not what it said. That's not what it fucking said. Why do they all do this, dude? Why do they all do this? That's not what it said. It said that he wasn't like malicious in the way that he took it, and that even when it came to like trying to understand like everything that he did with it, he doesn't have a great memory from what happened in the fucking 70s. So there's not much that we can do as far as intent here. That's what he said.
Biden's performance in those interviews with Special Prosecutor Hur was like catastrophic. Like you really, like there really did seem to be something wrong with his memory, and we now have these transcripts and we have this audio, and so something really was wrong there. But a lot of Democrats took it as a just kind of partisan, or like a way for her to kind of like hit Biden even though he couldn't prosecute him. Okay, so that night Biden, infuriated, goes out and gives this press conference, and this is one where he mixes up Egypt and Mexico. And I watched that, and this was right around the time they decided not to do the Super Bowl interview.
Yeah.
And he just wasn't doing interviews.
Pyramids though.
I actually don't catch it.
Egypt, Mexico.
Oh, Egypt. Yeah. Pyramids.
Yeah. Ezra, we're going to travel a little bit.
Yeah, right. I'm not as worldly as I could be.
Ezra's like, only the Jews made pyramids.
I've been in Mexico pyramids, actually. And I just had this moment that night. I was like, this is not going to work. If what you're doing is a press conference to reassure people about your memory, when you almost never do extemporaneous speaking anymore, and you can't make it through the 20 minutes, this is not going to work. So I did a series of pieces without like going through everything. The big argument I make is that the thing that Democrats were saying at that point, because like you had super majorities of the public saying this guy is too old. Like whatever you think of him, like 70 to 80% of the public did not want him to run for re-election.
I don't think they wanted Trump either. I think that 70% wanted neither of them.
But the party primary bases are very loyal to their people. So, but the thing was, he had sort of
they said that this was a redo. We already had these two candidates. We don't want to watch the same two people run against each other. This is the same thing again. Like, yeah, they were not. People were not interested in watching the same two people run against each other for another election in a row.
Through the primary already. This is, I think it's February 2024. And my argument in this was not that he was told to run. A lot of people said that, but that the Democratic Party was pretending there was nothing left to do. Right, that it was already over. But it wasn't. The actual candidate is chosen at the convention. For most of American history, both parties chose candidates at contested conventions. And I was like, you could do that. Like, he could step down. I mean, and you could have a process leading up to the convention that ends in a contested convention. Everybody would watch it. It'd be incredibly dramatic. And yes, it could go badly, but if you keep doing this, this is definitely going to go badly, right? Like, you're not going to make it through here. but I get like huge pushback. Everybody thinks I'm an idiot. I get like a lot of internal, and then like all goes quiet. He gives a good State of the Union, and everybody's like, "Ezra, you fucking idiot."
When you watch that, where you're like, "Damn it!"
I watched it. I was like, I was like, "Where was this guy?" I did a thing after the State of the Union.
Crystal
I was like, "Look." I did a thing after the State of the Union where I was like, "Look, I don't know how to account for that. All I know is like." There's a long time between here and the election, and if this guy's having good days and bad days, you better really hope he never has a bad day
and if
on
he
an important
wins,
day.
there's 4 more years.
And
of
there's
this.
that. Yep. And so then you have the debate where he has the bad day on the big day, right? And so then there's not a lot of time. It takes him weeks and weeks after the debate to finally decide not to run. And by the time that happens and he endorses Harris, the party internally just doesn't have the energy for it. It doesn't believe in itself. It's like been a very brutal and emotional fight.
It wasn't that they didn't believe in themselves. It was that Harris was just unbeatable at that point for any Democrat. There's just no way any other Democrat could stand up to Harris and beat her. So she was on fire. She was polling really, really well. She was just fucking killing it. There was no way they were going to run against her. There's no fucking shot.
Yeah. But it was a mistake because they were changing their candidate. And the thing that always frustrated me about it was, look, if your belief about Donald Trump is that he is fascism on American shores, then what that means for you is not that you have to yell that at everybody else. It means you really have to try to win.
Yeah.
Right? Then you have to figure out your absolute best candidate against him. And you're not going to do that without any kind of process that surfaces information.
You are preaching to the choir here. You can't simply run a campaign of that guy's worse. You have to run the campaign of reform, as you said. And the campaigns, and the reason why we need reform is because there are people struggling that want change. And I think that oftentimes we have more optimism and hope for the reform candidate, even if they can't exact those policies.
Yeah. And they disappoint us, right?
Policies.
This happened with Obama. It gets disappointing.
But there's that moment where you have hope. And hope is like tantalizing, dude.
Unbelievable.
So, and in this certain situation, when people are desperate and they really want change and they're faced with this idea of more of the same or potential happiness, they're willing to like look past a lot of fuck shit. Yeah. And that I think might be the scenario.
And I think the status quo thing and versus reform thing is also very important because a lot of times we get lost in the weeds arguing whether Kamala was a good candidate. We don't think she is. Some people will never agree with that. They'll think she's great. But you cannot deny there was no reform offered in a time when we weren't happy. Whether you think Kamala could have been president or not, no one's getting elected.
So this gets to, I think, something really deep. So the parties, so it used to be, going back to this book on polarization I did years ago, the parties for a long time weren't polarized at all. They had all kinds of people in them. Like Strom Thurmond, was a Democrat, right? Before he became the second most conservative Republican, right? This happened constantly. You had, George Romney, Mitt Romney's father, like by today's standards would function to be a liberal Democrat, but he was a Republican. So the parties polarized on this line of liberal and conservative. And like that's politics as we know it for a long time, right? That's Paul Ryan and Barack Obama. That's Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, or Mitt Romney and Hillary Clinton. Like pick your leaders. What has happened since Trump has been it's polarizing on a different line, which is system anti-system.
Yeah.
Yep.
And by system, you mean institution.
Institutions. How do you feel about the universities? How do you feel about the scientific, not science, but Democrats always say it's science. It's the scientific institutions. How do you feel about the government itself? How do you feel about, name it, right? And that didn't used to be quite so, like it used to have a big anti-corporate left, right? So the parties have become, like the Democrats have become the parties of the institutions. And this is partially because Donald Trump was so anti-institution that he drove a bunch of institutional figures out of the Republican Party and basically into the Democratic Party. So you have this weird election, right, in 2024. You have Liz Cheney.
I was about to say,
right? Moving basically into what I would call, she wasn't a Democrat, but into the Democratic coalition, the sort of pro-system coalition. And you have RFK Jr., who was like considered to be, I think it was EPA, Environmental Protection Agency Secretary.
As liberal as you can be.
Under Obama. Who runs runs as a Democrat in, I think it's 2023 when he's running.
This is why I keep saying that, like the way that people view parties are like as though parties are ideological. It's pure bullshit. It's pure bullshit. Parties are not ideological, that like where the ideology sticks. The ideology is conservatism and liberalism and stuff like that. But the parties are not that. The parties are these like representations of different things, and those things change. They are constantly changing. And so Donald Trump is like this representation of populism that a bunch of people like, you know, like Joe Rogan, Shoe on Head, you know, we can name tons and tons and tons of people who were these like ultra liberal sorts of people, and then all of a sudden they love Donald Trump, yet they didn't change on anything. Their beliefs didn't change. They didn't become different people. They didn't have new ideologies. They had the same exact fucking ideology. It's just that everything was always anti-institution or anti-elites or whatever. And so that's just who they always were. And so they went with the guy who was more anti-institution. And yeah, it's kind of dumb when people don't when people don't understand this.
And he, you know, goes into the Trump administration. And so the difficult thing Democrats are going to have to figure out here to take advantage of what you're talking about is the Epstein files have given them a moment in which to do this, because it's easy for them. They actually, like, they don't have, at least the Democrats in Congress, anything invested in this. But if they want to, over time, peel off some of the Trump coalition, they have to find ways to be actually kind of anti-system, right? They can't just be the party that, you know.
But I don't want to pull off some of the Trump people. I don't want to do that. I want to pull from the moderates. The moderates are the ones that we need to be targeting, because moderates are by far the biggest voting group right now. The people who don't really identify as left or right, conservative or liberal, Republican or Democrat. Like, there's so many people right there in the middle that are by far the majority of people. And those are the people that we need to be going after. Those are the people that we need to focus on. Fuck everybody else. Don't stop with like, oh, we need to focus on the progressives. We need to use populist rhetoric. No, you need to go after the people in the middle.
We believe in science and we believe in government, right? You have to know these things have flaws and failures.
Yes.
And you have to balance the fact that you don't want to burn them to the ground, right? Which is, I think, what Republicans are often doing. But nor does that mean you should rally in defense of the status quo.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the science one is also interesting, because when you say scientific institutions, it's like, sure, there's probably some Republicans who are anti-science or whatever, but the scientific institution of pharma, that's an institution we don't trust. And you can understand where that distrust comes from, and maybe you can meet them halfway on that.
And you have
and understand why they feel that way.
And there are Democrats that have shown like amazing distrust towards it. Like Bernie has been rallying against it for years.
I mean, if pharma is easy for Democrats, like every Democrats have been fighting for years, and finally the Inflation Reduction Act got some of it in, like driving down pharmaceutical drug prices and Medicare. Democrats they find it easy on pharma. The question is more, I don't know how to describe it. It's like the Democratic Party, the other thing that's happened is become a very educated party. And the Republican Party has become like the party that wins most people who graduated high school. Democrats win most people graduated college. And like this really shifted the parties. Like people graduate college are like more yoked into American institutions. They believe in them more, in part because those institutions have worked better for them.
That's a great fucking way to say it.
Give a great example about how those institutions are working for the college educated and against the high school educated.
Well, like just take COVID.
Yeah.
Right. You're like a white collar office worker.
Yeah.
There's lockdown. You're like sent home. And then we have these like quote unquote essential workers who we call essential, but like we're putting them out in harm's way, but also we've made like their jobs much, much harder. Like they're having to wear all this kind of protective gear. And there were reasons for everything. I mean, some we now know in retrospect, like we're bad at, you know, you're going to have mistakes.
Hindsight's 2020.
Right? Hindsight is 2020. So I'm always very careful about this. But it just worked really differently. People experienced very different COVIDs, depending on whether you were like a college graduate who worked from home, or you were like out there like being pushed in, but also having to like undergo all these new rules. But also just the economy works differently for different people. If you're, you know, a high school graduate,
most jobs don't even hire without a college graduate, without a degree.
Or like you've got terrible like just-in-time scheduling, and you know, then somebody telling you like, no, don't worry, GDP's up this year. Like that's bullshit free. It's not up for
Yeah,
you.
it doesn't affect you at all.
Oh, the stock market is up great. I don't own a single stock.
It's the worst statistic to decide if America's doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can come up with all kinds of versions of these, but just a party that is getting richer and more college educated is going to be more comfortable with the way things work than a party that is shifting the other direction.
And feeling
now
left
there's still contradictions in these parties, right? I mean, Republicans just passed a giant bill cutting functionally $5 trillion of taxes, heavily tilted towards rich people. And the only part of it they paid for, which is like about $1 trillion, they paid for by cutting Medicaid, SNAP, which is food stamps, and like green energy investment, right? So the Republican Party has not actually become a populist party, but it has a populist affect. And now Trump is like running into the wall of that affect, right? They fed it, they voiced it themselves, and now it is them. They are the system. And all of a sudden they're like, no, trust the institutions. Trust the FBI and the DOJ.
You told us not to trust them.
Yes, you told us it was all deep state to trust nobody. You said there were these files. And now you're like, trust us. This is all a radical leftist plot, and you're like bread and circusing us with like.
Well, yeah, and even in Donald Trump's past couple, interviews, they've asked him like, "Do you trust Pam Bondi? Do you trust this person? Do you trust this person?" And every time he's like, "I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anyone." So I think that they're the best pick, and I hope that they do well, and we'll see. And if they don't, then we'll replace them. But now, like, he changed very quickly when it came to the Alien Enemies Act, because now he was like, oh shit, I've got to have other people to blame for these things. I can't keep saying that I'm the one making all of the decisions. And so then he started doing like everything like, oh no, I trust Pam Bondi. I trust Marco Rubio. I trust this person. I trust that person. They're doing a great job. Hey, Trump, what do you think you're going to do on this? I don't know anything about that. I'm going to leave it to them. They'll figure it out. Like he has become completely the opposite of what he claims he has always been, which is more like of an authoritarian dictator, of somebody who's just going to make all of the decisions himself. But yeah, I don't know.
AI videos of Barack.
How's your throat? It's a little bit better right now. It's it's up and down. We'll see. Talking a lot less today, so.
Obama getting I'm always amazed, to me, like at how much disrespect Trump often shows for the people who believe in him.
This is the opportunity, I think, for Democrats right now. And I think I think you're voicing it in like a really brilliant way, which is everything that Trump, I won't say everything, but a lot of the things that Trump have done reinforce the institutions that he was so critical of, right? He's continuing the wars. He's like, I'm going to stop the wars day one. Continuing to fund them. He's not releasing the Epstein files. He's increasing the budget. So the base that was promised these things, and now he has unilateral support. Like he can go take Congress, he can do whatever he wants. He's choosing not to do these things, and these are a choice. The base is furious about this. How do Democrats come in and seize that?
I mean, I think they're doing a pretty damn good job, actually. Like the ones who came in and said, we are offering legislation to force these files to release.
I love what Roe did.
And we're going to build a coalition.
I love it.
And like Roe, he's a very liberal guy, very progressive. I mean, a co-chair of the Bernie Sanders campaign a couple of years ago. He's good at building bipartisan coalitions, like on foreign policy, right? On things like whether or not Congress has like power over war. Roe is good at working across the aisle. He's a very, very talented politician.
And because of that,
so they're doing a good job on that.
But because of that, the Democratic establishment hates him.
I don't think they hate Roe.
I don't think so.
I think Roe thinks they do.
Roe Khanna? No.
We had Roe on, and he was like, I get.
No, he doesn't think they do. He knows they don't. He likes to say they do because he wants to sound like somebody who's fighting against the institution. Roe Khanna is very smart about his optics here, and so he wants to sound like somebody who is fighting against the institution.
So much criticism, they don't want to support what I'm doing. This happens all the time. And I think he's operating on an island. And I think that this is a problem because I think the Democrats are fighting the institutionalists within the party And the real support, like the ground support you feel, is for the more progressive side of the party, which seems to be answering a lot of the problems that the people that maybe voted for Trump
I like Hakeem.
I will say, if you spend, I don't want to discount any experiences Rose had or the congressman has had. I will say, if you spend a lot of time talking to members of Congress and the Senate, and I do, they all think the leadership doesn't support them. Like, not literally all of them, but
it's a common refrain.
It's a very common because
what I mean by this is like there haven't been, actually I don't know if this is true to this day, but like Zoran wins the primary.
That's a different case.
Not a single Democrat
has
endorsed him. No. Not a single Democrat within
Jerry
the
Nadler endorsed him.
What is he? Is he
Jerry
comptroller?
Nadler is like the dean of the New York congressional delegation.
Got it.
It is true. I don't know if it's changed by now.
Okay, maybe not
that
a single.
Schumer and Jeffries like kept their distance.
Right.
I don't know if they've changed where they are now.
And I would say that Schumer and Jeffries kind of represent the institutional Democrats.
That is fair.
The system Democrats. So it seems like the system.
Jeffries still hasn't backed him yet.
Yeah.
Jeffries hasn't backed him, right? So it seems like, I think, at least for the people, that the system wants to maintain the status quo, as you said before, is not down for reform, but the people want reform. And the people are optimistic about reform without really understanding if these policies that Zoran has can work.
Well, here's what Schumer and Jeffries are thinking. We could talk about Mamdani, who I like in a bunch of different ways, but they're terrified, not of New York City or what's going to happen here. They are worried about trying to win Senate seats in Kansas City, when, because of the dynamics of the like attentional economy, the only Democrat whose name people know is Zoran Mamdani.
So
Right?
they think that the Zoran Mamdani policy will engulf the Democratic Party.
No, it's not the policy.
Yeah, I like Hakeem. My big problem here is any sort of bump in the top ramp. Any sort of bump creates a problem. And so I'm trying to make it as smooth as possible, but that's my big issue right now. And so I'm hoping, like, if I just draw it faster, it'll make it to where there's less bumps, but that's not working either. Like, the faster I draw it, the more bumps I end up having.
Policy. That's not their concern, but the vibe and the weaknesses.
The reform
right?
direction, I guess.
No, I wouldn't call it the reform. Like, this happened with AOC, but it happens with Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? I do not think AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the same by any means, but the parties tend to get defined by the loudest or most interesting figures in them.
Yep.
And one of the dynamics that is very hard for party leadership now is that they have very little control compared to what they used to have over how their party is seen, right? So Jeffries and Schumer have their strategies. They would like to have the Democratic Party understood as being about certain things and not about other things. But instead, the thing people know is they see who's going viral on X or TikTok or Instagram or whatever, and it's not the people they would choose, right? Saying the things that they would say. Like, the last thing Schumer and Jeffries want to talk about is the value of the term globalize the intifada, right?
Yeah.
They just do not want to talk about that at all. And the problem for them with Mamdani is that he creates that conversation. I was just watching a speech J.D. Vance gave, the vice president at the Claremont Institute,
What is the Claremont Institute?
Claremont Institute is a sort of far-right think tank. They were giving him the Statesman Award. And I would love to talk about the speech, which I just did, which I'm having a piece come out on, because it's very much about what citizenship should be about. But the entire first section and end of that speech that Vance gives are about Mamdani, right? He wants to define the entire Democratic Party, the entire left around Mamdani. To Vance, Mamdani is a soft target.
This is what,
right? And that's the fight those figures are having
this is what I think,
along each other.
This is what I think Republicans do really well, is they exploit the most extreme version of Democrats, and then they paint it across the whole party.
Yep.
So in this last election, like, the most of...
Bro, this is the most I've ever heard him make sense. Like, because he normally does this too. So it seems like he started to, like, realize some things, because he does this all the fucking time, is where he paints the entire Democratic Party as the most soy, crazy, far left nutcases, and acts like that's all Democrats. That's everybody. That's the fucking Nancy Pelosi's and everyone. And So yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard him talk about this as though, I don't know, from like a more realistic and pragmatic lens, where that's just not who the Democrats are. That's not who they've ever been.
Effective ad was Trump is for me and you, and Kamala is for they, them. And there was that ad about like Kamala supports like trans surgeries for inmates.
Yeah.
Like you remember this ad that they ran? I think they ran in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was they did a great job of painting the party in one light, and it was based on the most extreme version. And I think Democrats maybe try to do it, and maybe Republicans are like, yeah, we're cool with that too. Like, I don't know what that is, but it does feel like the institution is like fighting tooth and nail to stop the perception of the party changing. But here's the reality. If the people want that part of the party, there's nothing you can do about that in democracy. And fighting it makes those people feel like you don't want that change that they desperately want. And now you become the status quo that they are fighting against. So they don't really have a choice. It's like democracy for better or for worse. Zoran's going to, if the people want Zoran, whether we like it or not, if the majority of New Yorkers want it, we have to let that happen. If it goes horribly, and we can go into some of those policies and if he'll even be able to do them, but like, you cannot restrict what the people want in a democracy. And if you do try, which is what Trump is also doing,
January 6th,
they'll be furious. They'll be furious about it. And his base is furious. Democrats are furious. And I fear that's kind of what's happening.
I'm also starting to realize that I've been trying to wait for the ball to roll to then have something go behind it. I'm now realizing the ball bounces off harder. So I need to use the bounce to my advantage.
Happening with Zoran.
I think it is not going to work. It is flatly not going to work.
Zoran or...
No, I'll finish the sentence.
Yeah.
For Democrats to try to keep an arm's length distance from their nominee for mayor in America's biggest city.
The bounce, baby.
Like, it's just not going to work.
But they've done it with Bernie and AOC for quite a bit. Wow.
They have, I mean, they try, although...
Mayor of New York is also a little different than what a senator from Vermont and then AOC.
Democratic primary.
But this to me is a bit of a different. I mean, Bernie Sanders is on Chuck Schumer's leadership team, or at least, I don't know if that's true for this Congress, but he was in the last one, right? They have tried to bring him in. There is tension between them, right? It's a big party, and they have their disagreements. That's different than the Jeffrey Schumer, we're not going to endorse, we need to have conversations, right? The question of whether or not AOC is a Democrat, who will be, endorsed in re-election campaigns is like not up for grabs right now. And Mamdani, I'm just saying it's not going to work for them. Like they're going to need to figure out what to do with the energy Mamdani has unleashed. They cannot hide from it, and they cannot oppose it because that will crack up their coalition. The thing Republicans do for better and for worse, I mean, they do try to paint Democrats by the most extreme candidates. Democrats do that to the right too, right? The thing that has happened on the right is they have embraced that side of themselves, right? I always think about this. If I had been a liberal substacker in the fall 2024, I was like, you fucking people, you don't understand what's coming. If Donald Trump gets elected, he's going to make Kash Patel and Dan Bongino the heads of the FBI. He's going to put RFK Jr. at HHS. He's going to try to make Matt Gaetz like the attorney general. He'll be like, calm down, dude. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's a little, like, you can't define the Republican Party by its most extreme wing in some, like, way. It is its most extreme wing. Like, it took, like, that would have been, like, I would not have written that. I would have found that far-fetched.
Right.
Like, truly far-fetched.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the problem is that the only benefit we would get is if we tried to define them by like Nick Fuentes, but even then Nick Fuentes fucking hates Donald Trump, right? Like Nick Fuentes talks shit about Donald Trump all the time, and so it just it wouldn't work. And we only have like one Nick Fuentes, so it's not helpful. Whereas when it comes to like libs of TikTok, they've got endless amounts of bullshit that they can post all over the place because those people are not getting banned for their thoughts. But Nick Fuentes is one of the few that after he gets banned, he's still capable of making content. He's still capable of... Holy shit! He's still capable of getting shit out and still maintaining an audience and still going viral on Instagram and Twitter, and he's still able to like do so much. Whereas, yeah, like everybody else, they're the other like right wingers. We don't have like a ton of Nick Fuentes-esque types of content creators to put up all over the place. We just have one. And that one, everybody knows, is anti-Donald Trump. So we can't say Donald Trump and MAGA are this when Donald Trump and MAGA obviously don't fit with that. So, yeah, it's...
People threatening, oh, they're going to do Project 2025. And then they're like, no, that's you're overreacting, and then you're seeing them slowly do all of Project 2025.
Did you read Project 2025?
I read a lot of Project 2025.
It's like 12,000 pages.
Yeah, it's like
there's this idea that like everybody read it, and they're like, oh, how would you not read Project 2025? I didn't read War and Peace either. Like, nobody read the whole fucking thing, and I'm tired of people acting like they read the whole thing. You saw a few headlines about it, and you're like, okay, they're doing the exact thing they said. But it's just like the Constitution. It's like none of us have read the entire Constitution.
It's much shorter. The Constitution you do in like an hour.
Fair enough. Okay. But it is like, it's 12,000 pages.
What have they done
I
for
was
Project
just about to say
2025? I asked ChatGPT what it
not
was.
nearly as
I already
bad.
forgot. I forget everything.
All right, Project 2025. So it's... I love that I get to do a Project 2025, explain it for the flagrant audience. Project 2025, it's 800 some pages, I think, if I remember correctly. What happens is a Heritage Foundation, which is like a big right-wing think tank, brings together over 100 right-wing groups. And they're like, we're going to create the menu. We are going to create, like, it's not like one playbook, because actually a bunch of parts of 2025 contradict themselves. It isn't one thing.
Yeah.
That you could just like do the whole thing.
Yes, it's an idea of how you can take control of the government and move away from liberalism, move away from the Constitution, move away from all of these things, and set like a bunch of precedents to get rid of that shit. That's what Project 2025 is. It's about coalescing power and taking power away from the other branches so that the president can do all the shit on his own. And so it doesn't matter if they don't do the entire thing. The entire thing isn't meant to be like, they're not meant to do each and every single thing. They're meant to do different parts of it that will help create like an authoritarian dictatorship. That's what they're supposed to do. So the rest of it, you don't have to like read the entire thing.
If you read it, one of the biggest things that it is about is the takeover of the administrative state. I will say right at the beginning, it also argues for banning porn, which they haven't done, right? Like, there's a lot of things in there that you would not expect, because it's also representing a lot of different factors.
Porn is pretty much banned in, how many states is it now, guys? I know in my state, it's pretty much banned here. Like, they say it's not, but it technically is. Like, the law doesn't say porn is banned, but it is essentially banned. Porn is essentially banned in my state. This has been the roughest month of my entire life.
Actions.
Have you been to Florida?
It's partially
Texas, right?
The Heritage Foundation also making a bid for leadership. Right, showing that we're the people bring everybody together, like we are the conveners of everything. But it is like, it's a lot of right-wing policies of all different kinds. Some of, again, which contradict each other, some of which they've done, some of which they haven't. But the thing they did the most from
VPNs, I mean, I guess like you can only, so VPNs generally, especially free VPNs, you can get free VPNs that will just choose somewhere random to say, like, this is where you're coming from now, right? Whereas what you need is when you pay for a VPN, you can now choose what servers you're coming from. And so you need to be able to choose a server that's in a state that has free, that still allows you to watch porn. So technically, when I say the laws currently don't say that porn is banned, the laws say you have to have an ID to watch porn. You have to have an ID to watch porn. But no website's going to make you get an ID. Absolutely no website will ever make you get an ID. And so I can pull up Pornhub. Okay, so here's Pornhub. And I can click on it. And here it is.
Hi, I'm Sheree DeVille. As you may know, your elected officials have required us to verify your age before granting you access to our website. While safety and compliance are at the forefront of our mission, giving your ID card every time you want to visit an adult platform is not the most effective solution for protecting our users, and in fact, will put children and your privacy at risk. In addition, mandating age verification without proper enforcement gives platforms the opportunity to choose whether or not to comply. As we've seen in other states, this just drives traffic to sites with far fewer safety measures in place. Very few sites are able to compare to the robust trust and safety measures we currently have in place. In order to protect children and user privacy, any legislation must be enforced against all platforms offering adult content. The safety of our users is one of our biggest concerns. However, the best and most effective solution for protecting children and adults alike is to identify users by their device and allow access to age-restricted materials and websites based on that identification.
So so that is the problem with the law, is that you have to type in your ID each and every single time you visit the website. That's the problem with the legislation. Each and every single time. They're saying, well, no, just have them create an account. When they create the account, we'll verify their ID when they create the account, and then every time they just sign in through their account, and that's that. But the legislation says, no, it's got to be each and every single time, because if we make it to where they just have an account and they stay signed in, then their kids can just come over to their computer and still watch on their parents' computer, and so that doesn't actually help at all. We need to make it to where they have to use an ID each and every single time, so that you can't so that it doesn't ever give them the opportunity to do this.
Until a real solution is offered, we've made the difficult decision to completely disable access to our website in your region. Please contact your representatives and demand device-based verification solutions that make the internet safer while also respecting your privacy.
So yeah, so this is pretty much every porn website, all major porn websites. Pornhub, YouPorn, like by far the majority of them are now just completely disabled in our states. So it's kind of fucked. I do believe in like ID verification. I do believe in this. I do think that this is a good thing. And I think it should be done with, like, you know, social media and everything. I'm totally okay with them, with everything across the internet using IDs to sign in for everything and just kind of getting rid of all anonymity across the board. But this is not how you do it. This is just ridiculous. So, yeah. I hate Top Chat so much. Then stop being in Top Chat. Why do you always say that in chat? Just don't ever click on top chat. Just always click on live chat. Just do that. It makes it really easy. Wild take, Tom. I mean, I've held this take for the longest time. I think that it is kind of bullshit when people like me who want to use their face, who want to use their name, who want to be able to like put yourself out there and stand behind your words, that any random fucking, you know, anonymous account can now go and just completely dox me, put all this like shit up about me all over the place, and there's nobody for me to even fight back against. They know they can do it because there's nothing I can do in return. If they were not anonymous, I dox their fucking family and everybody else right behind them. I'll go dox the fucking shit out of them. But if they go do it from an anonymous account and dox me, my family, put up shit about all of the people that I know, ex-girlfriends, like all that shit, and then I'm sitting here with just no recourse, yeah, fuck that, dude. Fuck that shit. It's bullshit. And then we have all of these like anonymous neo-Nazi accounts all over Twitter all the time. You guys remember the guy who worked for Elon Musk in the what was it called? Fuck. In Doge, who we found out that he had tons of these accounts where he was, not tons, but he had an account where he was posting just like the most racist shit you've ever seen in your fucking life. And then afterwards he says, yeah, it was just a troll account. That's all it was. But the problem is because he got caught, he had to pretend that it wasn't real. He doesn't really believe this shit. But if we don't allow people to be anonymous anymore, they're not going to be willing to go and post all of this horrible shit all over the place. We would have half the fucking neo-Nazis gone in a single day as soon as we did this shit. Like, they would just be terrified of saying this shit. So it's who cares about Twitter? Anonymity is important. I don't value everybody else's anonymity when I'm not being anonymous. I say fuck everybody else's anonymity. Fuck everybody else's anonymity. They all know my name. They all know my face. They all know who I look like. I want to know what you look like. I want to see when you make a fucking Twitter profile or a Facebook profile, you type in your ID and your default picture is the fucking picture on your ID. And anytime you try to upload another picture, it has to match the face on your ID in order for you to upload that picture. Otherwise, doesn't go. No fucking cartoons, no fucking like pictures of Donald Trump, nothing, you know, no black squares, just your fucking face every single time. Every fucking time. But yeah, that's what I've believed in this for the longest time. I have pushed for this for a very long time, so that's that has been my preference since the beginning.
You got this person who does say
anonymity is one of the strongest protections we have. Strongest protections for what? Strongest protections for what? Face ID makes it if I saw my... Hold on, I'm not talking about like for all porn websites. I'm not saying that. I said for things like Twitter, for things like Facebook. I didn't say for like porn websites. Yeah, I don't... That's very different. But to To say what we think without fear of persecution. Well, yeah, you shouldn't. You should not be able to say what you want to say without fear of persecution. If you want to say shit, you need to put your fucking face, your name, everything behind it. If you're not willing to say it with all of that behind it, then don't fucking say it. Don't say it. If you're too scared to actually put your name and your voice and your face behind it, you're too scared to say it. If you want to make a fucking cartoon character say it, then you just don't actually have enough balls to say it, so don't say it. Tom, this is such an anti-liberal position. It is not. I believe in freedom of speech. People should be able to say whatever it is that they want. But that doesn't mean that freedom of speech comes without consequence. And that's the shit that you guys are arguing for. Every time some MAGA person gets banned off of fucking Twitter or something, they all sit there and go, oh, what happened to free speech? I want free speech. They say, well, it's free speech. It's not speech without consequence. That doesn't mean that you get no consequence for your fucking speech. We say this to these people all the time, but now you're sitting there saying, no, Tom, I want to be able to say whatever I want without consequence, Tom. I don't want to have to face consequences for anything that I believe or anything that I say. Okay, well then don't say it. I think that that's a fucking MAGA way of thinking. I think that's ridiculous. But Tom, you don't understand, just because something is okay to say now doesn't mean it will always be. You haven't thought this out. That's a totally different, like, that's not even a hypothetical that I'm like willing to engage with. Like, I think that one, that doesn't matter much to me. I would still say it. Like, if I'm sitting here all the time saying this shit, so if everybody else is too pussy to say it too, then just don't say it. I'm sorry. But you guys are talking to the guy who literally says whatever the fuck he wants all the fucking time. So you're not going to convince me, the guy who says things that are problematic and says things that people get pissed off about all the time, that I'm going to be sitting here like, oh, you're so right, guys. You know what? Run and hide and be too scared to say your shit. Don't worry. I totally agree with you. No, of course I don't fucking agree with you. I've been sitting here the whole fucking time saying whatever the fuck I want, and I've had my face and my name behind it the whole time. So I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh no, you guys all stay anonymous while people like me deal with the consequences because we're willing to actually stand behind our fucking words. No, fuck that shit. That's ridiculous. Just because you were dumb enough to put your face and name on the internet doesn't mean the rest of us should have to. Well, I don't think you should have to. I think you should be able to run and hide. 100%. I think that you should be able to run and hide and just go somewhere else and not talk anymore. I'm totally in favor of that. But if you're going to talk, yes, I think that you need to talk with your own fucking mouth. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, is that yes, if you want to be smart about it, then be smart about it. But people who hide behind anonymity, they're not being smart about it. They're just saying whatever the fuck they want to say because they have no fear of consequence. And then everybody else has to deal with being doxxed, being harassed, people coming after them. They have to deal with all of this shit while anonymous accounts get away with every fucking thing. That's stupid. That's dumb.
To release the Epstein files. So a lot of people are attacking Trump, falsely accusing him of being a pedophile, saying he's a pedo protector. I think that's horrible. In the scheme of things, President Trump is doing an amazing job, and he doesn't get nearly enough credit that he deserves for all of the victories that he's had since starting his second term.
I think a lot of people give him credit. I think he's
there are
getting
so
plenty
many
of the
people,
credit.
and again, it goes back to this woke right fact.
You can't claim to support free speech while wanting to deny people the right to their speech. Again, I'm not denying you the right to your speech. You can say it. You're just saying that you're too scared to say it. Stop conflating these things. You being too scared to say it is not the same thing as you not being allowed to say it. Those are totally separate things. Those are insanely different things. You're too fucking scared to say it versus you're not allowed to say it. You're allowed to say it. You're just too scared. So you have a fucking profile picture say it instead.
right faction that was shit talking Trump this last.
You're obfuscating? What do you mean? That's what the, do you know what obfuscating means? That's not obfuscating.
Week saying, oh, I'm done with him. I'm not supporting him. People never should support him ever again. It's like, were you ever really with Trump? I think there's a lot of people that are looking at the fact that Trump's going to be gone in 3.5 years, and they're trying to pivot. They're trying to pivot to secure other financial opportunities because their grift of leeching off of Donald Trump.
Say you'll have to lose your job and destroy your life. Again, free speech does not mean speech without consequence. That has never been the case. Free speech has never been speech without consequence. If you believe free speech is speech without consequence, you are antithetical to liberalism. That is anti-liberalism bullshit. The free speech is about the fact that you get to say what you want, and you're going to still face social consequences anyways. Without now the government, giving you consequences, that's totally different. But you facing social consequences, yes, of course you should. The neo-Nazis should face social consequences for the shit that they believe. The people getting fired from their jobs should get fired for saying dumb shit out in public. That they should.
And sucking the life out of him after he basically created them and gave them their careers over these last 8 years is coming to an end.
I fully am on the page with that one because that's a different story. I think
that's what I think.
Built a lot.
Free speech is not, yes, it's all about not letting the government silence you. Exactly. Has nothing to do with the fact that you just get to say whatever you want on Twitter without anybody thinking less of you or without getting fired from a job or anything like that. That is not freedom of speech. Has nothing to do with freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. It's freedom from the government.
Out of people's careers, no question.
Like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. I mean, there's so many of these people. I don't know if I
would say Tucker.
With that said, we're at 13 minutes. We got 0 out of 25 so far. If we want to continue, we got to fill the goals up. And if somebody wants to jump on and disagree, I'm happy to get into it. We'll have to do it through Discord. But yeah, KO Dave, you kept saying that you were looking for something to disagree with me on, so here you go.
Tucker, I think Tucker had a career before him, but I think, and I'm not even.
Well, after he got fired by Fox, he certainly created his career. I mean, Trump could have easily nuked Tucker. Those Dominion lawsuit records that came out with Fox News, Tucker Carlson, he said he hates Trump. He said that Trump is a satanic force. You can pull it up. You can pull these records up. Nobody wants to talk about this because it's like taboo and conservative.
Bro. The same with Tucker Carlson said this. What's his name? Fuck. Who's the big conspiracy theorist guy? Shit. What's his name? Alex Jones, yes. Alex Jones also said that he hated Trump, that he wished he never met him. Like, all of these people after January 6th, they all talked so much shit about Trump. And then all of a sudden...
Michael Jones tipped $20.
W, let's go. Michael Jones. Appreciate it, homie. That again, KO Dave, you're talking about totally different things. You're talking about insanely different things than what I said when it comes to the fucking internet. You keep moving off to other things like journalism and shit like that. You're the one who's obfuscating. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Media, everybody kisses his ass.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what it is. What I'm saying is, what I'm qualifying here, Laura, is Tucker had a job at MSNBC and CNN way before he got a job at Fox.
Yeah.
And Tucker's been relevant for a long time. Of course, not at the levels he is now. His podcast is doing great, top 5, top 4.
But that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't think that his independent career as not working for a major network.
Yeah, I don't think he's on top now. I think that Tucker was probably a lot more famous when he had the #1 show on network television. That's I think that was probably not on network television, on cable television. That was probably Tucker's like biggest moment. I don't think he's bigger now.
Independent, Tucker
You
Carlson
think
Network.
it's purely on Trump? I'm a Trump guy, and a lot of people would say like I'm neutral with Tucker. I think Tucker, for a guy to be his age, to have his kind of money, to be on the road traveling around the world interviewing people, most people don't want to do that, and they're not going to do this. So I'm going to give him his credit.
I am not, so the internet is somehow a special case. Yes, social media. I said social media.
KO Dave Call-in. Don't be anonymous. Fight, fight, fight. Wow, ow, 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 W.
I said social media. You're bringing up a bunch of things that are not social media. So yes, you are obfuscating. If you want to try to come on and make the case that those are somehow analogous or equivalent, you can. But you haven't even tried to make that case yet. You're just obfuscating to other things and saying, oh, so you're saying this, that, and the other. No, I never said those things. I said social media.
Let me come back to the Trump side.
I just personally think that when I say
Also, thank you, Aaron. We hit the goal. Let's go. W's in chat.
it's on Trump. I'm saying Trump was very gracious after those text messages came out. What I'm saying is that Tucker, yeah, he's created his own platform and he deserves credit for that. But Trump could have easily nuked him, and I don't think he would have been as popular post the firing of at Fox News had Trump actually given him what he deserved, which was a lambasting after those text messages came out. I mean, he was very derogatory, saying, "Oh, you know, the election wasn't stolen. I can't wait till we don't have to talk about."
How does that work on a global internet, Tom? I think other countries have. What do you mean? That there's already different laws in other countries for free speech and shit. Like, they already have totally different standards for what you can and can't say. So that I don't know what you mean.
Trump anymore. His supporters are a bunch of cousin effers. I mean, I'm not making this up. You can go look it up and see for yourself. Very derogatory things. Trump never nuked him. He could have put out one True Social post and nuked his entire independent career, but he didn't do it. And so
why do you think he didn't?
No, Trump said that that Tucker Carlson had betrayed him, that he was Trump talked a lot of shit about Tucker Carlson. She's just totally wrong here. She's totally incorrect. Trump went after Tucker pretty hard when Tucker started saying that the election wasn't stolen.
I don't know. Maybe I think that President Trump is a very nice person. I know that he doesn't get portrayed that way in the media, but
I don't think
you know,
he wants the people to know that.
But he's too generous, and I've told him this in my private conversation with him. I'm like, you're too nice. You know, people think that Trump's some kind of monster, that, oh, I'm going to fire you, I'm going to ruin your life, I'm going to do this. He actually gives a lot of people a lot of second chances. And sometimes I've had conversations with him, Mr. President, this person effed you so hard. This person has done this to you. Why do you take their phone calls? Why do you do this? Why do you do that? Oh, it's just whatever the reason is that he says. It's mind-boggling to me in the conversations that I have with him occasionally, because he's much more forgiving and gracious than people give him credit for. I mean, he really doesn't need to deal with a lot of these people. He doesn't need anything from them. And he really could have nuked a lot of people's careers, but he has decided.
Yes, there's obviously pros and cons to anonymity. I'm saying, like any sort of like things that you take away, you're going to get rid of some pros to those things. That's always the case. You're just telling me that there's some pros that you like, but I'm saying I think that the anonymity on the internet is more harmful than it is beneficial. I think that of course there are pros to having anonymity. I just don't think it's worth it. I think that I would rather have people stand behind what it is they say.
Not to. I don't know why. I don't know why he hasn't. But
I think you have to.
It's like self-restraint, but he is way more considerate of people's futures than people think. They think, oh, he just wants to,
because he's a number one above everybody.
Yeah.
You have to be. You don't have to be. A lot of people don't have to be. He has to be. And I think I actually applaud him for the approach he's taking, because the average person couldn't do what he's doing.
Yeah.
I actually applaud him for what he's doing, and that's why he's showing more signs of being president of America instead of just a president of a party, instead of a president. I think he is.
There are a lot of cowards. You would never know what people actually believe if they can't be anonymous. Yep. I believe it. I believe it. But I think that a lot of people are just willing to troll a lot of times and saying a ton of things that they don't actually believe as well. Also because they don't have to deal with the consequences of it. So they're willing to say a ton of things that they don't believe as well. I think it goes both ways.
More and more getting closer to, becoming where history books are going to say, this guy went from 2016, the way he went about it the first 4 years, and now the way he's doing in 2024. Very different approach. But going back with Tucker,
diplomatic, yeah.
very diplomatic. But going back to the Tucker situation, and we have it here. It's not like we haven't read it. I think we even talked about it on the podcast, where what Tucker said about him. But at the same time,
everything I said, I'm not making anything up. Demonic force. I hate him passionately. We're so close to being able to.
Do you
ignore
want
him.
to pull up the JD Vance stuff?
No,
we can literally go through. We can literally go through every single person
he
on
called him
Trump's
Hitler.
administration.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
The producer who worked for Tucker, Alex Pfeiffer's now working in the White House. He called Trump supporters cousin fuckers. I mean, that's in the text messages too. So yeah, we could go through all of them. But I'm just telling you that there's.
So what do you think about the? Okay, so maybe let me ask this other question for you. What do you think about what's happened the last? I want to say 2 years. No, October 7th, what, 2022? 2022, right? 3 years? Is it 2022, Rob? I think it's 2022. So after that, what's happened with 2022? So what's happened with the, challenges, Israel, Hamas, woke right? You're seeing the Dave Smiths of the world. I think you've done a debate with them. I think Adam was the moderator with, was it Zero Hedge, right? Which I think they do a great job.
It was the first one. It was the first ever debate of their debate.
It was the first one when it wasn't even relevant at the time. It was kind of coming up, which eventually became very big. How do you think that's going to be managed by the president? You think it's kind of like, well, leave it alone, let people have the discussions? Or, because you just saw Mike Huckabee. What did Mike Huckabee say about Israel? Did you see what Mike Huckabee said? He's like the last person to say what he said. But Mike Huckabee said something about Israel. If it's Israel before America, I have a problem with it. Can you find a quote?
Yeah, he was criticizing them not allowing more Christian missionaries to come in, and saying that that he wasn't going to stand for that as the ambassador.
Right. So some Christian organizations have been processed for decades, led to serious challenges bureaucratically. Financially for the groups. Upon arrival in Israel ambassador, I learned that the changes in the process were creating delays, costs, and significant burdens with paperwork. After meeting with the Minister of Interior, we thought the problem was settled, but organizations continue to have issues. So,
well, they released a statement about this. And look, I respect Mike Huckabee. I know Mike Huckabee, been on his show, great guy. I like him. But your job as the ambassador to Israel is to be a representative of America. It's not to be an evangelist. And so he needs to understand that as a Christian, that Israel is a Jewish state, and they allow for Christians and Muslims to coexist there, but it's a Jewish state. And Israel has no problem with Christians coming in. They've actually said this. They have no problem with Christians coming in, and they'll give visas. You don't even need a visa. They'll allow for people to come in and do their work, but they don't want people converting Jews. And I think that's fine. I mean, they're not saying you can't be a Christian and live in Israel. You can't come to Israel and travel if you're a Christian, but look, it's a Jewish state, and I don't really think that the Israeli government has to be advocating for people to be doing conversions. I don't think that it's in the best interest of Israel. And so there's nothing not America first about that. Like, that's another country. That's Israel. Mike Huckabee.
Yeah, that doesn't it makes sense, but lots of people are looking at it as like, but we give them money. So if we give them money, shouldn't they be willing to go against all of their own interests and allow people to come in and do whatever we want them to do if we're giving them some money afterwards? And so yeah, I think I don't know. It's I think there's a lot of people who are consistent with these beliefs and say yeah, no, I'm America first, so I think Israel should be Israel first, blah blah blah. But then there's a bunch of people who are very contradictory with this.
Huckabee is spending time as an American in Israel. It's not like, you know, we're in the United States of America and people are being prevented from, you know, doing their missionary work. Israel is a Jewish state.
I don't want to give this story
Right.
that much. All I'm saying to you is I'm not going this direction.
Yeah,
What
but
I'm
that's
The question is, what's going to be more harmful to society in general, harboring anonymity or getting rid of it? This just sounds like an empirical question of answers we don't have at the moment. No. Well, I think if you look at like people who are open with their shit, the only harms that come from them are from anonymous people, right? Like when even though I put my name out there, it's still anonymous accounts that go and continue to like find my address, find like my family members, find my ex-girlfriends, put my record out on the internet. Like it's still those accounts that I can't hold accountable in the end, because I can't sue, you know, user 432,000. Like there's no way for me to have any sort of reciprocity in these cases. And so, yeah, I think people saying, well, I wouldn't say the things that I say if I wasn't anonymous. Like, well, okay, like, well, that's weird, but all right, like that's on you, I guess. Like, but the people who do the fucked up shit are the people who are anonymous. It's always the anonymous people who do this. But Tom, you said everything should require Face ID. I was saying everything. I think I corrected it afterwards, but I was saying everything as far as like social media, like the yeah, I don't think like OnlyFans needs to have self ID or anything like that. I said things like Twitter and Facebook. I don't think all things need to have it. Like, yes. Like, I don't think if you're playing Call of Duty, I don't think that you need to have like your real name and face on there. I don't think that that's all that relevant. And not as much. I mean, I know that there's people who also want that, but I don't know if I care about that one as much as I care about like social media. Because when the initial parts of social media was your real name and face, like that's what it was. Like when we first started doing things like what was the first one? It was Zyrax or Zyzan. Fuck, what was it called? It was before MySpace. It was started with an X. But yeah, like that one, MySpace, Facebook, like all of these were people with their real names and faces, and like that's what it was. But then all of a sudden, when it came to things like well, it was video game streaming that initially started this. Using a gamer tag instead of your real name, I think started the different username sort of thing, where you're using a screen name instead of your real name. And so even when Destiny was getting into the political scene, but he called himself Destiny, well, because he came from the video game scene, he had a screen name, and everybody thought that was super weird that he was like, he didn't even have his real name on there. He was Destiny. That this was really strange. And then yeah, like a bunch of stuff like this has kind of normalized this shit over time. What is the name of the first one? What's the name of the Xanga? That's what it was called. Xanga. Xanga. So Xanga, MySpace, Facebook. Obviously we had screen names on other things like chat rooms and like AOL instant messenger, we had screen names on that, but that wasn't all that common on YouTube. For people who were, especially who were doing like politics and shit like that. That just wasn't all that common until later.
It's just my opinion about
I totally
it.
get that, and I appreciate that. No, what I'm trying to say is where, you know, today, on any given day, like, you know, XYZ is funded by Israel. No, they're funded by Qatar. No, Tucker's funded by Qatar. No, Thiel's funded by. No, Canada's funded by Qatar. No, you know, these guys are funded by Israel. No, you know, this company is. This is going back and forth with, you know.
Tom might be too young to remember the internet was. Again, you're doing it again. I said social media. I'm not going to keep like playing this obfuscation game where you just get to keep switching everything that we're talking about to something totally different. I said social media. I said MySpace, Zynga, you know, Facebook, YouTube. Like, you keep bringing up other shit that I didn't mention to say that I'm wrong about something that I didn't mention. So it's kind of driving me fucking crazy now.
You know, where it's creating the story here is creating a division in the Republican Party, which may lead to a completely different candidate coming out in 2028. Could be a Thomas Massey, could be somebody that's getting behind them, could be a Dave Smith, could be a Tucker Carlson. It's
well, not you, Clay. It was KO Dave who was doing it again, saying, like, Tom might be too young to remember that the internet was originally all anonymity. Like, no, I said, I remember, like, I was in chat rooms as well. But when I was in those chat rooms, I was like a 13-year-old kid with a bunch of grown men and women trying to get me to send them nude pictures of myself. Like, it was, at the time, I didn't give a fuck about it. I didn't think much about it. Thinking back, now I'm like, oh shit. That was fucking disgusting. Shit like that's all over Discord these days. Yeah, maybe Discord needs to have some fucking, get rid of some anonymity here.
Up the gap. But what do you think is going to happen with this division within the Republican Party?
I think that, I mean, it's definitely a very
No, Xanga. 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 Xanga began in 1999 as a site for sharing book and music reviews. It became public in 2000 following a series of email recruitment methods via GeoCities. Over the next few years, Xanga underwent several formatting changes. Featured content was divided in 2002, being replaced by premium and classic views. Eventually, new profile features such as friends, nudges, and chat forums that resemble Facebook were added, and video, audio. So this is all like, this was like social media before MySpace. It was like, yes, you had a page, you posted what you wanted on your page, you became friends with other people, and you were able to see their feed. So yeah, Xanga is different than Zynga. Zynga is like, you know, Zynga is like a poker and shit like that. But yeah, like I said, yeah, AOL Instant Messenger. We used Excite as well. I don't know if any of you guys ever used. Let's see, Excite, chat room. Yep, this is what it looked like. And there started to become really popular, a very specific style of cartoon avatars. And so what I started doing is I started collecting them, downloading them all over the place, and then giving them to people. And so I would start, you could start like off-ramps of another chat room inside of a chat room. So while I was in a chat room, my name would all of a sudden get this little bubble on it. And if you clicked on that bubble, it would take you into a chat with me and a couple of my friends. And then we would say, hey, do you want like a you know, do you want a specific type of picture, whatever you want, we'll give it to you. And then like they would just tell us like, oh, I want a girl, blonde hair, this, blah, blah, blah. And then I would just like start posting all of the ones that fit the description of what it was that they had. And private chat, you could do private chat as well, but it was, so these are open chat rooms. And then in the open chat room, you saw a representation of each person in there, and you were able to move your person around. So like there would be like a girl, you know, a girl would have like a picture of herself there, and then some guy would move his picture next to her and then start talking to her in the chat. And then eventually they would say, do you want to go to private chat? Or they would say ASL. If you guys know what ASL is, one's in chat, if you know ASL. And so yeah, they would at somebody and say ASL. Yeah, okay. So ASL, yes, age, sex, location. And so you would say like how old you were, whether you were male or female, and what part of the country you lived in, or what country you lived in, what state, whatever. And then yeah, you would talk in the public chat for a while, and then eventually they would probably go into DMs, but like the public chats were just flowing the whole time with just tons of different people talking to each other. So and then there was, before AOL, there was something called not XQC, ICQ. You guys, anybody ever use ICQ? So ICQ is how it's spelled, but it's meant to be pronounced I seek you. I'm seeking you out, right? I seek you. Jesus cow. Is that your ICQ number? I remember my ICQ number as well. I remember my ICQ number exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's your ICQ number, Jesus cow, because yeah, that's exactly the same length as my ICQ number. But yeah, so these were chats as well. But they were more akin to Messenger. And so you had this entire program that you downloaded, and on the program, you were able to message a bunch of different people. You could create group chats with a ton of different people in those group chats. Me and my friend, we started messaging on this. We were neighbors. Then her mom and her sister became my friends, and I was friends with a bunch of different people on ICQ. Then eventually her mom's boyfriend became my friend. And there were times that we would sit there talking to each other. And her boyfriend was in Australia, and eventually her boyfriend moved in with her and lived right next to me as well. But there were tons and tons of like old people, like 63-year-old women that I would sit there and talk to sometimes that I became friends with. I was just this little like 12-year-old kid, friends with tons of fucking adults all over the internet. So yeah. Well, Tom clearly got into this stuff much earlier than me. My first experience with that sort of stuff was MySpace. Yeah, so yeah, the MySpace was way down the line. MySpace, I think I was like 15 or 16 when MySpace came out. And I got MySpace when it first started. I had like, my background was all smoke that would come up. And then every time you clicked on my page, it would start playing Lil Wayne. I got a lot of loot and I ain't looking for a lady. You can never play me, I'm from uptown, baby. I wake up in the mornings, take a piss and wash my hands, take a knee and thank the man, and get back to the money. You know, I gotta go. It was always playing in the background. Everybody was always pissed off with the sounds that it made. And then on AOL Instant Messenger, because my parents inherited a bunch of money when I was a kid, and I was in middle school, I made all of my shit money. And we moved into a really nice house and everything. And so whenever you were messaging me on Instant Messenger, every time I sent you a message, it was Nelly's "Must Be the Money," and it would play that. It would play that audio every fucking time I sent you a message. It would go, "Must be the money." They always got so annoyed by it. The first message I sent you was a cha-ching. And so every first message, cha-ching. And then every message after that, "Must be the money." And yes, like the background was just a bunch of dollar signs. There was like bags of money that were sitting there. Like it was, yeah, that was the whole thing on Messenger. But yeah, every single day when I would get out of school, I would come home, sit down at the computer, and then immediately had like 20 fucking windows open of 20 different people that I was talking to. Just having conversations with them. How old are you? 36. Yeah, I remember when my sister got Facebook, and she's like, there's this new thing, and it's just for people who are in college, and we get to talk to a bunch of different people from different colleges. They just started offering it to my college, so now we get to get on, and it's so cool and exclusive and blah, blah, blah. And I remember her showing it to me and showing me like, yeah, this is this thing called Facebook. It's just for college students. It's so cool. So, yeah. That's how you were exposed to grooming? I don't know what that means. Yep. Yeah, I don't think they opened it up to other things outside of college until like 2008. I remember when I got out of prison in 2009, everybody was all of a sudden on Facebook. And I was like, nah, fuck. Fuck that. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm staying on MySpace. I'm not going to Facebook. And then I realized literally nobody... Dude, this is lagging so badly. This is going to drive me fucking crazy. What the hell? Why is this lagging so much? Alright, I'm just going to exit out of the game. But yeah, yeah, I used LimeWire. I used LimeWire, Morpheus. There were like 3 different ones that all had the same things. Do you remember your MySpace login? No, but I have pulled up my MySpace a couple of times in the past. Napster? Yeah, it wasn't Napster, but Napster was like the first one. Napster, Kazaa. That's what it was, yes. Kazaa, LimeWire, Morpheus. Those are the 2 that I used. Kazaa was definitely my favorite for a long time, but it ended up having so many glitches, so many issues, downloaded so much malware and viruses and shit that, yeah, I ended up getting, like, LimeWire ended up being better for long term, but still, every time I had a computer, that computer would just get so fucked up over the course of like a year or 2, and then I would have to do a full reset of the entire computer every once in a while because it was just so fucked up from all the viruses. It was so horrible. It's called Porn Tom. Yeah. Well, it did have like a bunch of child porn on this. I've talked about the fact that like when I was 13, I was watching videos of girls who were 13. Like, well, I was always watching like girls who were my age, and it was through shit like LimeWire and Morpheus and crap like that. And it was fucking loaded with child porn back then. It was horrible. I remember my dad finding it and like crying and being like, "Tom, I swear, I'm going to go to prison if you keep doing this. Please, please stop." I'm like, that was mom, dude. She's fucking gross, bro. That's not me. Mom's a weirdo, bro. She's a freak. I didn't do that. I would never look at porn. Dad, trust me. It was Did you ever stop? Are you asking me if at 36 years old I'm still downloading child porn? Is that the question that you're asking me right now? Tom, you still doing it though? Your poor parents, yeah. Yeah. It must have been terrifying for them. Yeah, there were tons of funny like memes back then. One of the first like viral memes I ever remember was the dancing baby from what was it called? Ally McBeal. Do you guys remember the dancing baby? That was like the first viral meme I remember. It was at least I would say before that it was the what was the song that everybody, you would like put the song in the middle of a fucking thing and it would just start playing the song out of nowhere. They kept sending it in emails. Rickroll, yes, that's where Rickroll comes from. Rickroll comes from like a virus that they were. That's why I think that's why it's called viral. But anyways, yes, they put them in these emails where it would ask you to open up the email, and then it would immediately start playing the Rickroll video, and so that's where Rickroll comes from. It's not like, obviously it's still used in tons of like YouTube videos and TikTok videos and shit like that, but Rickrolling came from these like these email scammers where instead of it downloading a virus or anything, it downloaded the like song and just started playing the song, and then it would send it to like everybody in your contacts as well. And so it just went fucking everywhere. It ended up all over the place because these guys just thought it would be funny to make everybody listen to that song. So interview with 2000 PC user. Oh, do you guys remember? Did any of you guys use ICQ? Does anybody here? One's in chat if you guys ever used ICQ. It always had this like, my voice is fucked right now. I can't do it, but it's like this. I think it was a whistle. That was it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's right. Yep. Uh-oh. That's the sound it made every time you got a message. If you didn't have the window up, if you have the window up, it doesn't really make much of a sound. But if you don't have the window up, it makes that sound every time you get a fucking message. And sometimes it would play like over and over and over as you're getting a ton of messages. Yep, and I had all of these different sounds that just played over and over and over.
I can't hear you. I'm not listening. Nah, 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 nah. This is me making noise, so I can't hear you.
Okay, what was it? What was it called again? Interview. Interview with 2000s PC user.
Radical BMX kid at hotmail.com. Kid with a 1. Because I'm the one. Whatever.
It took forever, dude. What, trying to download they had movies, they had TV shows, they had other shit on there. But nobody ever downloaded them because it took days, bro. So you would have to download, or there were some people, you could look at the P2P, and there were some people who had like T3 internet connections. And so if they had T3, like, yes, they were gonna get it very quickly. But yes, even downloading a song, you could download a 2-minute song, it was gonna take 2 to 3 hours. And so you would just sit there just watching the fucking bar just barely moving, just all day, just sitting like, oh, this is gonna be awesome. And then if it's over, you play the song once, and then you're like, that was fucking great, dude. That was awesome.
Only constant in my life is Flash updates. Oh, I'm an expert.
Tom's still using T1. No, I was still on dial-up, and I was using like AOL, the free CDs for AOL, or we had Mindspring for a while as well.
Making an ICQ. I learned all my math from Winamp visualization. You know, the music industry, I own a
Then it'd be the wrong song. Yes, there were always like remixes of these things that people were coming out with, and they would always hide it as like the original and title it as the original, and then you download it. Yeah, and it's not even the one that you wanted.
like $30 million.
iTunes was impossible. I remember the first time I tried using iTunes, I couldn't figure it out. It was literally fucking impossible. It was so stupid. It was the dumbest fucking shit I'd ever seen in my life. Everybody was getting these like free iTunes points cards for them to download the songs onto their iPods. And so, yeah, every time they would come out with these like free points things, I would try to go figure it out, and it was impossible. It was impossible to figure out what the fuck you were supposed to do to get something, so I just never did.
6.1 surround. I'm active on like 36 forums. I have like $400 in ringtone debt. The only number I have in my head is my ICQ. Windows, if you shut it down.
ICQ, let's fucking go. His ICQ number, dude. That's what I used. I used my ICQ number for everything back then, dude. It was just this fucking 8-digit number, and I had to start to memorize it because in order to like get people to message you, they would use your ICQ number. But then you also could create like websites with your ICQ number, which was like a profile page, but you could do whatever you wanted with it. You could change it with HTML code if you wanted to. So I started to like go and get games like Javanoids and then edit the fucking code on Javanoids to totally change the fucking game. Me and my friend Kayla, she was really good with fucking Java. And so we would just sit and like fuck with codes all day to try to like edit things and make it look very different. And then we would upload the code to our ICQ pages and then just sit there and play our own T2, T3, these were like fuck. I'm blanking on the term for the type of internet that I have now. Fiber. These were like fiber, but for back then. And so like T1, T2, and T3, this is like what like AOL has, but then they share it with everybody else. And so once AOL has it, they can share that internet with others and allow you to connect to it. And so that's what AOL is. But you connecting to it through the server just makes it to where you get like a little tiny piece of what they have. Whereas somebody who has T1, T2, T3, those people have just the fastest fucking internet possible. It's like having all AOL, like the whole fucking thing on just your computer by itself. And instead of splitting it up with a ton of different people, you just have it by yourself. So it was way fucking faster.
I'm gonna be a web designer or whatever. Dreamweaver is free, yeah? On the Pirate Bay. This is my...
Like, yeah, I remember the first time I got LANs. Or, sorry, not LAN. Is it LAN? No. What is it when you finally... You didn't have to connect anymore? It just stayed connected all the time. What was that called? IDSN? Or it was DSL. It was DSL, that's what it was. DSL. Dedicated server line. Yeah, it was DSL. So yeah, I remember the first time we finally got DSL, I was so fucking excited because finally getting away from AOL, Mindspring, all this other shit. Finally fucking DSL, dude. Like, that was the dope, bro.
My MySpace page. I use like MSN in the mornings, AIMs throughout the day, ICQ in the evenings, and like Yahoo. That's what I do all day. WhatsApp. La 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 la. I paid 99 cents for this ringtone. My favorite song, track 1. This is the #1 topping chart song according to Kazaa. I'm gonna be a superstar, yeah. I'm gonna go on American Idol. My parents are not home a lot. They work until like 8 p.m., which is good for the internet connection. Yeah, I'm modifying my Windows. There's like programs. I got like 3
So yeah, for those of you youngins who didn't ever have to deal with stuff like AOL and Mindspring, the way it worked is you had your fucking computer here, and your computer was connected to your phone line. But at the time, the phone line only had one line. So you had your big fucking like computer sitting next to your monitor, and then from your and then from your computer, you had to plug in your computer into the home line. And so once you plug this in to the wall, that's it. There's no more phone line. So you could either take calls or be on the internet. One or the other. One or the other. So my parents finally got a second line so that we could connect to the internet through the second line and didn't have to use the first line. But the problem was that my dad would tell me, you're not allowed to use the internet when I'm not home. I'm like, yeah, sure, of course. But then when he wasn't home, immediately I come home from school, I get on that fucking computer. But because what it does is it connects to the landline first, and then it calls the server from whoever it is that you're using. So if you're using AOL or Mindspring, it calls Mindspring, and then it sends a bunch of like digital sounds to the computers to where they talk back and forth to send code to one another. And so it's kind of like a like when you knock on a door and you got to go doot 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 doot, and then they open up and they're like, what's the password? And you say you know, it's this, and then they give you a riddle, and then you have to answer the riddle, and then they open up the fucking door, right? But they have to like unlock all the locks and then let you in. That's kind of what it was, where it was sending a bunch of different sounds to the server, and then the server would send a sound back, and then it would send a sound back, and then it would send a sound back. And so it was just this like dee-doo, 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 like over and over to try to get it. But what my dad would do is, because there wasn't a phone line connected to the second line, there wasn't a phone in the house connected to the second line, he would keep calling it over and over when he knew I was getting home from work. And so when it would play that sound that what you would hear for it to connect, my dad would immediately call, and it would be him, and he would hear, and it would go doo doo doo, and that's it. And then he would go, Tom, stop trying to get on the internet. But it's like, it's not coming from your speakers. The sound comes from inside of your computer. It's terrifying to hear your own fucking dad's voice come out of the fucking computer when he's not there. It sounds like he's inside the fucking computer. So I would like jump up, be like, what the fuck? How is he doing this? I had no idea what the fuck was going on. He would just be able to call over and over and over to make sure that I didn't connect. And every time I'd try to connect, there he would be, just immediately, just, Tom, stop trying to connect. Like, fuck.
Counter-Strike. I got it legally on piratebay.com. Chillax. No, I think it's legal. Everyone's doing it. I'm joking. I don't buy the software anyway. I do whatever.
Nokia ringtone that he just had playing. Have you guys heard the Nokia ringtone from, I think it's Nova? Yeah, here she is.
Okay.
That's funny.
profitable industry. You've talked about this extensively on your show, and I know when you called it out, all these woke right people started pouncing on you, saying, oh, look at him, he's a Zionist, oh, he's a sellout to the Jews. Because you're right, you called it out. You said that it's a very profitable industry right now to capitalize off of Jew hatred. And there's a lot of people who, they pretend like they're geopolitical experts, and they pretend like they're political experts. I mean, some of these guys, like you said, they're podcasters who came from the manosphere, or they came from the fitness world. And all of a sudden, all they want to talk about every single episode is Gaza this, Israel this, Hamas this, Qatar this. And it's pretty obvious that a lot of people are getting paid to prop up talking points for foreign governments. I mean, some people have even been caught doing this. So it's not really a surprise that this is happening. I think that there are foreign interests that are trying to fracture the MAGA base because, as I said before,
this fucking thing is huge. This is a vitamin C pill, I think, and it is so hard to get it to go down. It's so hard to get it to fucking go down. But it's supposed to help with like how swollen my throat is. But because my throat is swollen, it's really hard to get it to go fucking down.
a lot of people are trying to pivot because they see the writing on the wall, something that I was highlighting a few moments ago about how people are trying to pivot professionally and economically and also politically. And now that we're going to see a post-Trump GOP for the first time in, the last 10 years or so, there's going to be a lot of competing interests that are going to try to capitalize the messaging. Is it going to be the MAGA movement? I don't think so. Not that I don't think the MAGA movement can sustain itself, but there really isn't anybody who could be President Trump's successor. Even President Trump himself was asked during an interview a couple of months ago, do you think that that J.D. Vance is your successor? He said no. I don't think there's anybody.
I told you guys. What the fuck did I tell you guys? Who remembers me saying this? Once in chat if you guys remember me saying this. The next president will be a Democrat. Because Donald Trump will not set up a next successor. He will not do it. Who remembers me saying this? I said this like 30 fucking times. I said over and over, even if J.D. Vance is running, he will continuously undermine him and say things like, oh, I mean, he's learning. He's he'll probably figure it out eventually. It's a process. Like, he'll say things like that to undermine J.D. Vance because he doesn't want somebody else to win and then be the new leader of the movement. He wants the movement to die with him. He wants things. He wants to be the one who did it, and then that's it. He wants to be the one who does it. So I have said the whole fucking time, they will not win the next election because Trump will not set up a successor. He won't do it. He will never do it. He won't allow this to happen.
And that's no disrespect to JD. I like JD. I had a meeting with him in the White House.
You trust him?
I don't trust anybody.
Play the Powell meeting? What does that mean?
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built.
He's unwilling to allow them to explain this to him, and he's trying to double down by saying absolutely nothing. He's like, they're like, no, that's a third building. He's like, yeah, I know, but it's a building that's being built. You didn't say anything different here. What the fuck?
Figure out why.
Yeah. So we're taking a look, and Chairman, as you know, Chairman, come on over. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. It's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them, and a lot of very expensive.
Yes, there's Hollywood. There's a massive difference between the two parties. There's a massive difference between the two parties and what it is they want, what it is they believe.
Work, there's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time, and
Yes,
you're
sir.
in charge of the committee.
Indeed, one of the reasons I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses, wanted to figure out why.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.8.
What is happening? What is this guy's like? No. What is that? What is happening?
So we're taking a look.
Look at his
and,
face.
It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.
What the fuck?
1.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added.
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well,
including
no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's
So,
not new.
Oh, it hurts, dude. Oh, it hurts, bro.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't. Expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger. So, any questions?
Mr. President, does the issue give you any? As a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
That's a great first fucking question. That is a great first fucking question. So, as a project manager who doesn't understand what anything on these papers mean or any of the numbers or anything like that, as somebody who supposedly understands all of this shit, but you just show that you don't understand any of it.
Do you think this issue, Mr. President, gives you cause to do that?
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman. He's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time because it looks like it's got a long way to go.
Yes, sir.
So.
President, are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. But other than that, what can I tell you? The country is doing really well. I just briefed the chairman on the deal we made with Japan. Japan is putting up $550 billion in order to lower their tariffs a little bit. That way they have a little bit lower tariff. And they also opened their country to free trade, which nobody thought was even a possibility.
Oh, what the hell?
And we get a zero tariff in the free trade. We don't pay tariffs. And
I don't understand. Why does it do this? It just like glitches so much just from me switching the screen from one to the other. I don't understand what the fuck the problem is with this thing.
And they're going to pay 15% on everything they send into our country, so it's great. But they put up, as you could call it, seed money. Let's call it seed money. You could call it anything you want, but it's it's a total of $550 billion. So nobody thought any of that was possible, and it's wonderful. And we're doing pretty well with the European Union, likewise, and we have some others. They're all really big, and our country's going to make a lot of money. We would be helped if interest rates would come down, but we're going to see how the board rules on that soon.
He's so butt mad over the interest rates not coming down, dude.
I'd love to see them come down a lot, but we have a country that's thriving. We had a dead country 1 year ago. Today we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we'll get this one finished.
I don't have Ali, can you send it to me on Twitter? I'm having issues with Discord right now. My computer's like a little overloaded right now.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Sure. Can you give me a test really quickly, please?
What?
Or just tell me what to look up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It is day 186 of the second Trump administration. And today, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who used to be Trump's personal attorney, well, he met with Ghislaine Maxwell. You know who she is, the former associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Today, Blanche posted the following, quote, I met with Ghislaine Maxwell, and I will continue my interview of her tomorrow. The Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time, end quote. The very unusual meeting is the administration's.
Among the properties owned by Paramount is the cable channel Comedy Central, and one of the most valuable parts of that channel is the show South Park. In fact, just yesterday, Paramount locked in a $1.5 billion deal with the creators of South Park to be the show's exclusive streaming home. Last night, the first episode of South Park's 27th season aired. And the thing about South Park is that their episodes are produced in advance, but only like a week in advance. So this one incorporated a lot of current events.
I'm not in the mood right now. Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
The Epstein list? Are we still talking about that?
Well, are you on the list or not? It's weird that whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
I'm not telling everyone to relax. Relax, yeah?
It gets worse. The plot of the episode, short version, is that Trump has sued the town and a settlement is reached. And part of that settlement is the town has to produce pro-Trump TV ads. And, well, viewer discretion is advised.
Who walked through the desert for you? Who survived the wilderness and gave the ultimate sacrifice? When things heat up, who will deliver us from temptation? Donald J. Trump.
Oh my goodness.
No matter how hot it gets.
The ad keeps going like that. The clothes keep coming off, so we've decided to tastefully pixelate from here on. The White House obviously was not pleased with the episode. They issued a statement saying the show Paramount just dished out $500 million for, quote, hasn't been relevant for over 20 years, is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. Sam Cedars, the host of the Majority Report, and he joins me now. I gotta say, Sam, when it gets bleak out there and when people are being cowards, it is a real shot in the arm to see the South Park people being like, absolutely not.
Totally. And I'll tell you, it's a real shame you didn't keep playing that video. I mean, I think the big thing about this is, and, it's the case that they got what is classically known in green light for this deal.
Yeah, the thing about this whole crooked deal is just how transparent the whole thing was. Like, they need the merge, they need the FCC merger. It's dangled. Like, again, there's both the cowardice, there's the bullying, but there's just kind of like gaslighting about the whole thing. This wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like with Colombia, like it's about anti-Semitism, or the FCC is actually like looking into real issues when everyone knows that it's nonsense. It's like there's something kind of sanity fraying about that, I find.
Well, there are moments where you start to realize, like, we're living in a nascent authoritarian state. You're seeing people being intimidated. You're seeing the level of corruption just play out nakedly. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Donald Trump's former defense attorney is going to negotiate a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's just absurd, but it is what an authoritarian country and society is. And, it's not hard to find people who say, like, I'm flying out of the country. I'm not sure if I should strip my phone of critiques of Donald Trump. I mean, this is something that, 15 years ago we would have joked about and thought impossible. But it's not hard to find those people around who are legitimately starting to edit and censor themselves on a daily basis because of this regime.
And it's so interesting, too, to think about the role. Like, it's such a classic thing about comedy and, like, making fun of the leader of the country that's what being a free society is. Like, if you're not in a free society, then you can't have people making fun of the leader of the country on primetime shows. And if you're in a free society...
At the end of the show, sort of like the beeline story was Cartman... talking about suicide, and it was almost as if they were saying, like, we could be seriously biting the hand that's been feeding us in a way that we're not going to get fed anymore.
Yeah,
and I think that's really important.
Yes, that there's risk there. I want to read this from the lone Democratic commissioner of the FCC, Anna Gomez, who says who voted against it, the paramount payout and this reckless approval have emboldened those who believe the government can and should abuse its power to extract financial and ideological concessions, demand favored treatment, and secure positive media coverage. Well said. Sam Seder, great to have you, buddy.
I don't know anything about the Paramount deal. I don't know. I literally know nothing about this.
The Trump administration has signed off on a controversial media merger tonight. The Federal Communications Commission approved Skydance Media's $8 billion takeover of Paramount Global. It comes after Paramount paid a $16 million settlement to President Trump over legal fights involving 60 Minutes. The FCC chair says the merger could bring more balance to CBS. Critics have voiced concern over editorial independence.
New tonight, the Trump administration has officially signed off on a blockbuster media merger that will reshape Hollywood and the news. It came after the parent company of CBS News made concessions to the president that some called bribe. Today, the FCC approved Skydance Media's $8 billion takeover of Paramount Global, clears the way for the deal to close within weeks. The 2-to-1 vote was along party lines after months of controversy, including allegations of political interference. The CEO of Skydance is pledging to add an ombudsman at CBS to watch for bias. And to
what is Skydance? Oh, okay, that's right, that's right.
Not introduce new diversity policies. Those were key conditions to win support from the FCC chair, Brandon Carr. Media observers expect CBS News' new ownership to push them to the political right.
We are
coming on the air tonight with President Trump making a rare visit to a place he can't say enough bad things about, the Federal Reserve, right now in the middle of a controversial construction project, at least in the eyes of the White House. Why the president could use that renovation to maybe get rid of his most hated appointee, the Fed chair, and why his tone tonight may surprise you. Then the unexpected meetup just wrapping up in Florida, why Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice and the number 2 at the DOJ are face to face tonight as the White House struggles to turn the page on this whole Epstein saga. Plus, the disturbing new details coming out tonight about those University of Idaho murders from one of the victims. And she saw somebody watching her before her death. But still, very few answers about why.
Why it happened, we may never know.
I don't trust anybody. I trust Trump.
That's
and,
it.
and Trump and I have had these conversations before
So
too.
are you
Trump asks me all the time, who do you like, Laura? Who do you like? And I say nobody but you. And he laughs. I mean, I've had this same conversation with Trump several times and he busts up laughing. He thinks it's the funniest thing. But I'm not joking.
Are you America first or are you Trump first?
I'm America first. But like Trump is America first. Trump is the leader of the America First movement. So when I say, when Tucker Carlson says, oh, Trump's not America first, Trump is the founder of the America First movement. America first is what Trump says it is. He is the founder of the America First movement. And you see that there are competing interests now trying to, redefine what that means because they want to eliminate MAGA, right? Being pro-Israel is part of the America First platform, whether or not people want to admit it or not. It is. President Trump, and I want to speak for him, his policy positions make him a Zionist. And so it's so funny to see all of these grifters who some of them even name their shows after America First, right?
Is she pro-Zionism? I don't know. She's always been like really racist to where I felt like she was kind of a white nationalist, but or sorry, not a white nationalist, but like anti-Israel. But yeah, well, I know she's Jewish, but I thought that she was always like a I'm Jewish, but I hate the Jews sort of person.
You have people who say that they are America First commentators, and they built their entire.
I thought he was AI. Wait, what the fuck? You thought I was AI?
Their political careers. I mean, look, you have Nick Fuentes, for example. His entire show is called America First, right? His entire show is
his show called America First?
His show is called America First with Nick Fuentes.
I know he wears the hat. I don't know his show is called America First. What do you think about Nick? Very capable communicator. What do you think about him?
He's a very talented communicator, but he burns every bridge that he has because he doesn't know how to express gratitude. He's probably the biggest ingrate I've
ever. So true. Trump is great at not burning bridges. Trump is just he's just somebody who's always holding on to the fucking bridges. I guess they just got done talking about how he didn't go after Tucker Carlson and people like that. So I guess they would think that.
Ever met in my life. I'm Jewish.
Ingrate?
Ingrate. He is an ingrate. And I am Jewish. And, I got a lot of heat. When I ran for Congress, I lost a lot of donors because I defended Nick's right to free speech. I said, look, even as a Jew, I don't like a lot of the stuff he says about Jews in Israel, but he has a right to say it. And I don't think that somebody his age or just anybody, doesn't matter how old you are, should be demonized and have their bank account shut down and be blacklisted everywhere. I mean, I've been subjected to that. I know what it's like.
He has as well, though, right? I think you guys have a lot in common.
That's what I'm trying to say. I've known Nick for several years because we both were a a very small group of people who had been viciously deplatformed. There's not many people outside of us and now he has access to his Twitter account too, but I'm still banned on all these other platforms. And I had been debanked and shut down on all the same payment platforms he did. So we kind of connected in that sense over our shared experience being deplatformed and persecuted, even if we don't agree on all of the issues. And, you know, there's countless videos of him talking about, oh, Laura's so great. Oh, she's, you know, she's my friend. Oh, she's wonderful. He endorsed me when I ran for Congress, even if, you know, he publicly said that he didn't agree with me on the Israel issue. But he is very ungrateful. You would think that somebody would realize, wow, you know, she didn't need to go out on a limb for me. She got a lot of backlash from the Jewish community for defending my right to defend myself. But then he goes on a show and says that
She's one of the people that Lauren Southern called out pretty hardcore when she came out with her first videos. The fact that Laura Loomer just totally smeared her and just made up a ton of stuff about her. And, yeah, Lauren Southern's first, like, you know, coming out video was hardcore against Laura Loomer.
he says I'm a quote a dog-faced bitch, and he says that he calls me the biggest whore in politics. Like just from 2 weeks ago, that's what he said about me. Not a sexual whore.
Can you drop the ball and hit the right wall, then draw the line under to hit the left? No. I have to have it there first. And so it's got to hit the right wall first. Laura Southern is a fake blonde, and she's also Jewish. Lauren Southern's not Jewish? What the fuck?
Like, he says that, oh, her mouth is for rent. Why is my mouth for rent? Because I don't agree with you? Because I don't want to jump on your bandwagon of attacking President Trump? You're an ingrate. Change the name of your show. Stop ripping off President Trump's branding. If you're going to say that your show is America First and you're propping up billboards attacking him and you're saying that, oh, he's fat, he's a loser, he's this, he's that. Like, when are you going to change the name of your show? He's admitted that he's made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars off of his show, which is literally a reappropriation of Donald Trump's branding. So, you know, without going into a tirade, I'll just say, you know, I tried to defend his right to free speech. I never advocated for his blacklisting. I never said that he should be canceled. I always said that he should have a right to be able to say what he wants to say. But he turns on everybody. It's like an injured dog that just goes in a corner, you know, that goes in a corner and tries to bite people when you're trying to, you know, help this dog. He reminds me of a lot of these injured dogs that I try to rescue. I'm very involved in animal rescue, where it's like, you know, you find a dog that's very scared and injured and it's backed into a corner, and you try to offer it food, you try to offer it shelter, you try to offer it water, and it just tries to bite you no matter how much you try to help it. That's Nick, and that's why he doesn't have any friends. And I don't want to be malicious towards him, but every single person who has ever tried to give him a helping hand, any type of person who has tried to be gracious towards him, I'm the person that gave him the intel when somebody showed up to his home trying to shoot him a few months ago. He said, "Oh, thank you so much."
Oh, trying to shoot him. Oh, shit. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's wild. Why the fuck did she know that? Whoa.
For giving me the information about who facilitated this against me. I really appreciate it. Oh,
you gave him that?
Yes, I gave him the information that he was able to then report to the FBI. And I did that because I don't agree with all of his views. I don't think that that he deserves to be gunned down. And he admitted to me. This was like a text message exchange. And you would think that somebody who helped give you information that could have saved your life and prevented you from being shot, or at least gave you information about the people who facilitated this act against you, you would be a little bit more gracious, right? Even if you don't agree with them. So eventually people have
Everyone's going to run around and say the Jews were the ones who were doing it now, since she's the one who told him
to take responsibility for their own actions. He's a brilliant communicator. He obviously is very intelligent.
You motherfucker.
But, you know, you are responsible at the end of the day for the bridges that you burn. You are responsible for the bridges that you burn. And don't go around crying.
How old is he?
I don't know. I think he's like 25, 26. So again, I think that I'm not just sitting here bad-mouthing him. I try to be nice, but I'm only going to be nice until somebody gives me a reason not to be nice.
Yeah.
I still believe the things I said. I don't think that he should be canceled. I don't think that that he should be blacklisted. I think that everybody, regardless of their views, has a right to be heard. Again, if you're going to be advocating for Islamic terrorism, or if you're going to be supporting terrorism or violence, then that's when you don't have a right to your voice anymore, because then it's incitement, and that's not constitutionally protected speech. But you know, there's so many people in this industry who just forget the things that you've done for them, or they forget the things that you've done to go out of your way at your own expense. It's not like I gain anything from being nice to him or advocating for his right to free speech. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations because of the stance I took on free speech absolutism. And I tried to explain to people, look, it's not, we live in America. People have a right to free speech. And then you go around and say something that's so nasty. It's just, I don't know. I'm a very loyal person, and
yeah, but this she's making it sound like she took a very principled stance, but now she's making it sound like that this is not principled. It's dependent on their loyalty, and that she was really just being loyal to him, and it wasn't principled at all. And now she's mad that he is taking a principled stance, and he's not just being loyal like she was. That's what it sounds like.
I think that you got to show gratitude to the people that at least try to, and I'm not saying I advocate for his cause, because I certainly do not agree with what he says, but I believe he has a right to say it. He has a right to say it. And it just, I'm sure you've had similar experiences where you go out of your way to do something nice for somebody or help them, and they just shit all over you.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know his background, his upbringing, parents, family, you know, kids, where he's at, number one, oldest, youngest. I don't know who he was in high school. I don't know how he came about. When I see his clips, he's extremely thorough in the way he delivers his message. And he's 26. I'm trying to think what I was doing at 26 and how much more growth I'm going to have. You know, you're sitting here, we're talking about the fact that why would Trump be so forgiving to this person, to that person, to this person? Do I think the 26-year-old Trump was forgiven? Hell no. Do I think the 36-year-old was? Hell no. Do I think it took him a while to kind of also grow and develop into what he is today? Of course. That's the one thing that we forget, that you know, a lot of people are going to be around for a long time.
Yeah.
And some people are just not going to make it. This is a very tough gig to stay relevant and be around for a long time.
Yeah.
And we don't know what's going to happen when people get married and have kids and priorities change and marriage happens and kids happen. This is a lot of work that different phases of life hasn't happened. But I'm interested when you're saying this. By the way, who said America first? So when did he start his podcast? I'm just curious because
He said the other day. I've heard Nick say tons of times that he started America first and that MAGA copied him. He said it tons of times. He just said the other day on the Candace Owens show that he heard Trump say it first and then he took it from him. So he's totally going back on what he's always said. He said tons and tons of times that Trump stole America first from him. And then now he's saying he got it from Trump. So fucking gross, dude. He said so many fucking times he took it. Or sorry, that Trump took it from him.
I think he started it like 8 or 9 years ago or 7. It's like right when Trump. I think like right when Trump became president or when he was running. But again, he even says in the very beginning of his initial episodes that he named his show after Trump's movement, America First.
Got it. Okay, so 2017, I think Trump probably said it in 15 or 16.
So after Trump.
So your biggest challenge is...
Tom, why draw the triangle? Just make a flat line with a bend on the ground to go over it. Because I have to be able to get it to hit hard enough to go up far enough. And that's my whole problem right now, is that I actually need the triangle to be up higher. Because when the second ball drops, it has to be able to go like this. And right now there's not enough of an angle for it to even flip all the way over and throw it to the left wall. It has to hit both walls, but it's not even getting enough to go over the middle part. So I actually need like a bigger triangle.
Just that he doesn't give enough credit and gratitude towards the president, and that's the word you're using, Ingrid, the fact that lack of
Well, like he built his
gratitude.
career, he built his entire show off of claiming that he was a Trump supporter. And then you could play the clip. I mean, you don't even, I don't care if you do, but saying, oh, you're fat, you suck. He didn't even vote for Trump in 2024. So if you're not voting for Trump,
You don't need the triangle under there, I swear. Okay, you understand that when this ball hits this part without the triangle under there, it's just going to go down. You understand that, right? The ball is going to hit the edge of this, and it's just going to go down to the ground. And then the slope over will be even steeper. There's no way to get it across without that.
2024, why are you so fixated? Like, why are you pretending like he owes you so much? You didn't even vote for him. You took out billboards against his campaign in 2024. You literally told people to either not vote or go vote for Kamala Harris. So my point is that there's a lot of people out there who, I mean, look, everybody has a right to do what they want to do. He obviously has his following, but you know, there are a lot of people out there, including him, who take issue with me because I view myself as a loyalty enforcer. I do. And I'm a loyal person, and I'll call people out. I don't care who you are. Doesn't matter how powerful you are. If I think that you are doing something to undermine Trump and his administration, I'm going to be calling you out. And I called him out during the campaign, and I don't think he ever got over it.
Nick?
Yeah.
You call him out. How do you have a relationship with Candace, or have you guys ever collaborated, done anything?
So Candace and I used to be really good friends. I knew Candace before she was really ever famous. In fact, you know, Candace and I and her previous boyfriend, before she, you know, got engaged to George, we used to go out and have dinner when I lived in Westchester, because she used to live in Westchester, and you know, we would hang out. We'd have like sleepovers, and she actually picked me up when I had my wisdom teeth taken out years ago. Like, we were really good friends. Like, she picked me up from my surgery and brought me home. So
I mean, you know, when somebody picks you up for wisdom teeth, that's best buddies for life. So I'm surprised.
Candace and I were really good friends. And, you know, I was there at the same conference where I met O'Keefe, but years prior is where her career got started.
What was that turning point?
No, it was the David Horowitz Freedom Center conference in Palm Beach. Old school, yeah. And he obviously since passed away. But that's where her career got started, which is kind of ironic. Her career literally got started at a Jewish conference. I mean, that is
and it kind of got ended by David Horowitz as well. David Horowitz called her out for a bunch of anti-Semitic shit that she was saying, and she threw a fit over it.
Very Zionist, pro-Israel, counter-jihad, anti-Islam conference. And they would invite a lot of speakers, and Charlie was one of their speakers. And I remember I was in the lobby, and Candace had shown up, and at that time, her handle on X was Red Pill Black. And she,
Red Pill
you know,
Black.
had garnered the attention of Paul Joseph Watson and InfoWars for some videos as a black conservative talking about, you know,
Fuck
just
you.
black liberals and why she's a conservative and black. And Charlie met her at this Horowitz conference and offered her a job right on the spot. I mean, I literally am the person that broke the story about it, because I was there when I witnessed it. He offered her a position, and then they announced it. She started working for Turning Point, and then it was shortly after that Kanye West tweeted what he tweeted about her. I forget what it was exactly. It was like, I like the way, or I love the way that Candace Owen thinks. And then she kind of became this overnight sensation, and you know, got over 1 million followers, and then had a meeting with Kanye, yay, dead naming, and Charlie out in Los Angeles. And then they were at like TMZ headquarters or something, as the story goes. And yeah, then she exploded, and that was that. But at that time, right, she was asking me for advice. Oh, you know, how do I grow my career? How do I do this? How do I do that? And I remember she sent me the tweet when Kanye posted it and asked me if I would share it. But then when I got canceled everywhere, she didn't do anything to help me. Like, she wouldn't even have me on her show. She had access to all these shows via Turning Point and PragerU and the various shows that she had, and never once would have me on the program to talk about it. So we just kind of, I guess our friendship kind of fizzled out, and we follow each other.
Yeah, my dad asked me the other day, who was it? He said, oh crap, I forget who it was. We were talking about some lefty. We were talking about some fucking lefty person, and he's like, hey Tom, do you think that person's like the left-wing Forrest Gump? And I was like, no, they're the left-wing Donald Trump. And he was like, oh, never mind. I just got all mad about it, but I forget who the fuck we were even talking about. Fuck, it didn't touch the other, shit, I didn't even realize it didn't even touch the other wall. Fuck.
We still occasionally have conversations, but it's become kind of contentious because a couple of months ago, she, in my DMs, falsely accused me of dancing for Israel, which I think is kind of a crazy thing to say to somebody because I'm not Israeli. I'm an American citizen. I'm Jewish, but certainly not a dual citizen. I'm not even Israeli. So there's just a lot of, I would say a lot of friendships that I used to have. Going back to your previous question about how I view this dynamic, especially over these next few years, with these growing factions over the Israel issue, there's a lot of people who I used to be friends with that I don't really consider them friends anymore, and I don't really talk to them anymore because this has really caused a lot of conflict. And it's not because I'm incapable of being friends with people who have opposing views, but there are people who have, in my opinion, said crazy things, insane things. I mean, just borderline pro-Islamic jihad. In some cases, just outright pro-Islamic jihad. Anti-American rhetoric.
Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know. I just can't be friends with people like that. I just can't.
Who are
and they
you
don't.
friends
And they
with?
don't like me because.
Who are you friends with? Who, if you were to say I have a good relation with XYZ, who would it be?
Well, I'm friends with James O'Keefe. I'm friends with Roger.
Debunk Cedar claims. What did Cedar say?
I mean, I'm friends with Trump. It is a friendship. People say, "Oh, what's your access to the president?" It's Trump. I don't have to really go through staff. President Trump is a friend. He calls me on my birthday. He wishes me happy birthday. Occasionally will contact me on holidays. I consider the president to be a friend.
Are you friends with Bannon?
Yeah, I'm friends with Bannon. I have been friends with Roger much longer and James O'Keefe much longer. I only started to really develop a relationship with Steve Bannon after my second congressional race, so 2022. But in terms of like my longest standing friendships, it's Roger and James O'Keefe. I mean, it's hard to really see like who your friends are. Gavin McInnes is a friend of mine too. I mean,
Wow,
he's somebody who's been loyal to me. I mean, it's really hard. I don't want to sound.
McInnes was on Rogan, right? Like 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
Yeah, and then they attacked him for the Proud Boys and whatnot. Look, it's really hard because not a lot of people are your friend. You think that people are your friend, and then when shit hits the fan, where are they, right? So I use that term very loosely because
It's a nasty game.
I don't really have a lot of friends, and that's why I love animals. That's why I'm involved with animal rescue, and I have 4 dogs because it's really hard to have true friends because people are not loyal, and it's a very competitive industry, and people are constantly, it doesn't matter who you talk to, whether they want to admit it or not, they're always trying to cut you down. There's a phrase, people want to see you do well, but they never want to see you do better than them.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, there was, I mean, for a lot of people who are new here, I used to have just a ton of other content creators that were always here, and I was blowing up the fastest, and so I was always like bringing on tons of there immediately as soon as I was popping off and had a ton of like a bigger audience, there were always tons of people, just all of a sudden tons of content creators, even content creators who had like stabbed me in the back in the past, like Ico, all of a sudden they're all just like wanting to come on, wanting to be friends again, wanting to, you know, just hop on all the time. And so we just started doing like tons of panels and crap all the time. And then, yes, as soon as they had just like the slightest chance to fucking stab me in the back again, they all immediately got like, you know, a couple weeks of like good content off of it and had like higher views. And then everybody ended up failing because of it. They all just ended up like totally tanking in the end. Everybody just fucking dropped off a cliff because they all ended up doing it to each other as well. It was weird as fuck. It was the weirdest shit. Whereas like I feel like, yeah, tons of these people, every time they had some sort of like controversy or they were in some shit, I would try to help them out or like have their back in some sort of way. And it was weird as fuck that like, yeah, the slightest little thing just made it to where they were all so quick to stab me in the back, and now they all hate each other too because they all keep fucking stabbing each other in the back. So weird. You loomered them all. Who was somebody sent this to me the other day. Let me find it real quick, because yeah, there was apparently, I was just telling somebody the other day, I was just saying like all of these people hate each other now. They've all like done the same thing to each other that they did to me, and they all just like, they can't help themselves. They have to keep going at each other, even though all of them were still continuing to like drop off in terms of viewership. They all had to just keep fucking each other over, and yeah, it's just they've continued doing it even now. And I think so. Somebody sent this to me. I think this is it. Which one was it? I think this is it.
I'll care.
He basically tells us he does in like 2 seconds ago. How do you know that?
I don't know.
Because in those DMs that Yandere Dev sent Cameron, it is very implicitly or implied, very much so implied, and confirmed by Yandere Dev. I might have the file. Can you just direct me like the?
So I don't like an architect that created the city.
I don't know if they sent me somebody reviewing somebody else or what the fuck did they send me?
More.
Yeah, here it is.
So everything TLDR to, he doesn't like me and he doesn't trust me suddenly, even though I'm exactly the same as I've always been.
Okay, I might be sweeping for your friendship. Okay, but I don't know. A 3v1 in a stream debate.
It'll be a 2v1, wouldn't it?
He told me
it's probably
that we're not friends before this.
2v1.
He
Oh,
told
really?
me in,
Private DMs.
Oh yeah. I've already unfollowed him everywhere because he told me he doesn't want to work this out. He told me I did literally nothing, dead silent for 3 weeks, and then suddenly when I'm giving him space because he said that
yeah, that fucking Asian bitch.
He's going to like properly review my chud content, and because he cares about me and he feels like he needs to do it sooner, and he's like, I don't deserve your patience and all of this stuff, right? After talking to you, he sent all of this stuff about how he wants to still go to the beach and whatever, and wants to like talk it out, right? Then nothing. I give him the time and space. I'm like, no rush. 3 weeks later, I DM him, hey, we're not fighting, and he's like, actually, I don't think that I want to work this out with you. Nothing happened. I've done literally nothing that hasn't been seen on stream or like directly like supportive trying to work it out with Rezi. And he conceded everything to today to just like this happened.
He was like, yeah, I am a weird freak. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. Like,
Yeah, so that Asian chick and Rezi are the two of like the main fucking culprits that I'm talking about. Just like completely lied, admitted to lying, totally went off on me and just like made up tons of shit, brought on other people to make up shit, just non-fucking stop, dude. Just non-stop making up shit. And yeah, they all just continue to do it to each other. They're all such fucking bitches, dude.
It's embarrassing and pathetic.
Like he ended our friendship.
Over me.
I don't even know. I don't, honestly, it's fine. Okay. I mean, I'm not desperate for friends who aren't sure about me, who are iffy on me. If you're not like down with me, don't pretend to be. Like, it's fine. But it's just very strange because I've literally been the exact same person, and he threw out a bunch of shit that was not true at all. And then when I debunk each one, he's like, yeah, just vibes. So,
Okay, well,
yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy, Aiko. Isn't it weird when somebody just like, when you can easily debunk bullshit that people say about you and they just go off of vibes instead? Isn't that fucking wild? Whoa, it's kind of annoying, isn't it? Isn't that just like kind of weird when you're sitting there thinking, wait, what the fuck? I totally debunked this and they're still running around saying the same fucking thing? What the fuck? How do they justify this? Oh, they don't. They just got vibes. Okay. Weird.
Harry's streaming, but yeah. Listen, I'll probably speak to you about this a little bit.
Dude, that's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
You know, I do. Why would you say that out loud? Yeah, I don't want to hashtags out in public. I want to just use gay relationship abilities to make everyone like me. Okay, man.
Wow, Dickers. Well, it's not even about me. It's about Ico and Brezzy, to be fair.
You're gonna try and build a bridge with them before this? Sorry.
I'm holding out a modicum of hope. Okay.
You really can't.
A little scintilla of hope.
We'll talk about it, but like you'll see. Yeah. Like literally, I've done everything. I've not told him to
Dude,
like.
he just admits to cutting content. I don't get it. Why did he do that?
Right. I'm like, as long as she's not harassing me, as long as she doesn't harass me, then fine, whatever.
Yes. Well, yeah. Partially.
I mean, I think it's very weird that she sends all these DMs to Perry.
Yeah. And then there's like a spurg in my chat, and seems to be repeating the same arguments you're making here. Seems like you and them act as a single unit.
To be fair, she's a spurg in everyone's chat, right?
No, I know, but she's a spurg in my DMs, right? We have a special relationship that way.
DMs.
Yeah, my girlfriend's a weird freak. Yes, I'm copying every single one of her arguments. Yes, I'm ruining my relationships. What's your problem, guys? Okay, Rezzy.
To be perfectly honest, it seems very.
I don't know who any of these people are, so I don't know who Aiden is. I know Aiko, Beckett. I don't know who Dickers is. Obviously, JSTLK, Queeman, and then this one's Rezzy.
Like weird, like childlike. I'm gonna punch you in the arm and see what you do about it. Very weird.
You're kicking me out, Aiko.
Coming from my man. You can unblock her and tell her that. That's fine too.
Oh, I don't care. She's a freak, and I don't want to talk about her. Talk to her. Sorry, talk.
Stop caring. Then stop caring.
No, I think it's weird. You're here. Harry's here. So I'm just saying
do you think that the way that you talk about Duck has maybe impacted your relationship with Reservoir?
Actually, no, I haven't, because I stopped talking about her. No, I stopped talking about her this entire time of
the way that you talk about who? Did he say Doe?
them.
Maybe impacted your relationship with.
Stop caring. Then stop caring.
No, I think it's weird. You're here. Harry's here. So I'm just saying
do you think that the way that you talk about Duck has maybe impacted your relationship with Reservoir?
What is he saying? The way that you talk about Doug? Does anybody know who they're talking about?
Actually, no, I haven't, because I stopped talking about her. No, I stopped talking about her this entire time of them being together, okay?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it's just
that is absolutely not true, huh?
Remember when Rezzy said, you're feeding me the lines, and Rezzy's very clearly feeding his designs.
I'm not thinking in the...
Yeah, you're never fucking thinking. Are we good here?
Rezzy trying to run, Rezzy trying to run, he's a coward.
Duck is his new girlfriend? Oh, okay. Weird.
If you want, you think you got a little tiny, when you're right. I forgot that I do. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You talk
but
about
I wasn't going hard.
Quite frequently.
I was not going hard on her. I was leaving room for them.
Just say some of the things you've been saying about Duck Fringer, okay?
Yes, I know, I get it.
Dickers, I swear everyone when I say.
I don't care if you fucking break up.
I can't hear you, Aiden. I don't care.
Aiden, you were saying?
I was gonna say, I think I speak for everyone when I said
You're such a fucking brand nose, Jesus Christ. Rezzy, Aiko, what were you saying about Reservoir's girlfriend?
I try to facilitate the conversation, whereas you're just trying to fucking be a loser. Aiden! Say something, etc.
Yeah, I think we need to do something about the stickers guy, to be honest.
Can you kick Parry out the call, please?
No. Yeah, he's being ironic, guys, when he says that. Totally ironic.
Reservoir.
So it's ironic when he tries ducking content.
What have you said about Duckbringer?
This guy sits quiet for an hour and finds confidence.
I mean, she's a meddling freak. She's like, she'll just do random. I think she didn't started really not liking me or had a real problem with me. I think things took a turn when after that talk with Perry, when me and Rezzy went on Perry's stream, she wanted to like be an intermediary for us, you know, working things out, working out the bridge and stuff. And when I was like, I'm not
Are you gonna bring up that
talking to
Sunday
you,
tried to do the exact same thing?
Whoa, don't interrupt her. Come on, man.
Dude, shut up, Dickers.
that's
You
whatever the
fucking
fuck we're talking
loser.
about later.
Ugh.
Jeez. Wait, what was I just saying? What was this?
It was about
was I in the middle of saying
Sunday, or about how Duckbringer was being an intermediary.
Oh yeah. When I was like, I'll deal with this with Rezi directly, she she sent me this DM being like, I think you guys are just talking past each other, blah blah blah. I didn't respond. 24 hours later, she was in your chat, Perry, going off about how I'm I forget what she was saying. She was talking shit about me in your chat, and that's
And then you called in, etc. And then obviously she spurred out, etc., etc. I don't remember
It's
exactly
so
what it was.
funny, dude. It's so fucking funny. I literally watched all of them side with other people over the same exact fucking shit. I've watched her side with other fucking people over the same exact fucking behavior. And then she sits there and complains about other people doing it to her. It's so amazing. I love these fucking people, dude. I love how much of cowards every single one of them are. They don't actually stand on any principles. They don't stand on anything. They just fucking whine and cry about shit when they don't like it based on some fucking optical bullshit. It is so amazing, dude. It's so amazing. I love watching them all just completely back off everything. It's so beautiful.
yeah.
Now,
These
I will
things
be
are all
fair,
fucking
okay?
Shut up, Dickers.
Duckbringer is a weight around Reserveir's neck. Is Reserveir's friend, okay? I will say.
More of his
Duckbringer
pet,
gotta chill.
really.
Why? I feel like Duckbringer's going crazy style. Jason,
Beckett, did you ever confront Rezi for repeating your mistake with Stardust, or did you just like sit quietly when you had him on stream?
No, we talked about it in private.
And is Beckett asleep? That's the second question I have. Beckett, are you in?
No, it's not asleep. We talked
Okay.
about it in private.
You talk about it in private, so you're like a coward loser. Okay, that's epic. That's epic.
Okay.
Wait, what
Yeah,
did we
sorry,
talk
I had a
about in
conversation.
private? Sorry, what, Perry?
Well, apparently Rezi is saying you talked
Yeah,
about
he asked
how
me
you
if
and Stardust are like him and Duck.
Stardust stuff.
My Streamlabs isn't allowing me to donate on my end for some reason, but I respect the channel and research. Thank you.
Streamlabs isn't allowing me to donate on my end for some reason, but I respect the channel and research, brother.
You mean, Stream Elements? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Git. Yeah, Git, I saw you the other day in somebody else's chat, and I thought, damn, I haven't seen Git in forever. Is he even around anymore? I haven't seen him in so long. And so then I added you, and I was like, a bunch of people in chat were saying like, hey, Tom Foolery, and I was saying hey to everybody, and then I said hey to you, and you just didn't say anything back. And then I think I added you a second time about something, and again just didn't say anything back. And I was like, oh, Git hates me now. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I did. Shit.
$1 million to do this, would you do it?
To do what? To make South Park?
Yeah.
I mean,
But intentionally, like, you have to mock and put the anti-woke crowd and the edgy influencers and the podcast. Trump's executive order was struck down by an appellate court. Abrego Garcia has been ordered released. Wow. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got a lot more. Before we get started, my friends, we got to...
That's right. We need to read that. We need to read that. All right. Let me rest my voice for a minute because it's my throat's hurting. But yeah, we definitely need to read that shit. For sure.
Great sponsor. It is MyPillow. Guys, go to mypillow.com/Tim. Use promo code Tim and buy pillows. They got the best. They got the Giza Dream bed sheets, $49.98. You need sheets? Never does. These My slippers are actually really, really awesome. I've got a pair myself. It is like walking on a cloud. I know they really are amazing. But I got to tell you about this stuff right here. No joke. We've had this for a while. This Rev 7. I'm a huge fan. It's got no sugar. It's got no caffeine. They sell them on mypillow.com. They got Rev 7 energy drinks. You got green apple, lemonade, and then you've got blueberry citrus. and it's a keto energy drink with a nootropic called Cognizant in it, and it's my favorite. It legit works. I mean, I love it. So shout out to Mike Lindell and MyPillow for supporting the show. Guys, make sure you go to mypillow.com/Tim. And also don't forget, go to castbrew.com and buy coffee. We got 1776 Signature Brew. We got the birthday blend, of course, Appalachian Nights. Also, don't forget, we're going to see you guys this Saturday, right? DC Comedy Loft. Don't let them cancel us. We're doing this show. Smash that like button. Share the show with everyone you know. We got a great show. We are joined today by James Fishback.
Great to be here, Tim.
Who are you? What do you do?
I started an investment firm. It's an anti-DEI investment firm called Azori.
Anti-DEI investment firm? What the fuck?
Invests only in S&P 500 companies that hire on merit. Crazy idea.
Oh, wow. There was talk about this like a decade ago. Companies that were introducing DEI policies, I heard investors saying short those companies right away because any company that's going to prioritize ideology over the function of their business will lose money.
That's exactly right. And so think of it this way, Tim, is if you knew a friend was going to start a coffee shop and you knew they were going to only hire a certain race or a certain
this
gender,
guy's going to be rough.
you would bet, right, Phil? You'd bet against that coffee shop. Oh, well, I walk into the coffee shop and you're about to hand him a check.
Because they don't know what the fuck DEI is, so they all just like freak out about it because they have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
To buy a part of their business. And they say, well, we don't hire everyone here. We only hire black lesbians. We only hire transgender dwarfs.
All of the most anti-DEI people are all of the people who know the least about it. It's the fucking best, dude.
What would that do to the business model? You wouldn't just not want to be long that business so as to profit from it. You would actually want to go short and profit from its decline. And so what the Azuria Meritocracy Fund does, the ticker is SPXM. It's an ETF that buys the same 500 stocks as your S&P 500 ETF, but it does not.
Yeah, the problem is that the businesses that had DEI practices and ended up being like some of the most profitable businesses. So that whole shorting idea didn't really work out now, did it?
By Intel, Starbucks, Airbnb, Nike, and others that have just doubled down on these DEI quotas that say, look, we're not hiring on skill and merit anymore. We're hiring on race and gender.
Quotas.
That hurts stock performance, and our investors don't want no part of it.
Right on. It should be fun. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk about this, of course, the South Park stuff. Mary is here.
Hi, everyone. You can usually find me on Pop Culture Crisis
That's
here
my girl.
at Timcast. I'm glad to be here.
I'm surprised she's still alive. She always looks sick and swollen, and I like it. It's hot.
And I would definitely support a coffee shop staffed just by white straight males.
And 6 feet tall, 6 figures, and six pack.
No, that's not necessary.
I gotta have
Not at all?
Yeah.
Is there a dress code
Just
at
have
all?
to be
or-
straight. I don't really accept the word cis. That's not a real thing. But they could be straight white males.
What if they use the word cis?
That would be a deal breaker.
Okay, there you go.
You actually,
All right,
you'd
Phil's
have to
hanging
get
out.
you'd have to get like 2 weeks unpaid leave. You're off for 2 weeks if you use things like this. Hi, hello everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary. Let's get into it. James, I'm going to actually. So you said the SPXM is the one that shorts, or is that the one that you started?
I started that one, and what it does is it excludes. So it excludes them because they're going to underperform. The research we did, Phil, is the 38 companies in the S&P 500 that have these woke DEI policies, Nike, Airbnb, Starbucks, they've underperformed the stock market by 20 points over the last 2 years. And so what that means is your S&P portfolio, your S&P ETF, whether it's from BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street, it could have been doing a lot better had those 38 not been in there. And so our goal at Azuria with SPXM is kick them out and let your portfolio ride just based on the companies that hire the best and brightest and never apologize for it. If you hire a white male for the job or an Asian male, don't apologize for it. Just do the right thing. And by the way, the right thing oftentimes will be to hire someone who looks a little bit darker than us. That's a meritocratic system. Is to stand up for the dignity of every American.
That's crazy.
My mom's a legal immigrant.
That's crazy. He's pushing DEI policies, dude. He's pushing DEI. That's literally what DEI is. That's literally all DEI is. It's literally just to say that, like, it's generally just taking a pledge that you're going to hire people who are the best option regardless of their race or gender or anything like that. That's what DEI is. That's literally DEI. It's so fucking stupid, dude.
from South America. And one thing that she always told my sister and I is that she would never apply to a job that had a big, flashy affirmative action program, Mary, because when she came home, she wanted to look us in the eyes saying, I got the job for the right reason, not because I checked some arbitrary Cornell liberals checkbox for diversity arbitrariness.
Let's jump into that story from Variety. White House bashes South Park after Trump parody. This show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and can't derail Trump's hot streak. Okay, look. This was a clever play. I literally don't care. It's pretty obvious that the idea was we're going to make fun of Trump.
Yeah, this is they're just trying to make comedy illegal again, you know? And it's fucked up. Ah! We're so close. They're trying to make comedy illegal again. That's all this is.
And put the anti-woke crowd and the edgy influencers and the podcast circuit in a bind. You're allowed to make fun of Donald Trump. They're going to do it poorly. And you have no choice but to just accept it because it's just playful banter, right? So I already had a lot of people telling me, oh, Tim, like, but come on, if you come out and say it was bad, you know what the left is going to say? They're going to say, ha, ha, ha. I'm like, I don't care what they say. Yeah. They're psychotic. This episode was garbage. I watched the episode. It's one of the worst episodes of South Park. Not the worst. Remember when, I don't know how familiar you guys are with South Park. Scott Tenorman ate his parents?
Yeah.
Like, ate his parents. Cartman tricked his parents into being killed by a farmer, chopped their bodies up, and fed them to their own son. South Park was crazy. Now they did an episode where it's literally Donald Trump, and because they had Mr. Garrison as Trump, and they just, there's no jokes. Now, to be fair, there are jokes, but they're not about Trump. It's just they show naked cartoon Trump, and everyone keeps saying he has a tiny penis. And then he goes, come on, I'm going to sue you guys.
Yeah.
It's the same joke they made about
Yeah, that's not a joke. That's not a joke, guys. All right? That's like joking about racism, okay? There's no such thing as a racist joke. There's no such thing, guys. There's no such thing as a joke about Trump's penis. You can't joke about that sort of thing. That's not a joke.
Saddam.
Yeah.
They don't make any jokes about the administration, about Trump's policies. It's jokes from 15 years ago. Here's my bet. Colbert gets canceled because they were spending $40-50 million a year on anti-Trump commentary. But this straight-laced goody two-shoes BS does not work. They've been talking about how they need a liberal Joe Rogan forever. I'm willing to bet.
I don't think that's true. I don't think the left has been talking about the fact that they need a liberal Joe Rogan. I think it's the right who's been saying they need a liberal Joe Rogan. I don't know who on the left has been saying, we need a liberal Joe Rogan, guys. Who's saying that? It's just you guys. Y'all are the only ones who think we need a liberal Joe Rogan.
That these prominent liberal billionaires and corporate types were like, listen, why do people like Joe? Because he's edgy, he's off the cuff. He'll say things you're not allowed to say. How do we do this? Well, Colbert ain't it. Colbert is straight-laced and boring. It's on the nose. The South Park guys, $300 million per year they got in this deal.
Wow.
How does something like that happen? Here's my vision. They go to Matt and Trey and they say, we want you to go full-time South Park, mock Donald Trump, make him look bad. And they went,
What?
Why? And they were like, we will pay you a lot of money.
What?
What's a lot of money? We will give you $30 million a year. We don't need $30 million a year. $50 million a year.
That's probably what they said. You're so right. You're so right, Tim. They were probably like, no, thank you. No, no, no. We don't need $30 million a year. That's not interesting to us. Sorry. That's probably exactly what happened.
Guys, we're rich. We don't need $50 million a year. Okay. $100 million a year. Like, honestly, what am I going to do with that? How about we give you $1.5 billion?
Yeah, what am I going to do with that? He's just writing some fucking fanfic over here, dude. He's just literally just making shit up right now. What the fuck is happening, dude? This is the weirdest fucking shit I've ever heard.
Over 5 years. And then Matt and Trey were like, really? I imagine they were like, what do you want to do it? We want shock content that mocks Trump. I don't know, give me $1 billion. Done. and they gave him $1 billion.
Yeah, they kept saying, we want you to make fun of Trump. They're like, no, sorry, no amount of money could make us make fun of Trump. There's no way. We'll never do it. That's probably you're so right, Tim. It probably took everything to get them to be willing to make fun of Trump. Not South Park. No, they would never. That's not their thing. They would never do that. It took them to really push them to the brink to make them willing to make fun of Donald Trump. That was South Park. Just obviously they would just never do something like that.
Now, I don't know if that's actually what happened, but it seems pretty obvious. The only problem is
It's obvious,
they're
guys.
phoning it in. They're phoning it in.
Yeah.
Here's my pitch. I would have laughed my ass off if the episode started with Trump being asked about the Epstein files, panicking and shuffling all the press out of the room and banning them, saying, you're banned, I'm going to sue you. And then runs to a bookshelf, pulls a book, the shelf opens up, he gets in an elevator, goes down to the basement, and there's Tulsi Gabbard, Rubio, and Trump trying to resurrect Mecca Epstein because they want to use the files and use the blackmail or something like that. Instead, Trump's banging Satan.
He's over here writing his own fucking episode right now. This is the weirdest shit I've ever heard in my life. This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. What is happening?
That's it.
There's
no
obvious.
jokes about anything that's happening.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because I feel like Trump is doing...
It's so funny you mention that because I was thinking literally the same thing. Yeah, I think it's obvious that that's what happened. I think anybody who watched the episode thought, you know what, 100,000, and then they were like, no, 500. Okay, 1.5 billion. Okay, fine, we'll finally make fun. I was thinking the same thing. It was obvious that each one of those things happened. Yeah.
Enough to make a fool out of himself lately that Matt and Trey don't need to do any work on that front. And for 10 episodes a year at that, they scammed the shit out of it. What was it, Paramount?
Is that what it is? 10 episodes?
10 episodes a year.
I would take that check.
That is crazy.
I would take that check. I mean, I
Wild.
I didn't watch the episode, or I haven't watched the episode yet. The fact that it's just like redoing the Saddam bit is kind of like,
yeah,
you know, because they are generally like South Park has been really funny and really creative, and so like
It's kind of like how bands sell out.
I mean, maybe
They just lose that creative touch that they used to have for no explicable.
I mean, these guys have been doing it for now, what, 25 years or something?
Yeah.
You burn out.
Since 97.
90.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
330 episodes in the show. Last time I watched it, I was in middle school.
30 million an episode.
Think about that. $30 million an episode, Tim. And that's all they could pull together.
There was one season that was like a great fucking season that even I had. Like, I was never a big fan of South Park, but I had to go watch it at that point. It was, I think it was the season with the Whole Foods and like the drones. You kept saying like, I'm not enthused about this hobby anymore. And they like redid like a whole city just to like get them to add a Whole Foods in. I don't remember what all happened that season, but it was a great fucking season. And then kind of the next couple after that, I just wasn't all that interested anymore.
Yeah, the real
PC Principle, yeah, the PC Principle, yeah. There was a good run of maybe like 3 or 4 seasons about 2 years ago that were just, it was maybe like 4 years ago, but yeah, 3 years ago, 4 years, it was somewhere in there. They were just fucking amazing. They were so fucking good. Every single thing that they did was just brilliant.
Way to think about a joke is if you can take that joke about Trump's penis or this, that, and the other, and you can swap out Trump with any other person you want to mock.
Yeah.
And it even remotely makes sense. It can't be funny.
They did a great
that
job.
sketch that he just brought up, that's a perfect sketch because it only would apply to Trump. You couldn't put anybody else in that sketch and it'd still be funny.
It's what they used to do.
Well, the same with like fish sticks. The fish sticks episode, like you couldn't have done fish sticks with just anybody. The fact that it was Kanye West who just takes himself so seriously that he wouldn't get the fish sticks joke and would just end up like ruining his whole life and going crazy over the fish sticks joke until he ends up diving into the fucking ocean and becoming a fish because he has to finally accept his fate that he is a gay fish. Like, that was something that really just, like, it could only be fucking Kanye. Like, only Kanye would just not get the fucking joke.
Right, so they used to do.
They've had their moments in the past few years. They did a really good job making fun of Kathleen Kennedy at Lucasfilm.
Yep.
And it was kind of nice to see that they were willing to punch at both sides.
But this is, you're making a good point based on what you were saying, James, is that the joke only applied to Kathleen Kennedy.
Correct.
Cartman is sitting in a room and they're like, we want to do a movie about dogs. Make it gay, make it a chicken, make it gay.
Right.
And it's like, that's what she was doing. That's what
she was doing.
Having Trump just shake around a tiny wiener and try to bang Satan, it was literally just Saddam Hussein.
I think I was accused of that in 7th grade of having a tiny wiener and trying to bang Satan too, right? It wasn't funny then to me because it was so tired.
What the?
But no, but I mean, like, that is the insult that gets tossed around, right?
Yep.
Your mom is so fat, that kind of thing. It can't be funny because it's so cliched.
So I actually think they're trying to bait Trump into criminal charges because they've published to YouTube and in the episode AI video of Trump total nudity.
Correct.
Like full frontal, and he's looking down at his tiny wiener, and then the penis talks. And that's a violation.
Yeah, so we're watching everybody else, and they're all like, yeah, this deal goes through with Paramount. Everybody's afraid to criticize Trump. Everybody's terrified of if they say something about Trump, that they're going to get canceled, that they're going to get thrown off the air. And so South Park goes full in on Donald Trump. They go just hard on him the whole fucking time, just making fun of him. And the whole thing is funny because of how seriously he takes himself, that you know it's just going to piss him off. And these guys are just sitting there over analyzing the entire thing and not getting it because of exactly what it is that they're pointing out in that episode, is that, like, everybody who just takes Trump like way too seriously and thinks of him as this like great person and this great leader and everything, that when you actually like put him in these hilariously embarrassing scenarios, they just look at it and they feel offended. They're mad that you would possibly make their leader look this way, and they're all just gonna sit and pout and find reasons to not like it. But that is what's funny about it, is that we know, like, everybody in MAGA is just sitting there crying while watching the whole thing, and so it's just fucking hilarious to everybody else. And yeah, because they don't get it, like, it just kind of proves the point of the bit. Like, it just makes it, fuck, so close.
Of what is it called, the Take It Down Act?
Yeah.
To make sexual images using deepfake and publish it. It was bipartisan. It was illegal.
Ushered by the First Lady.
Yeah, I think they're intentionally trying to bait Trump to get him to take action against them. Instead, Trump just insults him and says, "I don't know."
Yeah.
But I do think it should be illegal to publish AI-generated pornography of someone, regardless of whether it's a politician.
Well, you got to be careful. In this argument, they'd say it's not pornography. Trump's just naked.
Well,
so the Take It Down Act says intimate images. So it covers what they did.
Intimate images meaning
you naked.
Okay, well there you go. Then it's
but the left would argue pornography is something different.
What makes it different?
Pornography is implied to be sexual acts, not just nudity. The implication.
I mean, most OnlyFans pages these days are actually just naked photos. So I mean, it's still pornography.
Yeah, the difference is the intention for sexual titillation. And if you argue that nudity, the intention with this was not to get people off.
It was mockery.
Right.
I understand that, but still.
AI deepfakes. Well, that's the deepfakes. I think the problem with deepfakes, again, is that they're in sexual scenarios. So if you do a deepfake of somebody where they're just hanging out with their parents or something like that, nobody's gonna... It's not illegal. Like, there's tons and tons of AI. Trump just posted a deepfake of Obama getting arrested the other day. But when it comes to like pornographic deepfakes, he is correct. Like, it has to be pornographic. And if it's pornographic, then yes, we're going to consider it to be like an actual sexual scenario. Not just that you're standing there in your underwear.
I agree. I mean, I don't know if Trump should
And
take.
and it has to be obvious that that's what it is. So when they made Trump in that image, they made him way fatter than he actually is, and like totally changed a lot of his appearance so that it's blatantly obvious that it's AI and that it's not really him.
Take action against them. I'd actually say like this. This is the law. It was bipartisan. Democrats and Republicans agreed on it. So why would Trump not enforce the law?
Mm-hmm.
He's not banning TikTok, and he should. If he's going to have personal reasons for not enforcing the law, I guess.
On the TikTok front, I thought they were buying out the U.S. assets and making it into M2.
Who's they, though?
I forget who the list of buyers included.
The point is that Trump has continually given them extensions, despite the fact that it should have been shut down.
The decision was made, though. It was only a couple of weeks ago.
Right. And when the law was first enacted, Trump said, I'm not going to enforce the law. And then when the month was up, he says, I'm not going to enforce the law. And now they have a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Trump's makes decisions when he should or should not enforce the law. It's what the executive does, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
In this regard, it violates the Take It Down Act. Trump could just say, take it down. Find them.
But then they're going to be like, when you offended conservatives?
But that's what they want to do.
Snowflake?
They want to bait us in that, Phil.
Yeah.
They want to bait us into that. The same people that yelled snowflake cancel culture are trying to cancel a comedy show.
That's why the episode's not funny.
Correct.
There were a few chuckles. Cartman is upset that woke is dead and he has nothing to do anymore. So I guess they're mocking like anti-woke media or something. And then he says, he threatens to kill himself and Butters. And so there were a little bit of chuckles there, but it's kind of weak. But I will give him that. Cartman being upset that woke is dead was an actual joke on satirizing the current state of affairs.
Yeah.
That he had nothing to do anymore. His activism was over. The Trump stuff was literally just, it was dejected. It jumped from scene to scene that made no sense. Like one scene is at a party and there's a weird song saying Christ makes money.
They like the idea that woke is dead though, because that to them is them winning. So that's a good joke, even if it's even if it's technically about like in some way about them, they still like that joke because it says that they won and that wokeism's gone. So they won the culture war. Like they just don't like any jokes that are about them.
And like a big component of the show is they're mocking Jesus. The issue that the citizens of South Park are angry with at Trump, the reason why they want to riot, is because Trump mandates prayer in school. And Stan won't. He says we don't have any room at our table for Jesus. So politically correct principle is now power Christian principle. And they ask him why he's a Christian, and he says it feels right. Then they show Trump at a pool where it's singing a song where they're going, Christ makes money, Christ makes money. And then for seemingly no reason, Trump is now inside the White House where Pam Bondi says your supporters are mad. Then Saddam Hussein voices, gets on the phone. They threaten him for some reason, but none of it really makes sense as to why they're mad at him. Because it's not about Epstein. They don't say anything. It's almost like the episode was made before, like this week, and they knew what was going on in the news cycle. Mm-hmm. South Park Notorious was famous for getting all their episodes done in 4 days or something like that. This one didn't address anything or mock anything in particular. They just kind of, and then at the end, Jesus shows up and stands on a giant loaf of bread and then is talking under his breath about how he has no choice but to come to the people of South Park and perform a sermon because Trump's threatening to sue him. And then the people of South Park panic because Jesus tells them Trump will sue him. So they agree to settle with Trump. And in the settlement, they have to make a PSA about how great Trump is. And it's just an AI video, live action of Donald Trump fully naked. And
bro, he seriously is missing the whole fucking thing with Paramount and everything. He's missing the whole fucking joke here. He's literally just outlining everything that happened with Paramount right now. He's outlining the whole fucking Paramount thing, and now he's totally just missing the whole fucking thing. This is crazy.
You watch him walking buck naked to the desert, and then he stares at his penis for like 30 seconds.
This sounds like a fever dream.
Sounds like they didn't actually want to do anything and got $30 million. So here's a question for you guys. If they offered you $1.5 billion to do this, would you do it?
To do what? To make South Park?
Yeah.
I mean...
But intentionally, like, you have to mock Trump in every episode.
Oh, no.
$1.5 billion.
No, I would never mock our
Ways to mock
fearless
Trump,
leader.
so yes.
How would you mock Trump?
I mean, I think that he's making a fool of himself lately, and there are plenty of opportunities to
Like, what's one example?
write jokes out of that. I mean, I don't know, I'm not
Epstein?
Matt and Trey, but
Amnesty on
you
farm workers.
disagree?
No, I do disagree. Yeah. So the amnesty on farm workers point.
I do disagree. I don't think there's any ways to mock him. I don't think there's a single way that you could possibly mock our fearless leader, Donald Trump. No way. How could we possibly even dream of something to mock him on? He's perfect in every possible way.
We can talk a little bit about that, but I think look at what Salazar tried to do a week and a half ago with the so-called Dignity Act, right? You've seen this, of course, right? Maria Salazar, the Republican congresswoman from Florida. She's trying to pass a bill that says that if you've been in this country for even upwards of 30 years illegally, you only have to pay a $7,000 fine and you get to stay here indefinitely. The president's opposed to that.
What?
And so
What is he? What is this? What the fuck is this? Is he just saying he's good? Like, I agree with him on some things, so therefore I couldn't possibly mock him? What is this, dude? What is happening? Holy shit, what is happening? This is the weirdest fucking thing.
the idea that we would give amnesty to anyone to be allowed to stay here, to continue to take American jobs, take American benefits, whether it's Medicaid or education or healthcare, I think the president's against that.
Oh.
Well, I was trying not to say the E.
What does that? Yeah, I was just about to say, like, she's talking about the fucking Epstein shit, dude, and he's just like going off about, like, there's things that I agree with him on, though. Trump did something this week that I like. How could I possibly mock the man? Fucking weirdos, dude. It's not a cult, guys. It's not a cult. Don't worry. It's not a cult. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding.
E word, but I was more so referring to the Epstein related.
What would you want him to do?
He didn't do anything wrong with Epstein.
Literally everything.
Yeah, he did nothing wrong with Epstein. That's Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi did it.
How about not lie?
What did he lie about?
He's outwardly lying to the American people, saying that it's a hoax, and then telling them that they are traitors to his movement for asking very reasonable questions. Do you really feel like totally okay with the way he's handled this situation?
Look, I think that I would lay the blame at Pam Bondi
Yeah,
for setting
yeah.
expectations a certain way.
Yeah, that was Pam Bondi's fault, dude. Not his fault.
When she said, they're on my desk, and handed out a bunch of phony binders to a bunch of influencers.
That's laughable. I think Pam Bondi is getting scapegoated. Like, okay, sure, she looks idiotic, but the buck stops with Trump. And he overpromised and knew that he was overpromising on this.
When did he overpromise?
Prior to the election. He was asked, are you going to unseal the JFK documents? Are you going to unseal the MLK files? And then once it got to Epstein, he
said he didn't know.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know.
But, like,
Maybe.
you know, there might be some innocent people in there, you know, we want to kind of, you know, have a common sense approach, you know. And then I could tell from that moment on that he wasn't going to follow through on that promise. And it's gotten worse than just not following through. Because they shouldn't have even addressed it if they weren't planning to follow through. It shouldn't have even been mentioned. It's also not a popularly, like, it's not a voting issue. No one voted on it. And now we've gotten to the point where they are just piling lie on top of lie on top of lie. And it's kind of pathetic to watch Trump doubling down every single day, as well as his supporters, some of whom are trying to maintain the access they have to him and the rest of the White House. People who either have
me?
jobs there already or want jobs there.
Sure. Look,
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm doing right now. So chill, dude. You're kind of fucking shit up for me right now. Stop talking about this.
I get where you're coming from. It's frustrating. What I will say is this, though. When we say and then, by the way, that interview was Fox News, Rachel Campos Duffy asked President Trump in that interview, who went JFK, MLK, and then asked about the Epstein files. Here's the issue with the Epstein files for just a moment. You have grand jury transcripts, you have FBI transcripts where all sorts of things were said. I'll give you just one example. Matt Gaetz, as we all know, was investigated by the Department of Justice and the FBI for allegedly sex trafficking teenagers across state lines. Federal sex trafficking law.
We know that
he was not
bullshit.
charged. Do you believe that they should release the Matt Gaetz files, the DOJ?
Okay.
Doesn't-
Are you saying that those are comparable?
Yeah, that's not.
I'm not saying
it's not at all comparable. Those are apples and oranges. Like the Matt Gaetz having like an engagement with one girl is very different. Also, I don't know that the Matt Gaetz stuff isn't public. There's a lot of things with the Epstein cases that just already aren't public, where most cases would be public in this way. We would be able to see these sorts of things, and so it's already a very different scenario.
At all. I'm not saying at all, but what I am saying here is that in both of those cases, one is not being charged, the other is beyond the statute of limitation. So, give you an example. If we had video right now that conclusively proved that Bill Clinton, who was an absolute sick man, did in fact sex traffic young girls, the statute of limitations on that is 8 years.
Right. We all know that these people aren't being charged. It's that people want to know who they are. That's it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You cannot bring a case against that individual for that.
Then they should publish the videos.
Well, so
Okay, no one was really expecting
Not
to
videos
to
of
see
the
Bill
trafficking.
Clinton charged past statute of limitations without proper evidence.
The reason for wanting the files to be released is for exactly this point.
Yeah.
So if there's video of Clinton abusing
Yeah.
girls, we're not going to release that.
Sure.
If there's video
Sure.
evidence of him doing some kind of business transaction and loading girls into a van or whatever,
absolutely,
you blur it. And you release
Absolutely.
it.
I'm a fucking
So
idiot.
that's why people want the Epstein stuff.
Absolutely. You totally just disproved everything that I said. That's exactly. I totally agree. Even though I literally just said the opposite.
Released.
Also,
No, I
the
get
child
that.
abuse, the child abuse aspect of it obviously is horrific, but I almost think that it is being used as the salacious tabloid version of what we're really talking about, which is a blackmail ring
Oh,
that
here
allegedly
we go. Oh,
controls the policies and statements and votes of all of our leaders. And child abuse just happens to be the vehicle for it. So I think there's maybe a little bit too much focus on the salacious nature of it and not on the substance of the issue, which is a blackmail operation run by Epstein, who is allegedly an intelligence asset for some government, probably Mossad. That's the substance of the issue.
So that's what people believe, or that's part of what people believe. But is that what you believe as well?
I don't know. I'm not going to claim to know. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I know anything, especially because they haven't released these details, and they won't.
That's why I asked if that's what you believe, not what you not. I'm not asking.
I believe there's strong evidence for it, but I'm certainly no expert. But neither are any of the people who are rightfully demanding this information.
But what if the FBI interviewed a Democratic operative, someone who hated Trump in, say, 2015, 2016, who knowingly lied to the FBI about all these salacious allegations? That would be released under the Epstein files as well as an FBI interview that was undertaken by someone who was knowingly lying, right? And look, the president asked this grand jury transcript to be released in the Southern District of Florida. The judge denied that from being unsealed. I'm with you on this. We need to get to the bottom of it. But I think the question is, what do we mean by the Epstein files? What does that actually mean? So if we drop that PDF on your computer, what's going to be in there? What type of documents?
Okay, no one thought that Epstein had an Excel spreadsheet on his computer that had like my clients, number 1.
Yes, they
Bill
did.
Clinton, number 2, Donald Trump. Like nobody thought
Yes,
there was
they
a spreadsheet
did.
of clients.
That's why they don't call it the Epstein files. The right wing calls it the list. The right-wingers call it the list because they do believe it's a PDF file of a list. That's why lots of times they say, no, it's literally a list of people who were on the planes or the flight logs or shit like that. Even though those were all released already, they think it's a list.
This guy was inviting politicians and public figures and celebrities to his home and had cameras rolling the entire time.
This is
and had prostitutes there who were underage.
This is a point that I made the other night or whatever. Like, when people say Epstein list, what they're conceptualizing differs significantly from one person to the next and to the next.
Correct.
Some people believe that it's a list of people that actually engaged in sexual activity with minors. Some people think it's a list of people that are being blackmailed. Some people think that it's just a list of people that have been to the island, and some people think it's just a list of people that have flown on his jet, and that's actually even already been disclosed. I don't know which one is right, but I do know that there's a wide variety of what people conceptualize when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein.
We should have the unredacted files of each
Totally
one of
agree.
those categories
Well,
you mentioned.
I don't think there is unredacted files of all of those. I think that there's some kind of list of associates, but I don't know that they're a list of people that he was blackmailing. I don't know if it's a list of people that had engaged in sexual activity with minors. I don't, rape of minors. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying that people have a different conception of what has actually happened. And I think that there are two groups of people, and I've said this before, but there are two groups of people that are really passionate about it. And they're small groups of people, but they're extremely vocal.
Well,
Like, there are the people that...
Yeah, I feel like we've said this exact same thing 700 times over the past 3 weeks. And sorry to interrupt, but
that's fine.
The question I was having is, would you accept $1.5 billion in order to insult Donald Trump? Mary said yes. The question was, what could you mock him for? And then it turned into a debate over the Epstein files again. So I
would mock him for that. Yes.
I agree. I agree. Trump could be mocked over the Epstein files, and that's my principal complaint with the South Park episode, is that they didn't mock him over anything.
Correct. I mean, I think that's low-hanging fruit. I think I would have mocked Pam Bondi for having these binders, that information that was 6-7 years old, and having influencers pose with them. That'd be a really funny scene.
Thank you, Freddie.
They could have made fun of the list is on my desk.
Yes.
They could have had Eric, Stan, Kyle, and Cartman go to the White House and walk out holding up the binders, and
exactly, that'd been hilarious.
And it would, like, inside the binders, it's just pictures of crudely drawn crayon cats, like Trump made. They could have done a bunch of stuff.
You could have had the Wall Street Journal's so-called letter, right? Yep. And joked about that. But Mary, I see where you're coming from, and I share the frustration. But if you care about, and I know that you do, about this issue of transparency, we have a president who's taken more questions in the last 48 hours than it seems like Joe Biden did in 4 years.
So true.
We have a president who shut down the southern border, where tens of thousands of women every single week are being trafficked into sex slavery. This has been a president who stood up for women.
Yeah.
I want to see more done on the Epstein files, but I agree with Phil. We have to understand first and foremost what that means. I grew up in South Florida. There is a world in which I could have easily crossed paths with Epstein and had lunch with him as I was soliciting a donation for my nonprofit, my hedge fund. He was, I don't run background checks on folks before I meet with them. So I think there's a world in which we're going to end up hurting people who end up getting lumped into these files. Oh, the files are anybody who ever emailed with Epstein over the last...
Because, yeah, lots of innocent people can get just lumped in with the fake news. There's a lot of fake stuff that can end up in these things. You don't want to hurt innocent people, like Trump said.
Years prior to him being killed, and make no mistake, he was killed. Jeffrey Epstein was killed. There's no doubt about that.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if you ask Ash Patel.
Since we're talking about
okay, yeah, but if you're gonna say that he was killed, then again, you have issues with the way that the Trump administration has handled this. Like, you still have the same problems. So I don't know why he's acting like everything's perfect. Although I guess, yeah, again, he did say all of his issues are with Pam Bondi, not Trump. So
South Park, though, my question is that something they wanted to write? Is that an episode that they wanted to write, but were told explicitly by executives at the network that they were not allowed to write? Because I think that's plausible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it was, but like Tim's point is well taken. They did have a plethora of things that they could have talked about.
Seamus does it all the time.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Wait, so I just used too many shapes? Fuck.
After Colbert got canceled, it was announced that CBS Paramount was going to be giving 1.5
work that probably
I
wouldn't want them to touch certain subjects.
No. I think they're lazy and checked out. And these old boomer fogies, I'm not blaming all boomers. Calm down. I'm saying there's a bunch of boomers who are like, we don't know how to be funny and edgy. Let's hire the South Park guys. They're young and fun. It's like they're 60 or whatever. I don't know.
For real?
I don't know. What are they, 50?
50s. They're in their 50s. They're probably, I think they're older than me, so they're in their 50s.
And they were like, they're funny. They were funny in the 90s, dude. When did that show start? 94 or something?
97 or something like that. 96.
97. And they had a good run in the early 2000s, and it's been all downhill since then.
Oh, you
and they've got some good episodes. The Obama diamond heist was funny.
Yeah, remember Kanye?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fish sticks.
Fish sticks.
Hilarious.
Sticks.
Yep. They had a bunch, and the point of that was that he couldn't understand what they were saying in the joke, and he was taking everything personally.
Yeah.
They don't mock, and you know what? At most, it was a unique joke to Ye.
Yeah.
With Trump, they were just like, I don't know. He's got a small dick.
Right.
Just show it.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, you could be funny, you know. But let's jump to this next story. We got this from Politico. Judge orders Kilmar Abrego Garcia released from criminal custody.
Well, that's insane.
Though immigration enforcement officials signaled that he's likely to be redetained when he arrives in Maryland. I love this because my question is just like, look, guys, I don't want to be pessimistic. I do know that we have a lot of great victories of the Trump administration, but holy crap. Come on.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this can't be laid at the feet of the Trump administration.
Why not?
Well, because this
Nothing can be.
They brought him back.
No, these are the people that are releasing him. I'm talking about this particular thing, the release of him.
Trump brought him back.
Yes, fine. That can be laid at the feet of the Trump administration. But the release of him can't be. They should have left him at CCOT or whatever it is down in.
Of course, this is his fault. The immediate assumption is if you return the Maryland man to the United States, they're going to release him. Trump's DOJ knew that. Are they this weak that they can't deport a guy charged with human smuggling, a known member of MS-13? They can't deport a guy back to his home country? This is absolutely insane.
This is what's so frustrating. It's like nothing can be Trump's fault and nothing can be Trump administration's fault. That's how it feels these days. So it's scrolling through the timeline is all of these people making excuses.
I disagree. I think that most people that are talking about specifically the Epstein file stuff like that's everyone is calling it the Trump administration's fault. But when it comes to this, yes, okay, so fine. If you want to lay this at Trump's feet, the Garcias.
Is this so weird that they would say this is the Trump administration's fault when they when they had nothing. They had no reason to put this guy in fucking prison in the first place. They had no reason to lock him up in the first place. And now they're mad that they brought him back and that they have no crimes against him, so they just have to let him out. They're like, this is fucked up. Damn it, dude. Why did they abide by the court orders? It is Trump's fault for actually doing what they were told. Trying to take him through the due process
stuff, fine, but it's not like they're not deporting people. Now I understand that you have a problem. I know, roll your eyes because you don't think they're deporting enough, but like they've done really, really significant work at the border. There were like no crossing last month.
My point was always just 14,000 in a month is not
enough
mass deportations, and it's not even like a fraction. That if we kept going with numbers like that, that would be way less than 1 million in his entire term.
We have 1 million self-deportations. Yeah. 1 million people logging onto the CBP home app, not CBP One, taking the $1,000 check and saying, I'm going to take my trip back. You know why? Because of the deterrent.
Is that what anyone voted for?
But they've not
we voted for them to leave.
Yeah,
we didn't vote for them to leave in a certain way.
But they've not formally published that. They've only, I think only Trump has said it. Trump and Christine Noem. They've not formally, through records in the DHS, drafted the report of like the total. So we don't.
I don't think ICE is publishing.
We tried fact checking this and we couldn't find anything other than a quote from, I think, like Christine Noem and Trump.
no, like everything Trump does is so great. Like
no one's saying that. Like it's just no
Mary,
one's
Trump can't do anything wrong. When will you understand this?
I need to understand this. I need to go to the re-education camp. I need to
Their guest is saying that. Their guest is definitely saying that.
go to Alcatraz.
Well, the point of
Get
Alligator
re-educated.
Alcatraz is truth and good incarnate, and that means if he does it, is true and good.
Maybe I have a different perspective because I am looking at what is going on in comparison to what the option was, right? Like if the option is Donald Trump or Kamala Harris and 4 more years of Democrats and 4 more years of unlimited immigration and 4 more years of more DEI programs in the government, the things that have changed since Donald Trump has been elected are massive, and it is significantly better than the option. And we only had 2 options. It's not like there was a third option that we could have gone with.
We should compare Trump and the actions of his administration not to what could have been if Kamala won, but what he promised. We should compare Trump to Trump. We should compare Trump's actions to Trump's words.
He should be compared realistically, considering you're talking about politics in Washington, D.C., he should be compared to every single president before him. How much has any other president gotten done in the first 6 months?
And they're all on the Epstein list.
Fine. But like legitimately, like I understand that you're saying, well, Trump made all these promises and he hasn't done enough to make me feel like he's actually following through. Fair enough, okay? But you also have to deal with the fact that like there is a way that things get done in DC. Like no one wants to look at how sausage is made. And this is something that I've talked about prior to Trump getting elected or early when he got elected. Like we only have a narrow majority in both the House and the Senate, right? You can't get a bunch of stuff passed if you don't have 60 senators, and there are not 60 senators. They have it's 53 with JD Vance, and 2 of them are as wishy-washy as it comes, right? And then in the House, I think they have like 10. I'm not sure what the lead is, but 8. So there is a process that must happen in the House and in the Senate before things can get done. Trump has done a significant amount of stuff through executive order. The government has not been smaller in 30 or 40 years, I think, since the creation of Homeland Security and since 9/11 at least. There are significant things that have happened. Now, I can totally respect the idea that he's not doing as much as you want or as much as he promised, but to say that he's not doing things or to say that there's like he's a failure when he's 6 months in and has done more than any other president in this amount of time, I think that's not. I just don't think that's accurate.
Fired 26,000 IRS agents.
Yeah, that's one of the things that he's done. So again, you can be. I understand people that are critical and saying that, oh, he needs to do more. But the idea that, oh, he's not done anything, he's terrible, blah, 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 like that is just not true, especially when you compare him to the reality of what other presidents have done and the resistance that he's getting in Washington, D.C.
I don't know if I'm even saying he's terrible, he fails at everything, blah, 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 as you were saying. I just want to consider that 6 months is a longer time than you seem to be framing it, especially considering that as soon as the clock strikes 12 for 2026, all anyone is going to be thinking about is the midterms. And then by the time those are over, all anyone's going to be thinking about is who's running in 2028.
You're 100% right. And that's something that we've talked about here. 18 months. That's all he's got. Yeah. And I've said multiple times.
If he's going to go after Obama, it has to be in the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'm not. When it comes to the Obama stuff,
you should go on the show. Maybe. All right, let's. This is from 6/6. Judge Zinnis's sexy ass said, "You're not allowed." Judge orders Kilmar Abrego Garcia released from criminal custody. So they said that the cop said that as soon as he gets out, that they'll arrest him again. And they're that's literally part of the order, that they're not allowed to arrest him again. Though immigration enforcement officials signaled that he's likely to be re-detained when he arrives in Maryland, they literally said that you can't. She literally said in the order that you can't re-arrest him. One of the Trump administration's highest profile deportation targets, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, must be released from criminal custody in Tennessee and returned to Maryland, and cannot be immediately detained, re-detained by immigration authorities, a part of federal judge ruled Wednesday. The rulings are victories for Abrego, a Salvadoran man who entered the U.S. illegally and lived in Maryland for about a decade, but they may be short-lived. Immigration enforcement officials signaled that he's likely to be re-detained when he arrives in Maryland. Earlier this year, Abrego was illegally deported to his home country despite an immigration court order barring him from being sent there. Then, after months of resisting court orders to return Abrego to the U.S., the administration brought him back to face newly unveiled charges of immigrant smuggling in Tennessee. Meanwhile, Trump officials suggested at times they would try to quickly deport him again. The decisions from the U.S. District Judge Waverly Crenshaw Jr. in Tennessee and U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnis in Maryland, issued in tandem on Wednesday, are a climactic moment in Abrego's four-month saga, which includes his abrupt deportation to a notorious prison in El Salvador in March and a Supreme Court order confirming that his expulsion from the U.S. was illegal. The Justice Department declined to comment on the ruling. Now Abrego is likely to face a new round of deportation proceedings. A spokesperson from the Department of Homeland Security said that despite court orders, Abrego will never walk America's streets again. The fact is, this unhinged judge is trying to tell ICE they can't arrest someone who is subject to immigration arrest under federal law is insane, said the spokesperson, Tricia McCollum. Well, so the whole reason that they brought him back was because, one, a court ordered them to bring him back because they didn't actually go through immigration proceedings. They just deported him when he already had court orders saying that he wasn't allowed to be deported. Then they decided, okay, what we're going to do instead is we're going to bring him back. We're going to charge him with a crime. We're going to convict him of the crime. And then once we convict him of the crime, then it'll be really easy for us to deport him then, because he'll have been convicted of a crime. We can obviously just deport him right after. But they're not convicted of the fucking crime. They don't have anything to actually get him on the fucking crime. So they're just totally fucked here. I mean, we read the papers on the criminal indictment on him, and it looked bad. It looked bad. They had a bunch of people who were part of this saying that he was part of a human trafficking organization that was constantly trafficking illegal immigrants into the country. And yeah, they had numerous people who gave detailed reports saying that he was part of this. Now it doesn't even seem like that's even part of this anymore. It seems like yeah, just I don't know what happened to that case. Because yeah, I remember reading it saying, oh, yep, he's fucked. He's fucked. That's it. He's done. Crenshaw, an Obama appointee, upheld the magistrate judge's conclusion that Abrego should not be detained pending trial and must be released on bail. The magistrate will set Abrego's release conditions. Oh, okay, so it's just a bail. That's all it is. Crenshaw also said prosecutors had made a sufficient showing that Abrego's alleged smuggling activities would likely involve a minor victim. that is enough to entitle the government to seek pretrial detention, but Crenshaw concluded that the detention wasn't appropriate because with proper release conditions, Abrego is unlikely to flee or pose a danger to the community. Yeah, that is weird for them to not give him a bail. Because he did have legal status in the country. So normally if you are here illegally, then yeah, they're not going to give you a bail. But he has legal status in our country. So because he has a wife and kids and everything here, he has a house. So like he has tons of things tying him to the community to make it to where he's very unlikely to leave. There's no reason to deny bail to somebody like that. Okay, Crenshaw said prosecutors claim Abrego might flee because he could fear being picked up again by Immigration and Customs Enforcement amounted to pure speculation. It is not difficult to see why one might seek to avoid ICE after experiencing what Abrego did in recent months, the judge wrote, pointing to the Supreme Court's description of Abrego's saga. Still, the irony of the government making this argument when it, albeit a different department, in the executive branch created these circumstances is not lost on this court. Nearly simultaneously with Crenshaw's ruling, Zinnis ordered the government to bring Abrego back to Maryland and provide 72 hours advance notice of any attempt to deport him again. Zinnis, also an Obama appointee, said the modest order was necessary to fully restore Abrego to the position he was in before the Trump administration deported him in March as a result of what they described at the time as an administrative error. The requested relief is necessary not only to fulfill this court's prior order, but also to provide the kind of effective relief to which a wrongfully removed alien is entitled upon return, Zinnis wrote. Zinnis did not flatly rule out Abrego being taken back to immigration custody at some juncture, but she said she would not permit him to be subject to a rapid-fire deportation that doesn't allow his attorney to try to block it. Later on Wednesday, the magistrate judge in Tennessee case agreed to an unusual request from Abrego's defense to hold off his release for 30 days. His lawyers made that request before Zinnis' ruling to ensure that he would not be summarily deported if released in the criminal case. Huh. So it was Abrego's team. So I knew that they were putting a 30-day hold on his release, but I didn't know why. It's because they have his defense team asked them to wait 30 days so that he didn't get picked up again. If her ruling, Zinnis also expressed doubt that lawyers and an ICE official who testified in the litigation were aware of the details of Abrego's case. She dismissed as patently incredible claims by DOJ attorney that no work had been done to figure out whether Abrego could be deported, given the 2019 immigration court order forbidding his deportation to El Salvador because he was likely to face a risk of violence there. That order remains in force. Crenshaw concluded that when Abrego was pulled over by Tennessee Highway Patrol in 2022 while driving an SUV carrying 9 Latino men, he was not fully truthful. But the judge said Abrego didn't try to flee and was generally cooperative with officers. Crenshaw also said the government's case that Abrego posed a danger to the community was a far cry from what would be necessary to mandate him being locked up pending trial, and that accepting prosecutors' claims that he's an MS-13 gang member would be border on fanciful. The judge also expressed skepticism about the accounts of some of the witnesses who were cooperating with prosecutors. Their stories evolved throughout the interview process, Crenshaw wrote. Ooh, inconsistencies. Oh shit. Van Hollen's statement on Judge Zinnis' ruling that kept that Kilmar Abrego Garcia be returned to Maryland. Today's ruling is important to upholding the rule of law against the lawless Trump administration. Every person in our nation.
Slim Shady tipped $50.
Hey, yo. Slim fucking Shady. Let's go, dude. Let's get some W's in chat, everybody. W's. Thank you, Slim Shady, for the $50. Thank you, sir. Oh, I don't even think I added gets, did I? I never added gets. The 20, 40. Oh, no, wait, I did. Okay, yeah, it's 95. I was right. Sorry. Appreciate it, Slim. Really do. That's very helpful, man. Thank you. Have a good one, homie. Let me go ahead and reset the clock. Every person in our nation is afforded the right to due process by our Constitution. Despite the Trump administration's efforts to defy our Constitution and deny that right, I am glad to see Judge Zinnis ruling today. It's clear this administration would rather deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia to a third country with no chance at due process than argue their case in court. This order will prevent that and ensure that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is returned to Maryland following the U.S. District Court in Tennessee's determination that he does not pose any threat to the public. This ruling also requires that prior to any attempts to remove Mr. Abrego Garcia from the United States, he receives due process and a hearing before an immigration court. While I have no doubt the administration will continue working to undermine the rights of Mr. Abrego Garcia, we will continue fighting to see them upheld in a court of law, because threatening the right of anyone in this nation poses a threat to the rights of all. True, based, and true.
Want to bring you some more breaking news that's just now coming into our newsroom. Putting up this tweet from Vox's Bill Malugin as well. This all has to do with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. As a Maryland federal judge, Paula Zinnis has just issued an order that will block ICE from arresting the Maryland man known as Kilmar Abrego Garcia. This is upon his release on bail in Tennessee for his federal...
Stop! Stop! Why did you call him a Maryland man? Stop! It's not fair! Stop! Don't call him that! Don't call him that! Don't call him a Maryland man! Stop! It's not fair.
Human trafficking charges. Judge Zinnis is also ordering a 72-hour pause on any efforts to deport him to a third-party country without sufficient notice and due process.
Oh, they did. They put Maryland man in quotation. I didn't see that. Yeah, they put Maryland man in quotation.
I want to put up some video as well that we have of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We've been following this story very closely here on Live Now from Fox. If you haven't put a face to the name, this is him. Ultimately, we do know that, again, it was just within the last hour that that federal judge in Maryland has now prohibited the Trump administration from taking Abrego Garcia into immediate immigration custody if he is released from jail in Tennessee while awaiting those charges. The U.S. District Judge, Paula Zinnes, ordered the U.S. government to provide notice of 3 business days if Immigration and Customs Enforcement intends to initiate deportation proceedings against Abrego Garcia. The judge also ordered the government to restore the federal supervision that Abrego Garcia was under before he was wrongfully deported to his native El Salvador back in March. That supervision had allowed Abrego Garcia to live and work in Maryland for several years while he periodically checked in with ICE. Abrego Garcia, of course, we know has become a prominent face in the debate over President Trump's immigration policies following his wrongful expulsion to El Salvador earlier this year. Trump's administration violated a U.S. immigration judge's order in 2019 that shields Abrego Garcia from deportation to El Salvador because he likely faces threats of gang violence while there. So ultimately, Zinnes' order was handed down just 3 minutes before the judge in Nashville, U.S. District Judge Waverly Crenshaw, issued a separate order earlier today saying that Abrego Garcia should be released from criminal custody.
They said they released them in tandem in the last thing.
Zinnes' order was handed down just 3 minutes while there. So ultimately, Zinnes' order was handed down just 3 minutes before the judge in Nashville, U.S. District Judge.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was 3 minute difference. Okay.
Waverly Crenshaw issued a separate order earlier today saying that Abrego Garcia should be released from criminal custody pending trial date in January. Judge Crenshaw said in his order that the government failed to provide any evidence that there is something in Abrego's history that warrants detention. Ultimately, we do know that this is continuing to be a developing case as well. And we also want to stay on top of it here on Live Now from Vox.
That judge is just trying to follow the initial ruling before he was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Got it. So that's part of it. But the other part of it is that they were trying to block his they were trying to block him from being able to get a bond, and that was the thing that they were ruling against. And so because he was getting a bond, that means he was being let out in the first case. And so if he was being let out, that means that once he gets let out, immigration can now just come pick him up and deport him so that they don't even have to deal with him anymore. And they're not even going to let him go through this criminal case, even though they brought him back for the criminal case. Immigration was trying to deport him so that he didn't go through the criminal case. So that's where, yes, Judge Zinnes is like, okay, that judge is letting him out for bond. So you do not get to just deport him again. You don't get to do that. The Supreme Court ruling said that he has to be put back in the United States as though nothing had ever happened before. So you don't get to just turn around and deport him again while he's in the middle of a criminal case. So yeah, so it does look like the criminal case is still going. They're just allowing him bond. That's all.
I've been reading some of this stuff, and I'm not 100% sure that there's an actual crime. It's immoral and it's bad.
There is.
I'm not sure what the actual statute they charge him under.
So here, I'll tell you, Phil. It is Trump looks at the statutes, figures out which one makes the most sense, tells a jury to pick the crime that they want, and they charge Obama with it, like they did to Trump.
Then
the standard that was created by Democrats is they can bring anybody that went to court and tell the jury, we have no evidence of any underlying crimes. You decide if a crime was committed, and then tell if he's guilty or not. And then when they do it in West Virginia, and everyone goes, sure, he's guilty of I don't know, jaywalking and murder and whatever else. So that
completely
doesn't matter what the crime is. All that matters is you agree. Obama's guilty.
I'm completely comfortable with that because that was the standard set by the Democrats.
So first, as Mike Davis pointed out, you have potentially conspiracy against rights. That is, in the documents that were released, let me tell you what CNN has been doing. There's 2 IC assessments. There's a 2016 Russia interference assessment and the 2020 post-Russiagate assessment. The 2020 assessment says that Barack Obama knew that the...
Where the fuck do they think Democrats did this? I would love for them to actually be more specific. Give an example. When the fuck did Democrats do this? What case? Which case did they do that in? That never happened. That never happened. They never did that. That's so stupid. They had evidence. They had more than enough evidence to convict. They never would have brought charges on shit if they didn't know for sure they were going to convict. Every single one of those cases, they would have convicted him in. Every single one, all 80-something charges, they would have gotten him on all of them because they never would have brought those charges if they didn't have just like clear, straightforward evidence to prove that he did these things. And if you go through the indictments, they did. They did.
The intelligence they had was raw
What up, Brandon?
and bad and did not meet the standard for publishing, as it was uncorroborated, and it was a sentence fragment they could not corroborate, but ordered Brennan to publish it anyway. What did Brennan do? Despite all of everything they were saying, now you can make the argument, oh, okay, well, never attribute to malice that which can be explained by incompetence. Obama's just dumb. Nobody's going to believe that.
Nobody's going to believe that.
No sane, rational person is going, Obama was just a bumbling moron. No, Obama intentionally had them release that information.
They haven't shown any evidence to make that case. They haven't shown anything. They've just made a bunch of claims about this. But so they're saying that there was a meeting with Obama and Brennan where Obama tells them to go after Trump for the Russia stuff. But they're making this sound as though they know that they didn't have any evidence. They knew that he didn't actually do these things. They didn't care. They were just planning on going after him anyways and arresting him anyways. The problem is that if that was the case, why didn't they do it? If that's the case, why didn't they do it? They always come up with these conspiracy theories to make Trump this big victim and say that he didn't do any of the things that he's being accused of. Yet every time, their conspiracy theory never plays out the way that they say. Like during the 2024 election, they kept saying that the only reason that they were trying to convict him of all of these crimes was just to try to stop him from winning the presidency. They just wanted to put him in jail so that he wasn't allowed to be president. Okay, fair enough. Well, he won the presidency after he got convicted of a crime. They convicted him. He won the presidency, and then they sentenced him. And what did they sentence him to? Nothing. Literally nothing. Nothing. So if the whole conspiracy the entire time is that they're only doing this so that they can put him in jail so that he can't be the president, yet he won the presidency, they still didn't put him in jail, then it doesn't sound like that's what happened. It doesn't sound like that happened at all. It sounds like they actually went easy on him. It sounds like they had enough to convict him. They did convict him. And then instead of just sentencing him right away to jail time so that he couldn't even run for president anymore, so that he couldn't even be on the ballot anymore, they waited. They let him win the presidency. And then after he won the presidency, they still didn't give him anything. This just completely 100% across the board totally disproves the entire idea of what they were doing to Donald Trump. Completely disproves it. Top to bottom. So they always come up with this shit. And some bullshit idea for what it is they're doing. And it just never makes sense. It doesn't make sense at all. If that's what they were doing, if all they were trying to do was try to get Trump on this Russia stuff so that he couldn't be president, okay, cool. Then why didn't they do it? Why didn't they do it? Again, every fucking time. If that's the idea, if that's all they were trying to do, why didn't they do it?
As a predicate for the Russiagate hoax, which resulted in the arrest of several of Trump's associates, falsified evidence.
Not just the arrest, the convictions. The convictions.
against Carter Page, Ukraine leaking damning information against Manafort, and then not to mention Flynn, Papadopoulos, and Trump himself, who they targeted him for 3 years as a potential traitor to this country. If that's not a crime, you want to tell me that there's some dude who like bashed an ATM open's going to jail? I got to tell you. The dude who grabbed $73 out of a cash register at a bodega did substantially less damage to this country than Barack Obama did.
The J6ers who peacefully walked around the Capitol for 20 minutes.
In the velvet ropes.
Exactly.
So stupid. I hate them. I hate them so much, dude. I fucking hate these pieces of shit. They're such fucking pieces of shit. I fucking hate them. I hate them. I hate them with every fiber of my fucking being. I fucking hate these people. I hate them so much. They are horrible fucking pieces of shit. Tim Pool is a disgusting piece of shit. He is scum. Fucking scum. He's gonna sit here. Oh, they were walking through the ropes. They stayed inside the velvet ropes. Such a fucking dishonest piece of shit. Such a dishonest fucking piece of shit, dude. This is what they're using, okay? If you guys haven't seen it, so this is what they're using, okay? This is the shot that they're using. All right? And they'll play this all over the place. That they stayed inside the velvet ropes. It's just one fucking screen. Just one clip. That's it. Just one clip of them staying in the velvet ropes. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. They're going to they're going to the Congressional Hall. That's where they're going. They're going to where the congressmen and women are. That's where they're going. There's nowhere else to fucking go. You're going from this hall to that hall. That's where they're going. And the fact that they stayed inside the velvet ropes while they were committing an insurrection just changes everything to them. It's totally different now. They stayed inside the velvet ropes while they were committing a fucking treasonous insurrection. If Democrats were half of what it is that people like Tim Pool and the rest of these losers say they are, these fucks would all be shot. They would all be lined up on a wall and shot. If they got half of what it was they deserved, they would all be fucking shot. But instead, they go to fucking jail for a month and they all whine and cry and say that they were political prisoners. But this is the clip. Oh, wait, he's outside the ropes. He's outside the ropes, guys. No, they lied. He's outside the ropes.
New this morning, the Justice Department has released 6 never-before-seen clips of police body camera and surveillance footage showing rioters harassing and attacking police on January 6 around the U.S. Capitol. With several taken from the viewpoint of D.C. Metropolitan Police officers as they were overrun, the videos are the latest chilling example of how a pro-Trump crowd broke past police into the federal building and disrupted Congress. Assaulting police is one of the charges the DOJ has brought against.
Look at this. Look at this, guys. They stayed inside the fucking ropes, dude.
Dozens of
They stayed
Capitol
inside the
riot
ropes,
defendants.
dude.
These videos were only made public after ABC and other news organizations pushed for more transparency in those cases.
They stayed
and,
in the ropes.
You know,
dude.
it's very interesting that
They stayed in the ropes. Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to clock. Guys.
The roar of the mob and the shouts for help from a D.C. police officer are two of those unforgettable sounds from that day. D.C. police officer Daniel Hodges was almost suffocated in a door by a crush of rioters. News 4's Corey Smith continues our live team coverage tonight
Guys, he
from the
stayed in the
Hill.
ropes.
Corey, what is going on right now where you are? We can see a crowd of people gathering behind you.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. We're in the shadow of the Capitol, as you can see behind me. But just to our left, Nick, if you can, maybe pan to your right. You've got some members of Congress. So right now, Priya Jayapal is speaking. Congressman Jamie Rapp.
A threat to our democracy was also controlling our guard.
And though some have tried to whitewash the
stayed
events
in
of
the
that
ropes,
day,
guys.
Mayor Bowser says the heroism of law enforcement who defended the Capitol is an indelible part of the January 6th story.
And it was very clear.
They stayed in the ropes, guys.
Cries for help right there from a Capitol police officer, very hard to hear. Tonight, the Justice Department says
they stayed in the ropes, though. They stayed inside the fucking ropes, dude.
Okay. An alleged Connecticut connection to the Capitol riots. As rioters pass shields through the crowd on the steps of the Capitol, the U.S. Justice Department says this is Patrick McCaughey III, a Ridgefield man in the middle of the chaos, preparing to storm the sacred halls.
I'm not doing anything. Oh, you are? I'm just a regular person like everybody else here. It's my building. It's our building.
Moments later, these photos from the Justice Department's affidavit shows McCaughey inside. In fact, officials say he was at the front of the line, pinning DC.
The line. See? They said the line. They were in a line, guys. Single file line.
Officer Daniel Hodges with a police shield. The affidavit says McCaughey told Hodges to, quote, just go home, talk to your buddies and go home. Don't try to use that stick on me. I am not hurting you. In this video, you don't see the man believed to be McCaughey clearly, but you can follow the brown sweater he's believed to be wearing. You can see another person rip a gas mask off Officer Hodges. The person with the sweater pulls down on Hodges' face shield, then points at him. According to the affidavit, McCaughey tells other officers, quote, hey you, this guy isn't doing too well. Let this guy through. He's hurt. Let him back.
That was one of the 3 times that day where I thought, well, this might be it.
Hodges survived, but as he told Eyewitness News, it wasn't a certainty. The D.C. Police Department then posted these photos specifically looking for suspects involved in nearly crushing Officer Hodges. The affidavit shows a person who knew McCaughey since childhood reached out to the FBI. No answer at McCaughey's Ridgefield home tonight. McCaughey has been charged with assault on an officer, violent entry, civil disorder, and more. He's being held tonight and is expected
Well, not tonight. Not tonight he's not being held. He got pardoned, so he's not being held tonight.
Not a crime? You want to tell me that there's some dude who like bashed an ATM open's going to jail? I got to tell you. The dude who grabbed $73 out of a cash register at a bodega did substantially less damage to this country than Barack Obama did.
The J6ers who peacefully walked around the Capitol for 20 minutes.
In the velvet ropes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So
they behave themselves unlike
in the velvet ropes, guys. They were in the velvet ropes, so it's okay.
BLM.
Conspiracy against rights is the easiest if you're trying to be a paladin. If you want to be a rogue who wins, it is, I don't know, pick and choose. We can probably get them on a lot of things.
But look,
the nature of politics this is what irks me about the Republican Party. The Republican Party pretends that the nature of politics is, well, let me take a look at this here piece of paper. Let's see what we got here. It says here that we can't charge Obama. Drats. After everything he did, looks like he got away with it. Democrats go like, the law says that, anyway, arrest him. That's how the Democrats run.
So first off, when they brought the charges, the the Supreme Court ruling hadn't even come down yet saying that there was any issue with charging him. Secondly, when they charged him, after the Supreme Court ruling came down, the Supreme Court ruling says that the lower courts have to look at it and decide whether or not it abides by the law and whether or not it fits the job description. Then they rewrote their charges, and then it went to the lower courts. They said that it was that it didn't fit the job description, so these things were still. The cases were still going. The Trump administration appealed. It went to the Supreme Court. They still said, no, this still doesn't fit the job description. These charges are still fine. And they moved forward with it. This is not the Democrats that did this thing. This is the law. That's what the law did. So when he says, oh, the Democrats say, oh, I don't care about the law. Well, it wasn't the Democrats. It was the law that said this.
I'm in 100% agreement with if they can come up with something, then I'm perfectly fine with it because go ahead.
What they can do, Phil, right away is they can subpoena Obama to appear before Congress. Obama will lie under oath as he has time and again, and then hit him with the same thing they hit everyone else with, all
Perjury
the other conservatives, all the perjury traps. By the way, Fauci, we know he perjured himself.
Yep.
Before the House committees on the question of gain of function.
Why aren't they arresting him?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I actually don't. Actually, wait. I actually don't know this one. What is the perjury claim? Wait. What is the perjury claim?
Joining us now is Emily Kopp. She is a reporter at U.S. Right to Know, returning to the program. Emily, it's so good to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be here.
Absolutely. So you were in the room yesterday with Dr. Fauci while he was being grilled before Congress. There were some stunning moments, I guess to say the least. We pulled one of them here to get your reaction. Let's take a listen.
Do you agree that there was a push to downplay the lab leak theory?
Not on my part.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
I think most of the country find that amazing. I said 11 seconds.
But look at the facts. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire process.
All right, I'll you back. You did not suppress the lab leak theory, yet in the past you have said, quote, it is a distortion of reality, unquote. You've said, quote, I've heard these conspiracy theories, and like all conspiracy theories, they're just conspiracy theories. That's what you told the American people. And so would you like to clarify what science were you following then versus now?
No, I've also been very, very clear and said multiple times that I don't think the concept of there being a lab leak is inherently a conspiracy theory. What is conspiracy is the kind of distortions of that particular subject, like it was a lab leak and I was parachuted into the CIA like Jason Bourne and told the CIA that they should really not be talking about a lab leak.
Thank you.
That's the conspiracy.
Appreciate that.
All right, so Emily, you are, in my opinion, the preeminent reporter on the lab leak situation. So what do we make about the veracity of Dr. Fauci's claims there?
Yeah, I mean, to hear Fauci tell it, he had nothing to do with the fact that the lab leak theory was maligned as a conspiracy theory for years. And
that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
To be frank, continues to be maligned as a conspiracy theory by the hardcore Democratic partisans in my Twitter mentions currently.
Yes, that's right.
It just belies belief, and you can see it in the responses from the members of Congress there. Fauci is the most influential scientist in America, and the idea that scientists who raised an
just now he said just the idea that the lab leak theory happened is not a conspiracy theory. The saying that like he in the CIA and the World Health Organization were all working to undermine the lab leak theory, that's a conspiracy theory. But to say that the lab leak theory is a thing that could be possible, that's not a conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is the other things, just saying like, you know, oh, there's all of these like shadowy groups that are trying to stop anybody from believing this. That's the fucking conspiracy theory. That's what he said.
alarm about the potential for a lab accident in Wuhan, and who raised concerns about the papers in favor of zoonosis, the wet market theory, could have been maligned for years, and that this narrative could have persisted that the zoonosis theory was sacrosanct and not to be questioned, could have persisted if the most influential scientist in America had truly an open mind for years, is just really absurd.
Right. And so let's actually take a step back, because one of the best work that you have done is the FOIA and revelation of a lot of these documents and the internal discussion. So definitively, how can we prove that what Dr. Fauci is saying there is blatantly not true? Take us through the paper trail that you've been able to discover.
Sure. Yeah, I think at this point I've written like 30,000 words about this based on documents FOIA'd by me, by another independent journalist, Jimmy Tobias, and through subpoenaed records that the committee obtained, showing emails and Slack messages that show that the authors of that paper were saying very different things publicly and privately at the same time. And I actually mapped those statements over time. And there was no willingness by Fauci to consider that his participation in this paper, in its prompting and in reading drafts, basically reading over the shoulders of these virologists who were writing about the possibility of a lab leak early in the pandemic, there was no willingness on his part to consider that his influence, his power as the head of NIAID, which oversees billions of dollars in research grants, was inappropriate. That in itself, even if he didn't directly edit the paper. I think if you know, as the virologist who wrote that paper knew that NIAID, Fauci's institute, had funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan, and you know he was reading over your shoulder, you have an enormous incentive to only accumulate evidence in one direction. And that is what is borne out by the FOIA emails, by the Slack messages that were subpoenaed by the congressional committee. And the virologists even described one of the core concepts of their paper as crap. And it was, in fact, ghostwritten by one of the most infamous gain-of-function virologists of all time, Ron Fouchier, who they internally described as unbelievably conflicted. So they put out this paper, put their names on it, not really believing in one of its core concepts. And that happened after they participated in a teleconference with Fauci, this, giant in science and someone who oversaw their funding, how they make their livelihood.
Yeah, it's so stunning.
That's not evidence of perjury, though. None of this is evidence of perjury. This is just not relevant. This has nothing to do with whether or not he was perjuring himself.
One of the things that you've always done a great job of is that Dr. Fauci and a lot of the scientific community and the media now at this point would rather call this a conspiracy theory and effectively cover up their own complicity in this question than actually answer to the 1 million or so people in this country who died, from this, or at least, whatever. You can describe the deaths in whatever you want. At the very least, we know it was, what, a couple 100,000?
That the USA wasn't involved in gain-of-function research in China is the right-wing talking point that Tim's talking about, that he lied to Congress about. What does that mean, the USA wasn't involved? Because they said that they were funding them? The National Institute of Health, specifically the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease under the NIH, not the CDC, that provided grant funding, which was then used by EcoHealth Alliance to conduct research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The question whether this research constitutes gain-of-function research is a matter of debate and interpretation of the term. It was linked to the unproven theory that the virus could have leaked from the lab in Wuhan, the Chinese city where it was first detected. A report released by Republican lawmakers cites ample evidence that the lab was working to modify coronavirus to infect humans, and calls for a bipartisan investigation into its origins. Republican Senator Rand Paul also alleges that the U.S. money was used to fund research there that made some virus more infectious and more deadly, a process known as gain-of-function. But this has been firmly rejected by Dr. Anthony Fauci, the U.S. infectious disease chief. Dr. Fauci, yes, it did contribute funds. Dr. Fauci, as well as being an advisor to President Biden, is the director of the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, NIAID, part of the U.S. government's National Institute of Health, NIH. This body did give money to an organization that collaborated with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. That organization, the U.S.-based EcoHealth Alliance, was awarded grants was awarded a grant in 2014 to look into possible coronavirus from bats. EcoHealth received $3.7 million from the NIH, $600,000 of which was given to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. In 2019, its project was renewed for another 5 years, but then pulled by the Trump administration in April of 2020 following the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. In May, Dr. Fauci stated that the National Institute of Health, NIH, has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Senator Rand Paul asked Dr. Fauci if he wanted to retract that statement, saying, "As you are aware, it is a crime to lie to Congress." Senator Paul believes the research did qualify as gain-of-function research and referred to 2 academic papers by the Chinese Institute, one from 2015 written together with the University of North Carolina and another from 2017. One prominent scientist supporting this view, and quoted by Senator Paul, is Professor Richard Ebright of Rutgers University. He told the BBC that the research in both papers showed that the new virus that did not already exist naturally were created, and these risked creating new potential pathogens that were more infectious. The research in both papers was gain-of-function research, he said. He added that it met the official definition of such research outlined in 2014 when the U.S. government halted funding for such activities due to biosafety concerns. The funding was paused to allow a new framework to be drawn up for such research. Why does Dr. Fauci reject this charge? Dr. Fauci told the Senate hearing, "The research in question has been evaluated multiple times by qualified people to not fall under the gain-of-function definition." He also said it was molecularly impossible for these viruses to have resulted in the coronavirus, although he did not elaborate. The NIH and EcoHealth Alliance have also rejected suggestions they supported or funded gain-of-function research in China. They say they funded a project to examine, at the molecular level, newly discovered bat viruses and their spike proteins, which help the virus bind to living cells without affecting the environment or development or physiological state of the organism. One of the U.S. scientists who collaborated on the 2015 research on bat viruses with the Wuhan Institute, Dr. Ralph Barrick from the University of North Carolina, gave a detailed statement to the Washington Post. He said, "The work they did was reviewed by the NIH and the university's own biosafety committee for potential of gain-of-function research and were deemed not to be gain-of-function." He also says that none of the viruses which were subject to the 2015 study are related to SARS-CoV-2, which caused the pandemic in 2020. He does acknowledge that the work they carried out showed the viruses had intrinsic properties giving them the ability to infect humans. But he adds, "We never introduced mutations into the virus spike to enhance growth into human cells." U.S. researcher and biologist Elena Chan and the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard has highlighted issues with the wording of the government's pause to funding in 2014. It says that it would stop funding research that may be reasonably anticipated to confer attributes to influenza, MERS, or SARS viruses, such that virus would have enhanced pathogenicity, and or transmissibility in mammals via the respiratory route. This could imply that research on viruses may not intend to produce gain-of-function, although that could be the end result of it. A more general point is that any evaluation of research and the risks involved can be subjective. So yeah, it sounds like they're saying they're not considering a gain-of-function based on what it is that they do or how they change the virus, but instead what the intent is. So even if the outcome is that it could end up changing who it can or can't infect, if that's not your intent, then it's not gain of function. That sounds like their argument, which is not my understanding, that that gain of function is about whether or not you do change the way it functions in how in transmissibility. Rebecca Mortiz of Colorado State University told the BBC that there's not always a consensus on gain-of-function research, even amongst experts, and institutions interpret and apply policy differently. You would think that there's going to be like an official definition from the government, though, that we could appeal to. You would think that there's going to be some like authoritative definition somewhere that we can appeal to. Weird.
Why is Kash Patel not at Fauci's door in Glover Park with an FBI squad taking him into custody?
They should.
How many conservatives have they thrown in prison because of that? Right? And so Fauci, charge him tomorrow, but Obama, just subpoena him. Can you imagine, by the way, House Republicans and Senate Republicans grilling Obama, the optics of that, having to explain himself? It'll be the most watched congressional testimony. The second he says something, have Kash and Dan Bongino take him into cuffs right after the committee meeting's over. They won't do it. But why?
Mike Cernovich made a great point today. He said with, Thomas Massey, he's got this picture of him with this binder on the Epstein files. How come none of these people, these Democrats or Republicans who want the Epstein files released, have had any hearings on Epstein and called in the prosecutors, Comey's daughter perhaps, or even people like him to testify as to what Epstein was doing?
That's right.
So I forgive me if I'm going to be a little pessimistic. I know Trump has done a lot of really great things, and I still think he's the best president of my lifetime because he's gotten things done. But I don't think the system is going to change. I don't think they're going to go after the corruption. I think you got two high-profile, powerful, high seats of power in politics, and they're basically saying, I don't feel like the fight. Fauci should be in jail.
Yes.
Even Newsweek published he lied to Congress and lied under oath. Rand Paul has reiterated numerous times and referred him to the DOJ.
Trump has asserted that Joe Biden should be in jail and on trial, referencing the Biden family business dealing, which are under investigation. He also threatened to pursue criminal prosecutions against them if he wins re-election. Trump has stated that Kamala Harris should be impeached and prosecuted. Trump has shared posts on social media suggesting imprisonment for military tribunals for Obama. Trump has singled out Liz Cheney for potential prosecution. Trump has repeatedly called for the prosecution of Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and the New York Attorney General Letitia James, who have pursued cases against him. Trump has expressed anger towards former intelligence officials involved in the investigation into Russian interference in 2016 elections, suggesting they should face investigations or prosecution for treason. Trump has accused General Milley of treason and suggested that he should be executed. Trump has warned figures like Mark Zuckerberg of Meta platforms and Google over alleged election interference on their platforms, threatening them with prosecution. Following protests on college campuses, Trump suggested arresting pro-Hamas thugs involved in vandalism and imposing jail sentences for those who desecrate the American flag. So yeah, they're sitting here like, why hasn't he arrested the people that he said he was going to arrest? Because he can't. Because he can't. Trump was never going to do the shit that he says he's going to do. He's never going to arrest Obama. He's never going to arrest Kamala. He's never going to arrest Fauci. He's never going to arrest any of these fucking people. He's also never going to release any documents, he's not going to release any Epstein files that have his name on them. He's not going to arrest Liz Cheney. He's not going to arrest the January 6th committee. He's not going to have everything with auto pen undone. He's not going to do any of the fucking things that he threatens to do, because it's all projection. It's all just him acting like he's a big bad guy, but he's not going to do the things that he says he's going to do. Everybody always runs around saying promises made, promises kept. The guy is inept. He is inept and incapable. He is again sitting with a majority in the House and the Senate and can't get shit done. This is the second presidency. He's had a majority in the House and the Senate, and he still cannot get shit done. Donald Trump, when he was criticizing Obama, kept talking about the fact that Obama was inept because Obama was writing too many executive orders, and that Obama was not a good leader, that a good leader would do everything through the legal processes. A good leader would do everything by the law, and a good leader would send everything through the House and the Senate. And then Trump turns around and sets records. He sets fucking records on executive orders.
It is the simplest case
It's
ever.
the simplest case.
It is in public. He did this. And he lied about gain-of-function research. He said they weren't doing it. They were doing it. Great. Pam Bondi could have a warrant for his arrest overnight, and they won't do it. Why?
Well, the reason is because that, just like Aaron McIntyre, our friend, says, is they just don't have the courage, right? Like,
they would have to knowingly lie. Fauci would have to knowingly lie. And just saying that he said something that you think is wrong, that's not the same as lying. So you would have to be able to prove that he does define those things as gain of function. You would have to be able to prove that he does think that that's gain of function, and that by his definition, all of those things are gain of function. You would have to be able to prove that. When, by what we just read, there is a lot of controversy over whether or not tons of people within the medicine world consider that gain of function, or in the scientific world consider that gain of function. So you would never be able to make that case.
if you don't exercise power when you have it, which is what the Republicans should do, but if you don't exercise power when you have it, your enemies absolutely will. And that's what the Democrats have shown over and over and over. They arrested Trump. They arrested all of his, or they, prosecuting all of his lawyers, et cetera. All these people, they've got the mug shots and stuff. They will do it if they get back into power. So the Republicans absolutely have to do this stuff, or else, the American people are going to totally lose faith in that they have the ability to actually make changes.
Correct. And make no mistake, Barack Hussein Obama is a treasonous criminal, but Anthony Fauci is a murderer. Anthony Fauci's death count is well over 5 to 10 million people because of the gain-of-function China virus, right? He lied about that. And so the time they spent, Tim, that little intern of Pam Bondi's, printing those binders and putting them together and bringing them to the East Wing of the White House, they could have written the 4-page indictment. That's all you need is 4 pages. On this date, he said this. That was a lie according to Exhibit A. Therefore, we are charging him with U.S. Code Title 18. Boom. Take him into custody. Bring him before the court.
Indeed. Let's jump to this next story. This is from the New York Times. Appeals court blocks Trump's attempt to restrict birthright citizenship. The ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit brings the White House's theory of citizenship closer to a full Supreme Court review. In the meantime, of course, Trump is being blocked. And you know what I was thinking? We have another story here JD Vance pushes for automation of agricultural industry, no amnesty for illegal immigrant farm workers. I'm going to put on my conspiracy cap for a second. If you knew the history of, say, like the Luddites, how automation took their jobs away, this is largely what they
bring them before the court.
Indeed. Let's jump to this next story. This is from the New York Times. Appeals court blocks Trump's attempt to restrict birthright citizenship. The ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit brings the White House's theory of citizenship closer to a full Supreme Court.
Really? Appeals court blocks Trump's attempt to restrict birthright citizenship. The ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals from the Ninth Circuit brings the White House theory of citizenship closer to a full Supreme Court review.
Ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit brings the White House's theory of citizenship closer to a full Supreme Court review. In the meantime, of course, Trump is being blocked, and you know what I was thinking?
If you guys weren't here, a couple of weeks ago, I was on a panel with a number of people who were lawyers, and they were talking about how weird this case is. There's a number of things about this case that are super strange, and one of them is that when they changed the laws on like bonds for nationwide injunctions, they made it to where the people who were part of the case could still get the injunction. And so one of the things they did is they put people on as part of the case, but not part of the class action lawsuit, but still part of the case somehow without being part of the class action, so that those women would be considered part of the injunction, even though they haven't had a baby yet. Whenever they do have their baby, that baby is already now considered to be part of the injunction, and therefore when they have their kid, that kid will now automatically be an American. Even if they win this case and it makes it to where kids who are born by illegal immigrants are not going to be Americans, to where, yeah, they won't be American citizens. They put people on under the idea of future persons, to where even though they're not born yet, that baby is technically part of the case now, and the injunctions apply to them. Yeah, wasn't there some absurd logic from that case? Yeah, well, so that's the problem, is that now, if you think about it, okay, so if somebody's pregnant, the baby isn't technically a person yet, but they're calling them future persons, then what else could apply to a future person's? Could you be a future victim if you were never like attacked in some way? Could you be part of a case but not part of a class action? And then if they did something that would apply to you, just in case you did ever get attacked, or like, it's just so strange. It doesn't make sense. But I understand why they did it. They did it so that like people like that could be protected. But it's also, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's hard to imagine what else could follow from something like that. And it's like, it's nice that they did it so that these people would have those protections. But damn, dude, like, I cannot imagine like the precedent that's being set here and what else could follow now. I can't imagine what the fuck. What the fuck is going on here? This is so weird. But that's what happens when people like Trump keep like fucking with small parts of the law, to where there's so many inconsistencies within the law now, to where you're just changing little bits of it, but it's not holistic anymore, to where it just kind of fucks up some parts of the process, to where there's just going to be like inconsistencies now. It seems like it doesn't. I don't know.
We have another story here. JD Vance pushes for automation of agricultural industry, no amnesty for illegal immigrant farm workers. I'm going to put on my conspiracy cap for a second. If you knew the history of, say, like the Luddites, how automation took their jobs away. This was largely what they opposed, was the automation taking away their work and leaving them destitute. You would plan for AI and automation. What's a clever way to deal with it? Mass migration. Create the problem. The people react to it, and then you offer them the solution. You know what we're going to do? We're going to deport all of those people who took your jobs, and you know what we're going to get? We're going to replace them with robots. If you just said, we are going to fire our farm workers and replace them with robots, you'd have riots.
Yes.
But if you replace the workers slowly over time with illegal immigrants, piss off all the people, about the jobs being taken away.
Correct.
Then J.D. Vance says, we're going to get rid of them and replace them with robots. Now there's no one to protest.
Correct.
So maybe that was the play. I don't know. Conspiracy theory.
Well, it's an interesting one, right? Because they're both bad, but to your point, the way it was sequenced out, right? You have Kilmar picking the strawberries, or more appropriately, the 10-year-old who's forced to pick Chelsea Handler's weed so she can smoke a blunt.
Picking the people.
He was picking the people and transferring them in his trunk. Look, automation should not be opposed for automation's sake. The reason, though, we've automated car factories for the past 70, 80 years is that actually in some agricultural spaces, like strawberries, for example, it doesn't make sense to automate. These are delicate fruits that humans need to pick. You don't need migrants to do that. You don't need slaves to do that. You can pay Americans a dignified, living, fair market wage, and they'll gladly do that work, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that the part of the reason why they haven't automated strawberries is because the low pay workers are an option.
They're cheaper.
Yeah.
Cheaper than the robots.
Well, not only that, but they haven't made the robots, because they have robots that can do.
One of the weirdest things as well is the Trump administration saying that farmers who have illegal immigrants working for them can keep them, but they're responsible for them. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that is the weirdest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. That is the weirdest fucking shit I have ever heard of. I have no fucking idea what that even means. Like, and it feels like it should be some sort of like W for Democrats, but then you're like, wait, what is this? It's a little indentured servitude. Well, I don't know if it's indentured servitude, because that's the way a lot of people are framing it. I don't know if that's true, but it doesn't make sense. Like, if you're gonna say that these people can stay, then why not just give them some sort of fucking like citizenship or something? Like, why do this? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Fuck, that little point at the end totally fucked me. I don't get it. It's the path into it, in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to hyperbolize this or anything, but it just seems strange to not just give them like a path to citizenship or anything. Fuck. 0.5 seconds left. Let's go. Let's go. That was the thing that I was missing. Is that little point right there. That was the one little bit that I was missing every time I did it. Was I needed it to come down like this, and then that. That way, once I got this one to drop down, there was no chance that it was gonna hit these and fall into them. That was all I was missing the whole time. That was, what, 19.5? I'm going to try to do it a little faster.
Sorts of things.
Agrobot, Octinian, and Harvest Crew pick strawberries. But it's cheaper to have slave labor.
Well, it's cheaper to have slave labor. There's no question about that. The question is whether it makes sense for some places to make that large upfront capital investment for robotics versus even paying folks $20, $25 an hour. So it's not a clear-cut thing.
Sure.
Right? Some places have kiosks like McDonald's. Some places actually like In-N-Out Burger. You walk up and you order your burger and fries.
So how far out do you think like automated I
beat my record,
humanoid robots like Optimus? How long do you think until those?
17.6. I still feel like I can do it faster. I still feel like the the drop down is just kind of, it's not going as quick as I want it to. I need to figure out like a good way for this to drop and move quickly. And I can't think of like, oh, that's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. It gives it a nice kick in the butt afterwards. Okay.
Could do the job that like immigrant workers are doing now.
So I spent a lot of time thinking about this because I run an investment firm, and Tesla's among our largest positions. So we have to think about and model out Optimus. So as we speak right now, Optimus is serving popcorn at the Tesla diner in LA.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, serving popcorn totally autonomously. You go up to it, hands you the thing, puts it in there, hands it over. That's incredible.
I don't believe it. They had that party with the Optimus bots, and it turned out they were remote controlled.
But they admitted that. What they've said now is this is actually an autonomous Optimus robot. That was 8 months ago. It's now been trained on the model even better.
What was my record? 17.6.
It's not talking to you in a coherent way, but it's all it's doing is grabbing the popcorn, putting it in, handing it over to you.
They have Grok.
I mean, they can add Grok to it, and then added Grok to the Tesla. To your question,
I hate it all. No, because I have Android, and it used to be the Bixby digital assistant. I would just press the button and say weather, and then it would pull up a window showing the weather. Now it's some weird guy going, "Hi Tim,
yeah,
the weather for today is going to be." I'm like, "Shut your mouth!
Just give me the weather.
Just give me a picture I can look at."
Correct.
Now it just goes, "Today's weather is going to be a high of," and I'm like, "It takes long."
Yeah, it is. There's some annoyances with 16.8. I still feel like I can get it down below like 15 seconds. That's really what I want. I want it like at least in the 15-second realm. I feel like this is just so slow. It could be so much faster. But yeah, I don't like how much they're working to personalize AI. That's one of the things that's like really frustrating to me, because lots of times I just want just the answer, right? Hey, what's the weather today? 16.5 degrees is the high, like 16.5, I don't know. But like I just want them to give me just the thing. But instead they're like, "Oh, well, hey, how are you? So I just wanted to let you know that if you're looking for the weather, today it's going to be a little bit cloudy. It's going to be a high of 73, a low of 42. So make sure you got your coat ready and get warm under those blankets, because it's going to be like, shut up! Shut up already. I've got another question I'm waiting to ask. I just need you to shut the fuck up so I can get to the next one." Like, I want to ask the weather. I want to ask the traffic. I want to ask the news. Or like, hurry, just fucking go. Okay, Google, what's the news for today?
Here's the latest news. From Reuters TV, U.S. at 6:32 p.m. yesterday.
I've never heard this before.
The controversy over President Trump and the Epstein files deepen. EU leaders meet with China in the shadow of trade deals with the US. And Tesla says cheaper cars are coming after a dismal earnings report. It's Thursday, July 24th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Kim Fennell in Wanganui, New Zealand. With the Venmo debit card, you can Venmo everything. Your favorite band's merch? You can Venmo this.
Stop.
Their next show? You can Venmo
Okay,
that.
Google.
Visit Venmo.
Stop. They added commercials in there now? This is fucking stupid. Yeah, she's British. She doesn't even go here, dude. What the fuck?
That's why ChatGPT is really impressive. What they're building out at OpenAI is because they have what's called memory and they have context. So if you tell ChatGPT once, Tim, I only want you to give me the weather or show me an image, it will remember that across all your devices.
Well, do you guys know who Gunther Eagleman is on X?
Yeah,
I do, yeah.
Grok says that he killed a guy.
I've been seeing Gunther Eagleman all over the place lately. I've been seeing him all over the fucking place. I've never seen him before. I don't think I've ever heard of him before. And then all of a sudden, over the last week, he is all over my fucking feed. I think I quote tweeted him like twice in a row. Just because of how much he was flooding my feed. Yeah, there he is. Yep. Gunther Eagleman. 2 fucking posts in a row. He said, Michelle Obama is a man. If not, community note this post with proof. I said, conservatives never know what a woman is. Every day, they come into my chat asking me because they don't have dads to give them the talk and because they got rid of sex ed in schools. It's sad. Hopefully, they'll get laid one day and figured it out. But the chances are looking slim for this guy. Gunther Eagleman. And then this one, he said, always remember, Joe Biden showered inappropriately with his underage daughter. There was an actual written diary. And I said, if a written explanation is all you need, I'd like for you to look at 3 different affidavits from 2016, from a 2016 case with Epstein and Donald Trump where they raped 13-year-old girls. So I've used this a couple of times. And I fucking love this, dude, where they all come out and they always say, like, you know, Joe Biden showered with his daughter. And I'm like, really, where'd you get that from? They're like, his daughter literally put it in a diary. She wrote it in a diary. And I was like, and you believe it? They're like, yeah, I totally believe it. Of course I did. She wrote it. Like, that's enough. She actually wrote it. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I got 3 people who wrote affidavits about Donald Trump raping a girl. So you believe that? No, that's fucking bullshit, dude. That's fucking dumb. That's bullshit, man. That's a lie. It's like, wait, if all you need is just a written explanation of something in order to believe it, then I believe that this happened with his daughter. I'm not denying that happened with his daughter. But I'm actually consistent that yes, if his daughter wrote it, I believe it. I have no reason to deny that. Hey, what about these? I've got these things here though. Is that I kind of believe these as well. These are how do we get the diary? Russian agents stole it. I know that the woman who posted it, who published it, got sued by the daughter, and the daughter won. But that kind of says that, but not only does that kind of say that it's a real diary, but also the daughter, somebody's asked her about it before, and she said something like, this is really embarrassing. I wrote those things when I was just a little girl. I didn't know what I was talking about. And these are some of like my deepest and most like private moments that I'm talking about. And I really just don't like that they publish these things to try to use them against me and my father. Like, so she does give it credibility. She does give it credibility. Oh, you mean the difference between a direct family member's experience and someone with a political motive? Weird. Well, first off, Epstein was not this big famous pedophile at the time. Okay? She originally started filing the case in 2015. All right? Donald Trump was in the middle of running for president and hadn't even won when she first started the case and when they filed it. So the whole like TDS narrative, or the whole like, oh, of course they try to link him to Epstein, like those things do not work in this case, because it was not, this isn't the like preliminary stages of Trump's political career. So this just wasn't just, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. But again, we had 3 people, not just one, right? We have 3, and one of them was a person who worked for Epstein. She worked for Epstein, and she was hired to recruit young women and then come to the parties and like witness everything and like set it, you know, all that shit. So the fact that the like Ghislaine Maxwell of the scenario is one of the people who wrote one of the affidavits, I'm like, that lends it so much credibility to me. I'm not making the case that this is true because it didn't go to court. They talked every single one of them said that they had been threatened, that they were currently getting threats, that there were statements about them getting worse threats after filing, and then the girl who initially filed just stopped showing up places. Just stopped showing up to like her appointments with her lawyer and shit, and then eventually dropped the entire case. So and never answered like why she dropped the case, never said anything ever again about it whatsoever. Just totally stopped altogether. So yeah, we just don't. I'm not saying that I know it's true, but I'm also saying that, like, yes, if you're I'm saying that it has some credibility to it, to where this is something that is substantial to me in a way. Because even that idea, like, oh, they have political motivations, blah, blah, blah. Like, I've said the same thing about the affidavits about Abrego Garcia. Like, the people who wrote the affidavits about Abrego Garcia, I'm like, oh, well, there's a number of people here. Their stories seem to align. They know him. They worked with him for a while. Yeah, this looks really bad for him. He's gonna be fucked when it comes time for court, right? But I don't turn around and just say, oh, they have political motivations because they don't like Abrego Garcia, so they're just gonna, like, no, I have no reason to say that, so I can't just make a claim just to find a reason to discount something. I need an actual legitimate reason to discount it.
Or, yeah, something like that. And
Robbie Starbuck was defamed apparently by a chatbot. You know?
Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah, speaking of, dude, this is weird as fuck, bro. Okay, Matt Walsh posted this, dude.
Hey, what's he doing here? He's not gonna infect my players. Get him out of here! He's got AIDS!
It's okay, Coach. I don't want to cause trouble.
Stay put, Todd.
This is supposed to be a school, but I think these people need a little education about the HIV virus. May I have your attention, please?
He says this is supposed to be a school, but we're going to educate these people instead. I know this is a school, but we're going to do something a little different today. We're going to educate people.
People need a little education about this is supposed to be a school, but I think these people need a little education about the HIV virus. May I have your attention, please? A lot of you are worried about AIDS, and there's a rat in your midst who's been spreading lies. Give him the facts, Coach.
You can't get AIDS from casual contact. Hugging, touching, they're okay. You can use the same water fountain or eat in the same cafeteria. It's safe.
You've been led astray by lies. Todd hasn't changed.
That's right. He's the same kid who played his heart out for you right here on this court last week.
Deal with the real people. Get the facts. If Todd had any other disease, you'd be cheering him on.
What a fucking loser.
Right now, Todd needs your
Yeah, we all cheer on all the other diseases.
support. The power is yours.
So what are you gonna do? Turn your back on him? Or give him the chance he deserves?
But okay, so yeah, so they're just like, the whole thing is just about the fact that, like, you can't just touch somebody and catch AIDS, right? Like, it was a good thing to put on back then. Like, it's you know, back in the 90s, like, that was a common fear from people, is that they could just touch somebody and catch AIDS, and so this wasn't all that odd. But Matt Walsh posted this and says, one of the great moments in history of politically correct 90s cartoons. Like, wait. What the fuck? Do you think you can just touch somebody and catch AIDS? Like, what is the issue here? Like, what the fuck? I said, does Matt Walsh think you can catch AIDS by using the same water fountain as somebody? Like, what is this? This is so weird that he posts this clip and it's like, huh, the fucking woke people back in the 90s. Wow. It's like, wait. What's the fucking problem here? Like, what's the issue? It's, when did he say that? He's obviously saying this shouldn't be targeted to kids. I believe this was during the I don't know when this came out, but I believe this was shortly after the thing with Magic Johnson. And because everybody was talking about Magic Johnson, he needed to be kicked out of the NBA because he had AIDS, and they were all afraid of like touching him and shit. They were like, that was like a huge narrative all over the place. And so that this was like culturally relevant at the time, that just because a basketball player had AIDS, it didn't mean that they were going to get it on people just by like sweating or something. And so yeah, it was a, like, it's not he's against all sex ed, surely, but this isn't even sex ed. I wouldn't even call this sex ed. Like, this is just about like stigmatizing people with certain types of diseases or some shit. Like, yeah, I don't know. There were like kids being born HIV positive and crap. Like, it was a epidemic for a while, so it was a lot bigger of a deal back then. And so yeah, just putting this out as like, this is some weird thing. It's like, wait, what the fuck? Like, obviously the cartoons are cringe and the way that they do all this shit, like, for sure. But the fact that this is what they're talking about, like, that's perfectly normal. Yeah, Harry Sisson posted the thing about the Jubilee debate, which I still haven't watched. He said this guy openly and proudly admits that he's a fascist and he doesn't condemn the Nazi regime. When you don't vote, people like this loser get to pick our leaders, and they are not picking people who care about you. Absolute insanity. And Mantis said, Trump's MAGA movement has always been a move towards Christian nationalism. This isn't surprising. It's just fucking gross that Americans who support Trump are either so stupid they can't see where it's leading or know exactly what they're voting for. Yeah, this is I've said this for years and years, is that the Trump administration is just a middle piece to move us towards like much more hardcore Christian nationalism. This is the process. He is just an in-between stage to Christian nationalism. And AIDS is a Nazi. What? Wait, what just happened? IRA made who mad? Because we're all aware of AIDS epidemic in the 80s and 90s. Right. Yeah, everybody knew about AIDS. It was considered to be something that was like so deadly and so transmissible that you just around somebody with AIDS, you're gonna die. It's about disease, not sex. No, I mean this one, yeah, it's yes, exactly. It's about the disease. It wasn't really about sex. So yeah. What happened, dude? We just dropped from like 65 people watching to 35, just like within a second. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Who was it? Was it GPT?
It was a Meta.
Oh, it was Meta. It was Meta.
He said that he stormed the Capitol.
Yep. And so I saw this.
But also, what? Okay, I started this by saying that I'm kind of annoyed with how like much they've personalized or given personability to AI. But I'm also trying to find an AI that has a lot of personability. I'm trying to find one that I can like have funny conversations with and shit on stream. And I've seen a bunch of ads for like AI that you can talk to, but like whether or not it likes you is a different story, or whether or not it wants to talk to you is a different story. But I can never find like good ones. So I've tried a couple, and yeah, none of them really work well. I see some on Instagram pretty often. There's an Asian guy who does a bunch of videos with AI, and it's always like covered in cheese or some shit. It's always really, really weird looking. I'm trying to find it.
You banned someone for calling AIDS a Nazi? Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
You banned someone for calling AIDS a Nazi? Wait, nobody got banned? Will You Teach Me didn't get banned. Will You Teach Me didn't get banned. They got timed out for 30 seconds. It says right here. The bot timed them out, and it says, the bot said, "Will you teach me? Please do not send so many capital letters." And it says they were timed out for 30 seconds. For 30 seconds, yeah. It was just the bot. It literally tells you. But yeah, it just said that it was just for 30 seconds because they typed in all caps. Hulk Hogan died? Oh shit, I gotta rewrite my entire gender doc now. My gender paper, I mean. Sorry, my gender paper is what I meant. My paper on gender. Is this AI? Is this AI? I keep seeing this fucking video, dude. I don't know if this is AI or not. Have you guys seen this?
If you want out of a text group chat, go ahead and leave. If you stay and never respond, in this county, you go to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. If you want out of a text group chat, go ahead and leave.
Okay, it's got to be AI. There's a bunch of them with like him saying like, if you're out in public and you're walking around singing those gay TikTok songs, chat, chat, you're going to jail. Like, there's a bunch of shit of him saying stuff like this, and I can't tell if it's AI or just like a parody. Because their uniforms are different colors. You can see that the guy behind him has a different color uniform than him. And I feel like AI wouldn't normally do that. Okay, yeah, here he is with different colored uniforms on.
I'm going to break it down for you. When eating pizza, if you don't eat the crust in this county, that's where we draw the line, and you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. When wearing sandals, if you can't be bothered to take your socks off, in this county, you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. When calling us, if we don't answer and you choose to leave a voicemail instead of sending a text, in this county, you are going to jail.
True.
I'm going to break it down for you. If you play the lottery and start taking your time looking at the scratchers like you're in an apple orchard in the fall, in this county, you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. When
Using all caps is Nazi.
Using all caps is a Nazi. That is true, actually. You got it right that time.
I'm going to break it down for you. If we send you a text and you interpret that as we want a phone call in return, well, you are sadly mistaken. And in this county, you are going to jail.
I'm sorry. Fuck text messages, okay? Fuck text messages. I hate them. They drive me fucking crazy. Especially when people try to have, like, serious conversations in text message. I lots of times, I will just ignore them. Lots of times when somebody texts me something important, like, if my mom texts me, and, you know, there was a couple weeks ago where she sent a group text out to, like, me and all 5 of my brothers and sisters and was like, hey guys, I have cancer again. It doesn't look good. I don't know. I stopped reading there. And I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. You have a serious thing that you want to talk about? You can call me. I'm not reading a fucking text message. And I haven't heard from her since, so. I don't know.
I'm going to break it down for you. If you play the lottery and start taking your time looking at the scratchers like you're in an apple orchard in the fall, in this county, you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. If you play the lottery, I'm going to break it down for you when calling us. If we don't answer and you choose to leave a voice, I'm going to break it down for you. If you invite us over for dinner, well, we don't adhere to your fancy slang and we'll be eating supper in this county and you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. If you invite us over for dinner, I'm going to break it down for you. When wearing sandals, if you can't be bothered to take your socks off, in this county, you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to break it down for you. If you wear a fanny pack at an angle across your body and attempt to...
Unless they're Crocs. If you're wearing socks with sandals where your feet are totally covered, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But the worst are like thong sandals or like, you know, thong flip-flops with socks on. Yes, you should go to jail for that.
Call it a bum bag. In this county, you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. If you wear a fanny pack... I'm going to break it down for you. If you walk into a coffee shop and order a beignet, a Berliner, or a Zeppele, in this county we call those donuts, you are going to jail. I'm going to break it down for you. I'm going to break it down for you. You are one good-looking man. Today's going to be a great day. Do you believe in life? I'm going to break it down for you. If you walk around singing that pa-ta-pa-tia song in this county, you are on your way to jail.
That's what I was looking for. Dude, AI is too fucking good now, dude. That is too fucking good. That is too good. Like, truly. That is too good. Because the problem is that, like, normally, if you type that into fucking AI, and you type into AI, say, pa-ta-pa-ta, like, it's not going to say it right. It's not going to say it. He's not gonna say it like, but he did. He said it right, and he did the whole like head bobbing and everything like it's a song. Like, how the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck does it do that? How does he do that?
I'm gonna break it down for you. If you walk around singing that pa-ta-pa-tia song in this county, you are on your way to jail.
Bro, how does it do that? That's too good. That is too fucking good. That's scary good. Which, also, speaking of that, I think that's a Blackpink song, right? Everything they come out with is fucking good, dude. I hate to say it. Everything they come out with is good. I couldn't stand them when I first saw them. I can't, like, everything I hear from them, it's so good. It all gets stuck in my head. Every single time I hear a fucking song from them, it's always stuck in my head. Blackpink is fucking amazing. There's another song today. I just saw a fucking video by them today. I think it's called Jump. It's totally stuck in my head. I can't get this shit out. You guys have to suffer with me now. Because this is some bullshit, bro. And also, what's the lead singer's name? Lucy? Stacy? Her. What's her name? Yeah, I thought there was only 4 ChatGPTs. Chat, answer the question. What is her name? No, her name is not fucking Jimothy. Lisa. That's her name. Lisa. Shut the fuck up. This is a fucking banger, dude. So, fuck, I already forgot her name. What was it again? Lucy? Stacy? Fuck. No, those are the 2 names I said the last time. Risa? Yes, Risa. Of Lisa, I used to think she was just this skinny little weird looking chick. She doesn't even look Asian. She's got like blonde hair and shit. Like, it's not even a good Asian, right? But I don't know what happened. She's fucking banging now. I don't know if she changed and like just looks different or if she just grew on me. But she is fire now. I don't know what the fuck is happening. They even have cool fucking videos. Like, what's the song from Lisa? There was one song from Lisa that I didn't even care much for the song. But then, like, yeah, like she used to have like way too thin of thighs. And now she's got nice thighs. She didn't have a butt, and now she has a fucking butt. This song, Money. This song is a fucking banger, dude. I love this fucking song, dude. This beat is awesome. And the dance is great too, dude. The dance is awesome. The fucking song is awesome. The music video is awesome. I love it. This is fucking fire, dude. And then she does like the little like leg kick thing. It's so good. It's fucking hot. It's an awesome song. I love this. It's so fucking bass. And the outfit that she wears with the fucking skirt and everything, it's so fucking cool. Oh, this outfit. That's right. That's what it is. The big shoes. That one right there with the fucking whoo, whoo. Oh yeah. That's the fucking move right there. Yep, that's it. There's the same dance every time with the fucking hands. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the...
Inside Lisa's first Met Gala look.
This is my first Met.
Today I'm wearing Louis Vuitton. It recreates an artwork by Henry Taylor. I could wear pants, but do we want to do that?
No.
Or, you know, like, do we want to make something more crazier, more fun?
More fun.
And then this is what we decide.
This was made just for you. Obviously, the detail of like all the Henry Taylor embroidery, along with the crystals.
Crazy.
I think that you should play the jacket for a little bit, but then at a certain point, then you hit him with the reveal, so that you can really see how snatched it is.
Okay.
Stand in the confidence of knowing that you are eating the carpet up tonight. Nah, thank you. It's great. Can you give him a 360 twirl? Good night.
Thank you, Dream Homie, for the gifted membership. Let's go. Cody got another membership. Tom Goons to K-pop now? I guess.
Just call her Max. Call her Max. Make it easy.
Wait, this chick, I know her. I know her. I know her. She's the one who did that video on the racist chick, or sorry, not the racist chick, but the lady, the Latino lady who was advocating for Trump to win, and then after he won, there's a video. Oh no, that's right. She did the one on the dad when his wife got taken by ICE and then deported. She did the video on that, saying that it was like an SNL skit, because after his own wife got deported, they were asking it like, the kids are sitting there crying, and he's like, yeah, I'd still vote for Trump. I'd vote for him again. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, that's her.
Iranian woman detained by federal agents. She and her family, all supporters of President Trump. See the MAGA hats.
Those flags staying up. This family still supports Donald Trump despite their mom being detained. The final moments home for an Iranian woman detained by immigration agents. A mother Monday going inside to say bye to her 4 kids.
She came and kissed the kids, and that was it. I said, last time I saw her.
A proud President Trump supporting family in Diamond Bar.
Election time was here. I had a full 3-4 flags out.
Even while
And she got deported too.
their mom faces immigration questions.
I'm very for of them seeing the Iranian nationals because of the sleeper cells. I understand that. I think it will resolve a lot of issues because we'll know exactly who's in here for what reasons. Even though I miss her dearly, but I think we could do a better job of, you catch someone, you see they're national, and do a background real quick and see if they have ties to the community and ties to families over here, and let them go.
No regrets with your vote?
None. Still supporting him.
While her family continues showing support for President Trump, hoping their mom comes home soon.
So speechless. Honestly, that felt like an SNL skit.
She debated Destiny. What's her name? Ariana Jasmine? Did she debate him on Jubilee? Where the fuck did she debate him at?
What do you mean? Even the doorbell one's got audio. When people come up to your doorbell, they have audio. They have audio.
It's so different than inside an apartment, inside a bedroom.
But inside your private home, like, I think you should be able to record whatever. But you're obviously
not.
Yes, this is, yeah. This is what I said as well. And I think it was Ryle who clipped me out of context when I said something about like, oh yeah, it was a conversation with Philly where he clipped me out of context, making it look like I said you should be able to just record people in the shower or in the bedroom and shit, like changing and crap like that. It totally clipped me out of context trying to make it look like that's what I said, when literally right after, like, the clip, if you play the full thing, I say immediately after that, like, yeah, as long as it's not like in the private space where privacy is expected, or like where they're changing, where they're naked, like anything like that, like you can never record those areas. But if you're recording in your house, like you know, in your living room, in the kitchen, like in like regular living areas, or in your own bedroom when nobody else is like changing in there and you're all just hanging out and talking like from your own fucking computer. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But yeah, I don't see anything popping up with their debates, but
Hold on, here we go.
I'm happy because that's what Jeffrey and Ghislaine expect from me.
Said she was instructed to.
Ghislaine Maxwell,
Ghislaine, there we
the
go.
daughter of the late press baron, who seems to have disappeared from his yacht.
Oh, the story.
I do need to look into that. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his like disappearance. I need to look into that and understand that a little bit better, because I heard that, yeah, he was just out on the water and then just disappeared out of nowhere. So. Also, I was telling somebody the other day that Benny Johnson, Tucker Carlson, and Glenn Greenwald, they all talk the same now. They all talk exactly the same. They talk with the same exact cadence. All three of them. They talk exactly the same. And so I was watching a Glenn Greenwald clip with somebody about the Epstein stuff, and I was telling them, I was like, bro, he talks exactly like Tucker Carlson. And he's like, does he? You think so? Are you sure? And I was like, yes, watch this. And I sent them this.
Gondor still won't release Gandalf's client list. What is that? It's been years since his death, yet no one will explain why he was traveling with 4 young hobbits. Where were they going? Some type of mountain retreat? At one point, they were said to be passed off to Aragorn. We interviewed Frodo. He said that Aragorn promised them second breakfast, then led them up to Weathertop, where he left them there to be surrounded by 4 tall men in black cloaks. That's Illuminati shit if ever I heard it.
This is exactly what all of them do, too. They all do exactly this, where they can just make anything sound so, like, is it auspicious? Is it auspicious? It's favorable. Oh yeah, auspices. Okay, never mind. Suspicious, I think is what I was thinking. Yeah, suspicious.
We also obtained audio from Rivendell, where Frodo is heard in a circle with the words uttered, "You have my sword, you have my bow, and my ass." Gondor still won't release Gandalf's client list. What is...
And my ass. Yep, that's what he does. He changes what it is that they say. He makes everything sound so like creepy and just sus and odd. Wait, what? He says in my axe. He says my axe. Not my ass, but yes, he'll just like change little bits of things. This is such a good impression.
What is that? It's been years since his death, yet no one will explain why he was traveling with 4 young hobbits.
It's exactly what he sounds like.
Her father was drowned in the middle of the ocean under weird like circumstances. Her father, who worked for
Did he say he was drowned?
Drowned in the middle. Father was drowned.
Yeah, he said he was drowned. That is very different than he drowned. saying he was drowned. That means somebody killed him. Yeah, he said he was drowned. Holy shit. What is this? You don't know what this is? This is the leftist mafia.
In the middle of the ocean.
Isn't that what they call them? The leftist mafia?
Under weird circumstances.
Obama did it. Yeah.
Her father, who worked for Mossad, this whole.
Oh, you fucker! You fucking fucker! Lance is watching. Lance, you little bitch, or his editor. You fucking shit stains, dude. You little fucks. You little twink fucks. Alright, what was the names of the other guys on the channel? I'm sure one of them have it up. What was the names of the other guys? Matt Binder? I don't think he'll have it up. I doubt he'll have it up.
Welcome to the Scamming.
Cancel culture.
I saw like interviews
yeah, here we go.
afterwards about it. He's still debating like the I get the efficacy or just the need that people may feel that it's important.
These two guys to me are literally the same person. The Humanist and the Rational National. Those two guys are literally the same person to me. They're literally the same exact person. But yeah, the leftist mafia, these are like all just the dumbest fucks. And they all do a podcast together once a week. And I think it's once a week, but yeah, I think they say like the pretty sure top 3 are Jewish. Matt Binder is not Jewish. Matt Binder is definitely not Jewish. Oh, these are the leftist mafia? Yep. This is them.
Where I had a tweet.
Extremely individualistic way. And I'm sure Sam Cedar got blindsided too. Literally everyone I know personally that has gone on Jubilee has gotten blindsided. So I obviously
The tease and I'm like that's good. I'm good.
I have to chime in. I'm so sorry. Speaking of that debate more like, look, I said this with Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna say this with fucking Wired. I am up.
Yeah, I wanted to listen to the part about Epstein, but I have no. Oh, I guess. Okay.
Happened to him. It wasn't like
Oh, for the surfs, it was like 5 hours in, but because he streamed and then went on the show, they just started it here, so it's only 12 minutes in for them.
Didn't know Bubba the Love Sponge was recording this. Bubba the Love Sponge on the video is seen telling his wife, like, oh man, if we ever need to make money off of this, we can easily do something with this tape. But the tape leaked. Gawker published it.
What the fuck does Dream Homie? I'm sorry, you say. I feel like every time I read something from you, it's the most nonsensical thing I've ever read. You ever hear about how to have an electric shock is one thing, and to be electrocuted, I hear, means to have died from electric shock, like being hanged. Oh, drowned versus was drowned. Electrocuted versus have an electric shock. Yes, electrocuted is to be, yeah, is to have electricity hit you, but electric shock is what you're being electrocuted by. Yeah.
Hogan teamed up with Peter Thiel to take down Gawker. You know, I think the reason Hogan went
Like to hang versus be hanged. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
after Gawker for the sex tape was because this other piece of the tape that later came out that he thought Gawker was going to leak. Gawker ended up not having this part of the tape, but this is the part of the tape that leaked shortly after, where he's laying there with the woman who he just had sex with, and he's going on this incredibly racist rant about this black man that his daughter Brooke is seeing, dropping the N-word, hard R numerous times, talking about
Yeah, he's talking about Hulk Hogan.
how he doesn't want his daughter with black men, and just going incredibly not, you know, just not even passive racism, hardcore race. Not that that's okay either, but hardcore racism. To the point.
Yeah, he I think his son released a recording of him like using the N-word a bunch of times, and like, yeah, I believe that's what it was, right? They had a show at the time about their family, and the entire show got canceled, I believe, because of like the horrifically racist things that he said.
Point where Hogan even just says casually to the woman, you know, I guess I'm pretty racist, like literally admitting it on the tape. And if that wasn't bad enough, later on, I think a year or two down the line, his son is in prison, and the phone call between Hogan and his son leaks, and Hulk Hogan's going on this incredibly racist rant about black people using a carny speak to try to hide it, calling them like blizz piz or something like that. And one of the things he says is that he just hopes karma doesn't resurrect them as black.
I don't know. I thought Binder was like Middle Eastern or something. Information regarding Matt Binder's ethnicity is not widely available. However, some sources suggest he may be Jewish based on his tweet asking someone if they were Jewish. He asked somebody if they were Jewish, therefore he's Jewish? What the fuck? There is no definitive public information available from the provided reference or other reliable sources that specifies the ethnicity of Matt Binder, the journalist and host associated with the Mashable and the Doomed with Matt Binder podcast. Without explicit details from Binder himself or a credible source, I cannot provide precise. What ethnicity is Tom Foolery show? I think I have to say YouTuber Tom Foolery show, because otherwise it'll think I'm talking about the cartoon. There seems to be some confusion in your query, as Tom Foolery, or The Tom Foolery Show, refers to a 1970 to 1971 American animated comedy television series based on the nonsense poetry of Edward Lear and the Lewis Carroll person. Therefore, the show does not have an ethnicity. If you meant to ask about the ethnicity of a specific person associated with the show, there's a host. Additionally, your previous question, Matt Binder, and it's unclear. What ethnicity is the YouTuber Tom from the Tom Foolery show? Based on available information, the YouTuber Tom from the Tom Foolery show, a politics and debate focused call-in show, covering topics like news, elections, and cultural discussions, does not have publicly disclosed details about his ethnicity. The YouTube channel descriptions and related Reddit discussions identify as the host Tom, but provide no specific information about his ethnic background. Without explicit statements from Tom himself or a credible source, I cannot determine his ethnicity. If you have more context, such as specific video or social media posts where he might discuss his background. If I had the information, why would I be asking you? What the fuck? What happened with Tom Foolery show and JSTLK? The drama between Tom, the host of the Tom Foolery Show, and JSTLK, a political live streamer, centers on a series of interpersonal and online conflicts within the DGG Destiny streaming community that unfolded primarily early 2024. Here's a concise summary of the key events based on available information. Tom Foolery Show. Tom is a YouTuber and Twitch political commentator known for his call-in shows discussing news, elections, cultural topics. He's described as a charismatic figure in the Destiny community, though polarizing due to certain actions. Pronounced variably Jizz Tickle or Just Talk, JSTLK is a DGG adjacent streamer who gained popularity in late 2023 for drama, breaking news, and political content. He's been controversial for allegedly watching and linking Nick Fuentes streams, leading to a community nickname, Jew Stalker, which he disputes. He disputes it, guys. Don't forget about that. He does dispute that. Key events in the drama: initial conflict and Jew. Nickname dispute. May 2024, JSTLK called into the Anything Else podcast to confront Dan, a Destiny associate for using Jew Stalker nickname, which stemmed from JSTLK's past engagement with Nick Fuentes content. JSTLK claimed his label damaged his reputation and demanded Dan disavow it. Dan argued it was just a joke, but JSTLK felt it was not adequately addressed, escalating tensions. I don't know how this applies to me. JSTLK attempted to pressure Dan by threatening to leak Patreon revenue details, which was perceived as blackmail. This incident indirectly tied to Tom, as the broader Destiny community drama often overlapped, with Tom being a prominent figure in the same circles. Tom Foolery and Kelly Jean drama, February of June 2024. A significant controversy involved Tom and Kelly Jean. So the only way that this overlapped with me was the same way the last drama overlapped with me, was because when he got mad that they called him Jew Stalker, he made a big deal about the fact that this affected his career, that this affected the way that people talked about him, that this could make him look bad and give him bad branding. Yet that he went off forever calling me a sex pest, and I kept saying, that's fucked up, dude. You can't just like randomly throw out labels like that and just keep saying that that's like what the that keep calling me a sex pest for no good reason. Like this is a very serious label that you're just throwing around willy-nilly. And you're making it sound like I'm this like predator when I have lots of women on my show. I don't want people to be afraid to come on my fucking show afterwards. And so when he all of a sudden got upset that they called him Jew Stalker, I was like, oh, interesting. So you would be upset. You're saying that you don't like it when people just throw detrimental labels around about you, huh? That's what the fuck is happening? I just had a cone and I'm tripping out over this AI recap. Yes, this is fucking hilarious. That's why I said that sometimes I'll like search shit like this on like AI things just to see what the fuck they say about me, because they're fucking hilarious, dude. It's always funny to see it just written out like this. Tom Foolery and Kelly Jean. A significant controversy involved Tom and Kelly Jean, a British cosplayer and former Destiny orbiter. Tom was accused of inappropriate behavior after he and his chat reviewed Brittany Simon's public Instagram photos in the stream. That's not true at all. That is totally not what happened, but okay. That's close enough. It's mixing up a number of things, but all right. after his chat reviewed Brittany Simon's public Instagram photos in a stream, framing it as good objectification. We called it respectful objectification, not good objectification, but moral objectification. You know, it was, but essentially, sure, good objectification. Kelly Jean called this out as inappropriate. That is not, we were not watching Brittany Simon's Instagram photos. We looked at Kelly Jean's Instagram on stream. My chat did say some inappropriate things, like they were going to put a baby in her and shit like that. And then this blew up into this whole thing where JSTLK was like, see, I was right. He is a sex pest. I told you. And yeah, just like this whole thing just started over again. But but it wasn't really as much Kelly Jean calling me out for it being inappropriate. It was JSTLK who was white knighting the whole time, saying it was sexual harassment, it was sex pesting, it was all the shit. And she's like, oh, I don't think it's those things. And that was yeah, it was a big thing. Kelly Jean called this out as inappropriate, leading to Tom sending her hostile messages, including sexual comments and threats to feature her bikini photos on his stream. That second part is true, not in DMs. I didn't send her messages. I said it in chat where I did say, yes, I'm gonna keep pulling it up. Yeah. This escalated into a heated on-stream argument where Tom lost it and Kelly faced backlash. JSTLK's stream became a platform for related drama as Kelly was a frequent guest and admin on his Discord. JSTLK and others, including Wolfgang and Irrelevant, criticized Kelly's behavior during a Baldur's Gate 3 permadeath campaign stream in June of 2024, where she clashed with the group over roleplay disputes and was accused of being inconsiderate. This led to a heated exchange with Cherry, another streamer, who accused Kelly of manipulative behavior, further fueling community drama. Alleged role in Tom's reputation issues February through March 2024. JSTLK was accused of drama farming by targeting Tom's reputation, particularly after Tom's clash with Kelly. Some community members felt JSTLK misrepresented Tom's actions, such as framing Tom's behavior as predatory or sex pest conduct to stir controversy and boost viewership. This was tied to a broader narrative where JSTLK was seen as leveraging Destiny's community for clout. Yes, this one is perfectly accurate. Just, yep, nice. Very well done. A Reddit post from March 2024 expressing disgust over a situation where streamer at NSE, not so erudite, Kyla, brought up drama detrimental to Tom, allegedly stirred by spicy chat in JSTLK's confirmation bias. Supporters argued Tom was unfairly targeted and deserved a second chance for his unique perspective. Conversely, JSTLK defenders claimed he was exposing legitimate issues with Tom, though critics argued he exaggerated or lied about events to fuel drama, such as misrepresenting Tom's intentions in the Brittany Simon incident. Again, so what happened with Brittany Simon afterwards is Brittany Simon came into my chat as all this was blowing up, and she's like, Tom, why didn't you ever look at my Instagram posts? Why don't you ever goon over my Instagram? And I was like, you know what? That's my bad. You're right. Let's do it now. And so we pulled up her fucking Instagram. Everybody in chat, oh, Brittany's fucking fire. Brittany W's, and just like Brittany W's all over chat. And JSTLK got super salty over that. He got very salty over that. It was just like fuming over the fact that Brittany came in and was just like, why don't you look at my Instagram? We're like, true, we should look at your Instagram. And pulled up her shit because she also does OnlyFans as well. So like, yes, they all got really fucking salty over that. That's the only reason it's mentioning this, Brittany Simon. That was the only thing, is just like, she came into my chat and said that I should look at her Instagram too. The Destiny subreddit and related platforms saw polarized reactions. Some praised Tom as fair and handsome. And that, you know, that is pretty much what ended the whole thing. Is, you know, some people were like, oh, maybe he's a sex pest. Maybe he's sexually harassing people. Maybe his actions are inappropriate. But then other people were like, but he's fair and handsome. And they were like, you know what? Okay, good point. Done and over with. Because as incels say, if you're attractive, you can't sexually harass somebody. And so that was the main argument there, is like, but guys, did you ever consider that Tom's attractive? They were like, oh, that's right. So he can't sexually harass. That's okay. So yeah, some praised Tom as fair and handsome, accusing JSTLK of being a sneaky opportunist who rode community memes for gain while crying foul when criticized. Others view JSTLK as a garbage human being. Interesting, okay. For his aggressive debating style and perceived crypto-fascist leaning... Wait. His debating style and perceived crypto-fascist leanings due to his Fuentes connections. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. For those of you who don't know, there was a whole thing where people thought that I was like posting about myself, and that I was complimenting myself, saying how good looking I was, and the bottom of it said Thomas Fair, which was already like a meme in my community. It was a thing that like all of my followers posted all over the place. So now the Destiny community, anytime I go anywhere, DGG starts posting how smart Tom is, how good looking he is, how fair he is, how that he's the best debater, he's the smartest person on the internet. Like, they all just say things like this. But it is like, it's a meme, but it's funny because AI doesn't know that. And neither do other people from the outside. So tons of people who just see these things, they come in from the outside and they see every time I go anywhere, if it's a Reddit post, if it's on fucking Twitter, if it's on fucking Destiny's channel, whatever, the chat floods with tons of like, you know, Tom is fair, Tom is gorgeous, Tom is handsome, Tom is the smartest, just fucking flooding it. And even Pisco the other day when I was in his chat, he's like, you know, the whole Reddit thing is actually a great social experiment where Tom actually ends up winning in the end. When people think they're trolling him, they think they're fucking with him. It actually turns out that everybody from the outside sees it as everybody loves Tom, that everybody thinks he's the greatest, and they all just see him as like somebody that everybody is just super impressed with. He's like, it's actually brilliant. So yeah, it's fucking hilarious. So yeah, AI doesn't know, and they're just like, they praise Tom as fair and handsome. But they are correct that JSTLK is a garbage human being for his aggressive debating style and perceived crypto-fascist leanings due to his Fuentes connections. JSTLK faced a YouTube ban in May of 2024 for a community guidelines violation, which some attributed to mass reporting by detractors, possibly linked to the Tom drama or other conflicts. Huh. Interesting. Tom was revealed to have used an alt-Reddit account, to boost his image, which added to perceptions of him being manipulative, though his supporters dismissed the drama as a nothing burger. Not even that. The two accounts that they were accusing me of having, my sister and my roommate both said, no, those are our accounts, and that was that was it. Everybody in my community were like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then like even my mods, some of my mods were like, yeah, I know like whose accounts those are. We know those people. Whereas the other people like JSTLK and Queeman and them, they don't ever mention that part. They never mention that part. They just saying, yes, no, he got caught using accounts to compliment himself. Never mention that like, oh no, other people said that those were their accounts, and then debunk that or argue against it or anything. They literally don't even mention it. So By July 2024, JSTLK's stream discussed a personal relationship reveal with Cherry, which shifted some focus from the Tom drama, but highlighted ongoing community tensions as Kelly Jean's departure from JSTLK's stream was mourned by some fans. A July 2025 post from the Tom Foolery show on X referenced a meme about BPD, borderline personality disorder, where Tom clarified it was about JSTLK's comments towards him, not Destiny, indicating lingering friction. Ooh. Ethnicity of Tom. Regarding your earlier question about Tom's ethnicity, there is no definitive public information in the provided sources. Elsewhere, ethnic background, Tom remains relatively anonymous figure, and without explicit self-disclosure, his ethnicity cannot be determined. If you have additional context, a specific stream where he discusses this, I can look into it further. Summary. The Tom Foolery show JSTLK drama involved a mix of personal disputes, community nicknames, and accusations of drama farming. Tom faced backlash for his behavior towards Kelly Jean and Brittany Simon, while JSTLK was criticized for amplifying these issues and engaging in manipulative tactics. The Destiny community remains divided, with some defending Tom's charisma and others condemning both streamers for perpetuating toxic drama. If you want specifics on a particular incident or clip, let me know and I can try to pinpoint it. The sources are driven Destiny, Reddit, and Wiki. Yeah. So they reflect biases and incomplete narratives. I've aimed to critically summarize the events without endorsing any side's claims. Nice. That's funny. That's fucking funny.
Black people. Like, just for no reason, just going on this incredibly racist rant about how he has a fear of coming back as a black person in the afterlife. Just bizarre stuff. Obviously, dude's got issues. And then, of course, he...
So are you Muslim? I'm Jewish, obviously. And so somebody on Twitter said something like... I forget what they said, but they said something about like, you know, you're just mad that JSTLK keeps attacking you because you're a horrible person. And I replied to them and said something like, you know, yeah, I know it's probably the nose, but I'm actually not Jewish because they called the Jew stalkers. So
he endorses Trump. Hardcore endorses Trump, comes out at the RNC, comes out at the Trump rallies.
Accepted that endorsement, of course.
Yeah, of course. And
now he's dead.
Now he's dead. I mean, the last time he was seen on pro wrestling television was earlier this year in January when WWE Raw debuted on Netflix for the first time.
I don't care about this. They're just gonna whine and cry that he was racist.
So he was fired in 2015 by the WWE for the tape, and then
using his resources, finding an in with the sex tape, and then using that to destroy an entire independent, well, not independent, but media empire, effectively, which is really dangerous. And he's been like an absolute terror ever since.
Right. I mean, I always thought like Gawker, I get why they had to defend it. But it was always disappointing to me that like the hill they died on was the Hulk Hogan sex tape. They put out so much good work over the years.
Well, why wasn't that illegal? If it was filmed without his consent, that's the part I don't get. Like that, isn't that a crime?
Well, I mean, the crime
in California, it's a two-party consent state. So in California, which is where Hulk Hogan lived at the time, I believe, I believe his son recorded the thing and then put it out, and so technically it was illegal for them to publish it. Yeah.
Would be, I guess, Bubba the Love Sponge,
revenge
right?
porn,
not Gawker particularly. I mean, obviously Gawker was found liable for.
I'll pick Tom over the Humanist Report. If you have half a brain, you'd pick me over every single one of these fucks up here, dude. What the hell?
Thunberg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Amy Goodness has been calling her Toonberry for so long.
All right, I'm gonna press play. This is how to pronounce it.
Wait, that's how you pronounce Amy. That's how you pronounce Amy Goodman's name. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
No, it's Goodman. And then if you go down to the replies,
match knowing the kid was sick, and he wished him, the kid wished him good luck, and he said, "I'm wrestling for you." And while he was in the ring, the kid died.
Damn, dude.
Right?
Oh, I always call her Ghislaine. So I have a
thank you,
rule
thank
on
you.
my. I have a rule.
Yeah, I've always called her Ghislaine as well, and it's been kind of rough trying to switch to Ghislaine, but this has happened a ton. Like where I called Kamala Harris Kamala for so long, and then all of a sudden I started getting on TikTok, and they all kept saying anybody who calls her Kamala is racist. And they made like a really big deal about it. Like I kept watching them. Like I would be on a panel and they would say, "Who did you vote for?" And I would say Kamala Harris, and they would be like, and they wouldn't say anything. But then all of a sudden, a right winger would come on and be like, "I voted for Trump. How could anybody vote for Kamala Harris?" And they'd immediately, "You only call her Kamala because you're racist. That's why you're saying that. You're a racist piece of shit. Nobody would say Kamala unless they're racist." And I was like, shit, what did I say, chat? Did I say, I said it? I did. Fuck. What am I supposed to, I don't remember how to say it. Like, it took a while of trying to correct myself a number of times to make sure that I was actually saying it correctly. But, yeah, same with Ghislaine, same with Iran instead of Iran.
Whenever I used to stream, because I used to stream a lot, and I pronounce like white people that I don't like that are in politics, I usually pronounce their name wrong, and I do that on purpose because I just don't care. Like Rudy Giuliani is Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, I still say Pete Buttigieg, but I believe it actually is Buttigieg. I believe that's no, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I forget.
Ghislaine is Jizzy. Like I just don't care. You know what I mean? Like
You gave her a pet name.
yeah, but it's not like it's a derogatory pet name.
I don't know. It sounds.
Okay.
Mike's like, I'm gonna play the one that I pick. Thank you very much.
Anybody, it's a bit. Come
Okay,
on,
wait.
you
Let me
don't
ask you guys this. Let me ask you guys this. How do you pronounce Greta's last name?
Thunberg.
I would say what?
Thunberg. I thought it was Thunberg for so long because of how Amy Goodman pronounces it, and then
Yeah.
I heard her interview her on the flotilla, and she's like, "It's Thunberg," and it's Thunberg, not Thunberg. Yeah.
Second.
Damn it! I wanted to hear what they talked about with this, but I guess
Someone else.
Pepe Le Pew vibes. No, thank you. Let's get someone else.
All the other ones
Mike
like
needs his ears cleaned.
AI
What?
voices, so at least he has a real voice.
True, it is.
Listen, if the chat, some of them don't agree. If you want to mispronounce her name, that's fine. You could be disrespectful to her. I'm more mature, so I'm going to pronounce her name the way it is. It's just Ghislaine, okay?
How to pronounce with real world examples. Here we go. Wait. Hold on. These people who knew them. All right, here we go.
you know that she lived in like Jamaica for a while, right? You know that she did live in Jamaica for a while, and then she moved to Canada with her mom later, but still was but still went back to Jamaica a number of times. It's also Ghislaine. I don't think it's Ghislaine. I thought it was Ghislaine. It might be Ghislaine. But I watched a documentary recently where all the girls were talking about the way that they, like the Epstein documentary on Netflix. Again, would not recommend it. It is horrific to watch because it is just a bunch of girls talking about how they were raped, and it is horrific. But they all talk about their interactions with her, and I could have sworn they all said Ghislaine the whole time.
I'm happy because that's what Jeffrey and Gillen would expect from me.
Jeffrey said she was instructed to have sex.
See, she just said Gillen or something like that.
Expect from I'm happy because that's what Jeffrey and Gillen would expect
Gillen.
from me.
Jeffrey said she was instructed to have
Jeffrey.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh wait, this person said Ghislaine.
We can't trust them. We can't trust that person.
Ghislaine.
Yeah, the person who says Jew free is probably not the best one.
Well, but you can't see the video, so I gotta let you know that the
Hey
person.
Tom, you got mentioned on Nicholas Diorio last week. Yeah, I talked about it. I think the day that it happened, I talked about the fact that like every time I hear him mention my name, he says something brand new. Every fucking time the guy says my name, he says something new. Some new fucking shit that I've never heard before. All of a sudden, he's got some shit to say about me. That's some new fucking narrative that I've never even heard of. It's every fucking time. Every fucking time somebody says that he mentioned my name, every fucking time it's some fucking, he's got some new thing to add. And I think that time it was that I don't remember what it was. That I like raped somebody or something. It was something weird. I don't remember what he said. What did he say? Yeah, it was something like that. Like something like I raped somebody or I sexually harassed somebody or something. I don't remember exactly what he said, but sexually assaulted something weird. Like it was literally every fucking time. There's other times where he was like talking to Turkey Tom about me and just totally mixed up like what happened, and he was talking about me talking to Not So Erudite, and he mixed up like 3 different things. And then I heard him again, I think talking to Destiny, JSTLK, and somebody else, and he did it again, and I think that's when Destiny was like, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what's going? Is this just like some Tom like hate party or something? This is weird. And JSC goes, no, we're all fine. We're just fucking around. We're just kidding. He's like, I don't know, dude. I think I'm gonna head out. They're like, no, we're not talking about Tom. We're just, and yeah, I don't know. Just every time I hear him talk, he has some like new thing that where sometimes it's like, it sounds like he's just mixing up different things, but it's always in the most like twisted, worst way possible, or it's or it's that it's just something brand new that I've never even heard before. But I didn't hear that part. He said you had a good take or something, some drama person you spoke to. But I also think he said you're a wall cow. Yeah, he's like the things that he hears about me or believes about me, it's which he doesn't know me. Like I don't expect him to like remember every little thing. It's just kind of annoying that like the people with bigger audiences always seem to like hear things about me or say something about me that's totally twisted from like what actually happened. And one of the annoying things is that even like he is talking about how insane JSTLK and Queeman are about people like Willie Mack and shit like that. Yet everything that he hears about me and knows about me is all from Queeman and JSTLK and the way that they fucking twisted everything that actually happened. And so it's just, that's all he knows. That's all he hears. And that's his whole fucking narrative is just from those fucks. And I'm thinking, damn, dude, like it takes you this long to realize how bad faith these losers are. And then even once you realize, you're still kind of like repeating their fucking narratives. But yeah, when you say he said I had a good take, it was just, that was the JSTLK video that I put out where he said that I was the only one with like a legitimate criticism of JSTLK in that whole scenario, because Destiny was talking about the fact that like JSTLK with the whole Cherry scenario, that he was super hypocritical in that. And he was saying, he's like, I just think I don't know if Destiny actually has a claim here. I've never heard JSTLK say this, and so nobody has a clip. It's just not as substantive. But Tomfoolery does. Like, it's obvious when you play the Tomfoolery clip that there's like, this is super hypocritical of JSTLK. And so that's all he said. He wasn't like saying I had a good take or anything. He was just saying that I was the only one who had like a real claim there. How do you know that's all he hears? I just explained. What do you mean? So he heard your video. So it's oh well, okay. Thanks, Allie. That was. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic right now or not. I can't tell if that's a fucking joke or if you're being serious right now. JSTLK just cares about drama, not substantive content in any capacity for sure. Yeah, he watched your video. No, he watched the 60-second clip of JSTLK talking to me. So sure, I'm sitting there, and he heard the things that JSTLK was saying to me about. But it was the clip that I put out calling JSTLK out for all the shit that he said about me. Yet with the whole Cherry drama, he was like obviously proven to be super hypocritical in everything that he said to me. And so that's all it was. It was just the clip that I put out, like calling him a fucking hypocrite. It wasn't this clip. This one is a longer clip that has like more information on it.
Kelly, were you upset about any of my other logs?
Well, I mean, I would like you to admit that it is a bit weird to say sex pest. That is like a very
yeah, this one is 4.5 minutes long. The one that he watched was this one.
I told you, I don't think you sexually harass these women. I don't think that's what happens. I think you're a rebounder.
That's not sexual harassment.
You think if you're there
what
enough,
I just said was not sexual harassment.
You'll get a rebound eventually. You will catch a basketball. That's my contention.
So he's saying that like I'm hanging around all of these women hoping that I'll eventually get a rebound, even though I never even attempted to hook up with any of these women. Yet he ended up having the same women on all the time. He had these women on all the time, every fucking day. I would have some of those women on like once a month, maybe twice a month at most. But he had those same exact women, like Kelly Jean, Cherry, Lav. Like he would have them on day after day after day after day after day, and yeah, and then he did end up hooking up with one of them. So
okay. That I'm just there, just being there is my game plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically with like mentally ill women who have been broken down repeatedly. What was the other one? Oh, you also have like this platform that you bring them on. Kind of like in my head, like I feel like very much whatever Mr. Girl wrote about Destiny probably applies significantly more to you. Not that it actually applies to you. Wouldn't say you're like actually targeting these women and trying to have sex with them like in a way we could prosecute you for it in some way. It's like at worst an ethical violation.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, I don't think you said
that's literally like the end of the conversation too. That's it.
All right. Anything else, buddy?
No, I feel like I won completely. So thank you.
Well done.
Good times.
You did it.
Have a good one. See ya.
Mm.
And then I moved on to talking to a crazy woman.
But I can literally never remember it.
It doesn't seem
Somebody
like it
in
would
chat
be
said
an
it.
A. Thank you. But they talked about affirmative action and
there's Jessica Foss says JSTLK is a pest. Ooh. Wait, they're all adding JSTLK. I didn't realize he was in my chat afterwards. Yeah, they're all adding him. What did he say? JSTLK at Tom Foolery Show. Do you want me to come back and explain to Torsha what I said, or can you do it without lying? Wait, what the fuck did I say?
That
What's like your mission statement for your channel? If you had to make one up on the spot right now.
It was to challenge your thoughts is like the motto of the show, where like it's not a horn dog and just one thing that I definitely do not want to be said about me.
Wait, what's the first part of the word? What was it? Or it was
sex pest.
Sex pest. Okay.
Yeah,
It sounds like crabs or something.
Yeah, I mean it's like a person who's kind of like bugging people, like trying to get like nudes from them, trying to get like sexual favors from them.
What?
You know, sexually harassing them, like all sorts of shit like that, where it's like somebody who's just a
So they're
overly
gaslighting.
horn dog. And
Who said that? The last person on your show?
I don't remember his name, but he like I have like a disproportionate amount of women in my community. We literally like made a conscious decision to have more women on stream a while ago, and
Just meet the fucking quota. I'm just kidding.
yeah, there really is like a small amount of women in the space and that actually like engage with the content, and there was like conversations that we had to have a more inclusive space, to where now we do have like a disproportionate amount of women, disproportionate amount of black people, disproportionate amount of trans people, where like it is just a very disproportionate space where we end up
What's like your mission statement for your channel?
And so yeah, he said in chat, do you want me to come up and explain to Torsha what I said, or can you do it without lying? I didn't even, all I said is that he called me a sex pest, which he did, and then she asked what a sex pest is, and I told her. But the problem is that he kept like giving his own special definition of it. Yeah, like his special definition was somebody who talks to a bunch of women and then waits around hoping that sex will fall in their lap. That was his definition of a sex pest. Is somebody that's like never hitting on them, never trying to get with them, never you know, going into their DMs and trying to like get close to them or anything. It was just that they would like talk to these women all the time to hoping that sex was gonna fall in their lap. That was literally his entire fucking thing. So was that the first time he chatted? I guess so. He literally doesn't even have a profile picture. It's just a purple J. Yeah, you can't really see it, but yeah, it's just his profile picture is a purple J. So he didn't even have a channel pic yet, but he was already streaming on Kick at the time. Apparently he said, somebody told me the other day that he keeps saying that he wasn't even streaming yet, but that's bullshit, because the first time that we spoke was the other video that I posted. This one.
I'd like you to admit that it is a bit weird.
And the only reason that I went live here is because he said, well, I've got to go soon. My chat is going to get pissed if I don't pull up the debate. And I have messages from Sass, who says he's streaming this, like in all caps. She's like, Tom, he's streaming this. Like, I thought that it was a private conversation at first. He didn't do anything like he didn't do anything like Weasley or anything. It's just that it was just him and Kelly Jean and Zonia sitting in Destiny's VC, and Rage Pope. That's right. That's the other person who was there, Rage Pope. And so when I came in, I thought that we were offline. And so eventually he just says like, oh, well, I've got to go soon. My chat's going to be mad if I don't watch the debate. And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? And he's like, the presidential debate, it's coming on soon, so we got to watch it. And I was like, wait, you said your chat, are you live right now? And he's like, oh yeah, I told them when I first jumped in, when Destiny left the VC, I told them that I was live. I forgot to mention it again, and I was like, shit, dude, fuck. He's like, sorry, I wasn't like trying to like do anything sneaky. And I was like, no, you're fine. It's just that I'm late for going live. I'm like 15-20 minutes late. I would have gone live as soon as I came in here if I'd known that you were live. But because I thought this was a private conversation, my whole fucking chat's sitting waiting for me to go live right now. And I'm super late. So let me start my fucking stream. And so yeah, so I just started this. And so yeah, apparently he was telling people that he wasn't even streaming yet, which It's just pure bullshit. Yes, he was streaming. And I have messages from people on this date telling me that he's streaming. I have DMs from people saying that they're watching it on his stream.
Weird to say sex pest. That is like a very specific word, right?
Okay,
You're saying sex pest as though I'm actually doing something.
People were just coming through my logs in DGG looking for me being upset at sex workers, and that was one that they found, was me calling you a sex pest in chat like months ago.
I didn't know that, no.
It wasn't that long ago.
Okay, weeks ago. Which I'm defending because I said it, and I will defend it and say exactly why I said it, but it's not like I came on here to be like, this wasn't the manifesto drop, so don't worry about it.
You wonder if you were there? So this is November 8th of 2023. How did you distance yourself from these people? I mean, I was never friends with any of them. Like, the only person that I was friends with was Zonia. And the Kelly Jean drama that they're talking about here, when that happened, shortly after, I was sent a video on stream. When I was sent that video, what I said at the time, somebody sent me a video in DMs, but it was a download, and I was like, I can't click this. I was like, I'm sorry, but I can't click downloads. I always get fucked when I click people's downloads from Discord, and so I just can't do it. And then I was like, fuck it. All right, fine, I'll do it. So I click the download. It pulls up. It's Destiny saying something about me and JSTLK. It's a clip of me saying JSTLK is obsessed with everybody else's dicks. And Destiny watched it on stream and was like, oh, true. So true. And so then I was like, okay, cool. X out of it. I was already supposed to get off stream, but I had just played this one last clip. And then as soon as I X'd out of it, a nude, it pulled up my entire fucking playlist, and a nude from a woman that I was talking to popped up on the screen. And it was somebody that Zonia and my head mod Sassafras fucking hated. They hated this person. And so my head mod, like, they made a big deal about it. I kept denying who it was. I didn't want anybody to know who it was. I didn't want it to, like, be a big thing. And that person's ex-boyfriend went and took pictures of nudes they had, connected all of the moles and everything, and then posted the pictures and sent them out to everybody to make sure that they could all identify the nude that was on my stream. And like, as soon as it popped up on my stream, I just, like, immediately ended stream, deleted it. But people had already gone and gotten the fucking screenshots, and so then Zonia and Sassafras left my community and then leaked a ton of, like, out of context DMs, just making up bullshit, just totally just, like, made up a ton of bullshit, kept changing their stories, like, kept making up a bunch of new shit. And it became a lot for, like, my entire community, because Sass was, like, my head mod. She owned my Discord server. She was my producer. She was the one who gave me all the content and, like, helped recruiting for panels and all sorts of shit. And so it just became a lot for everybody in my community when they were close to Zonia and Sassafras. But I'm sitting here saying, like, just none of this is true. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys, but I was like, don't worry. I was like, I'm not calling them liars. I think they're just confused. I'm not going to, like, debunk them or anything. I'm going to handle this behind the scenes. And I just kept putting it off. And apparently they had no interest in fucking talking to me. Like, I kept thinking I'll have a conversation with them and they'll come back and admit that they were wrong. And they never did. So by the time I actually came out and, like, debunked all the shit that they were saying, I'd already lost 95% of my fucking audience. It was way too late. Tom was, don't be like Vosh with horse corn. Funny story. Vosh did that an hour after me. We both did it in tandem. Vosh's playlist accidentally got leaked in the same exact way as mine an hour after me. When did the Kelly Jean stream happen? 3 days earlier. 2 days earlier. So yeah, I eventually like made like a whole video essay to kind of come out with to like prove all of this shit, and it's just it was a lot. It was a lot of bullshit. It was a lot of. It's just a lot, yeah. That I just like I didn't want to have to like rehash everything and go through everything, and it was yeah, it was all at the same time. I'd forgotten that. Yes, that was a big part of it, and really, the only reason that the Kelly Jean shit mattered at all was because of Zonia. It was only because of Zonia. If Zonia and Rezi had not, like, made this huge fucking deal about it and kept, like, totally misrepresenting everything that I fucking said. Like, there's a clip, okay? It's fucking disgusting, dude. So, one of the things that Rezi asks me is, he says, because I was like, dude, they were calling me a sex pest. So I was like fighting back against them and just talking shit about them. And they're like, yeah, but if a woman accuses you of sexual harassment, you don't talk shit about her afterwards. And I was like, hold on. I'm sorry, but I was like, it was her public Instagram that I pulled up on stream. I didn't like say anything about her. I didn't say she was hot. I didn't say she's sexy. I didn't say anything about her. I just pulled up her Instagram. It was cosplay. And some of it was Asian shit. And so I just said, that's cultural appropriation. Somebody canceled this bitch and then X'd out of it and moved on. It was up there for a couple of seconds, moved on. And then afterwards, the JSTLK is calling me a sex pest and saying I sexually harassed her. And so when I go in there and she's like fueling this fire, yes, I'm calling her out and calling her a fucking bitch and telling her she's fucking dumb. And that if she doesn't want public stuff out in the public, then I don't know what to tell you, but that's on her. And so, yeah, they were like, so a woman accuses you of sexual harassment and you argue with her about it? That's disgusting, Tom. And I was like, I'm sorry, but it's not. I was like, if somebody falsely accuses me, yes, I'm going to go fucking argue with them. And so they gave me this hypothetical where Rezi says, okay, so you're in a bar and a woman accuses you of sexual harassment. Do you debate her on it? And I was like, no. They're like, do you just get up and leave? I was like, yeah, of course. And they're like, okay, so then what the fuck? And I was like, well, if instead of her just saying to me, she feels uncomfortable or she thinks I'm sexually harassing her, instead of just saying that, she instead yells and makes a big deal saying, this guy's sexually harassing me. This guy, he touched me. He touched my ass. Like, if instead she does that, then yes, now I'm going to stand up and I'm going to fucking defend myself. Now I'm going to call her a fucking lying piece of shit. And I'm going to tell them to pull the fucking cameras. I'm going to tell them to, like, I'm going to disprove this fucking cunt and make sure that everybody knows she's a fucking lying piece of shit. And Rezi and Zonia were like, oh, how could you? Oh my goodness. You don't ever argue with a woman who accuses you of sexual harassment. And I'm like, even if she's wrong? They're like, yes, Tom, even if she's wrong. I was like, you guys are disgusting. And I want everybody in my audience to know that if you're a young man listening to this shit, if a woman accuses you publicly of sexual harassment and is going around telling everybody that you touched her or that you did something, you fucking defend yourself. Do not listen to these cowardly, spineless pieces of shit. You go fucking defend yourself. And they blew up over this and they all clipped this. Or they didn't even clip it. They never clipped it. They never showed it. They just ran around saying, Tom says he would debate a woman out of her feelings if she ever said that he sexually harassed her in a bar. That's what they did. They kept running around. Tom says he would debate a woman out of accusing him of sexual harassment in a bar. And I was just like, that's not what happened. That is not what happened. They were so fucking dishonest. They were so disgusting through the whole thing. And yeah, it was earlier we were talking about the fact that like all these, like I had tons of like streamers that I was always bringing on and always promoting, always rating, always helping out. And I when I say I've lost like 95% of my audience, at the time I was averaging, I think somewhere between, from day to day, it was anywhere from like 100 to 300. Like a 300 was a pretty good day. And then there were a few times where I was like more than double, triple that sometimes. But it was, yeah, it was like that. I had a much bigger community. Like back then, if I scheduled my stream 30 minutes ahead of time, by the time I hit go live, I already had like 100 people just sitting and waiting for me to go live. And so, yeah, it was very, very different time. And then eventually I got down to like averaging like 20 viewers every stream. Like, just when I say lost, like 95%, like I'm very is very very, very ridiculous. But yeah, then there were tons of people who just continued to make shit up. So like Aiko, one of the things that she did is there was this whole thing about the fact that I used to say sometimes I care about, like, I talk a lot about language and I talk a lot about semantics and stuff like that because I worked in linguistics, and so this is just an area that I really like, and it's interesting to me. And there was a group of Queeman and people like that kept saying he's trying to put himself up as an authority. He's trying to say he's an authority, and so that's why he says that. He keeps calling himself a linguist, and I was like, I never called myself a linguist. I don't ever call myself a linguist on stream because that does sound authoritative. If I'm at like a party or something like that, and somebody says, "What do you do?" Sure, I might have said, I might say I'm a linguist or something like that. But on stream, I've only ever said I work in linguistics to make it clear. I don't have a degree. I'm not claiming any sort of expertise. I'm not claiming education. I'm claiming just a trade, or I think a couple of times I said a linguist by trade or something like that. But I'm making it clear, I don't have a degree, don't have anything like that. Aiko, the whole argument was whether or not I was promoting myself as an authority on stream. Aiko goes and finds a text message from me from 3 years earlier where I said to her, I'm a linguist. And she leaks this whole thread of us talking where I said in the DMs, I'm a linguist. And then says, see, Tom lies. Tom lied. He calls himself a linguist all the time. And I was like, I literally said in private, in my own life, yes, I will call myself a linguist. I will tell people I'm a linguist. On stream, it's very different because we're in kind of an academic adjacent space where we use a lot of academic sources and crap like that, to where if you call yourself a linguist, it has a very different implication to it. So I just don't do that here ever. But yes, in DMs with my friend, I did say that. That's not contradictory at all. And even after she got called out for it, she didn't back off on it. She still continued to just run around saying the same exact fucking thing. And yeah, these people were they were so hungry for blood that they were willing to just lie from top to bottom and say whatever the fuck they felt like. President Sunday, Aiko, Rezi, Zonia, Sulfur. So yeah. I think you're doing well now, but for sure, man, shaking my head. Yeah, it was a lot, and Mantis got a lot of shit at the time as well. It was rough. To lose a lot of your audience when you've worked hard to build a community and have a tight-knit group. It was all because Sassafras decided to go in leak a bunch of shit to where to be clear, she never made the claim, and neither did Zonia, that I like abused her or that I like, did anything wrong to her. But the way that they leaked the DMs out of context definitely had that implication. So a bunch of people took the fucking DMs that she leaked and ran with this narrative. So that's why I was saying like, oh, it's okay. Like they'll clear it up. They'll fix this. It's not that bad. Like I'll talk to them. They'll do it. Because I didn't want to leak more DMs and like escalate things. I was trying my best to just be very like nice about the whole thing. And yeah, that's not, they didn't ever come back and do it. And it was literally the opposite, where instead Sassafras was my head mod, my producer, and one of my close friends. But also she would like really butt into my personal life within the last like month or two of her being around. When we had been close for like 3 years, out of nowhere, she is very concerned with my fucking personal life and like who I'm talking to, what girls are around, who I'm dating, like just everything. Just all of a sudden, my sex life is like a big part of what she's concerned about for some reason. And I would say, yeah, she, to an extent, she was like harassing me about this. She was just up my ass all the time when I kept telling her, like, dude, this isn't healthy. Like, you're getting a little too wacky here. You need to, like, back off. And I had, like, phone calls of this and everything, and it just, yeah, they didn't, DZ, another guy I follow, others, it's a rarity, ostensibly, to read over information before making claims. Wait, what about Xena? What about Xena?
And notified Tom was because at the very end of the stream, that it gets said, that
yeah, and then it cuts off,
and then it cuts off and ends, and I'm like, oh fuck! And so I messaged Tom. I'm like, you might want to take a look at the tail end of this VOD, and then hop into Destiny's room when you get a chance. And so I'm here basically kind of like listening in, just in case there was anything that was missed that I could relay to him, in case he needs to like defend his reputation or something on his stream, So why do you hate sex workers?
Why does he think
I
that?
don't. He thinks that because he got crushed in a debate on why, like, the girlfriend experience shit is bad.
People that run OnlyFans all alone do not do that.
I thought you two had a thing when I first got into the community, not gonna lie. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, guys and men and women being close or like being friends, that's normally going to be like the assumption from people. One of the women you were talking about, DZ, what does DZ stand for? Is a follower that has the same traits of investigating first, separate, or could have been talking about, or no. Are you talking to me or somebody else? I'm not sure. I asked you about something about Xena.
How many of them sell
care
DMs?
about this. You have a good one. We're gonna talk to Wick later. When it comes to relationships and people.
He's talking to Allie? Okay, well he said to me at Tom Foolery's show, Xena? And so I asked him why he was asking about Xena, and then he just didn't.
People's relationships. Like, okay, so I obviously saw a clip of you talking about Destiny and Melina the other day. I don't understand
Those bitches
where
took me
you're
so out of
coming from
context.
for a lot of this shit.
People were saying that I was comparing Steven to like Andrew Tate, the sex trafficker, which by the way I agree. I believe he like allegedly sex trafficked women. But I didn't.
Xena wasn't involved. Xena was one of the women that he said that I was talking to. But what about Xena?
compare Steven.
Oh, the guy on Twitter, the JDMX or whatever.
I don't know. Somebody tagged me. I don't know. Is that the guy who tagged me or whatever?
It's like
made
a
the video?
cartoon character on Twitter. Yeah, he accused me of being a sex pest literally like hours
Oh my God,
later.
so
It's
annoying.
freaking weird, dude.
It's like a zero view Twitter guy who just like tags me and stuff,
Yes.
and I ignore everybody. I'm sorry, no offense.
Yeah, I got sent. Well, I didn't get sent a clip. I got told
This is
that
the
you were
best
talking
fucking part,
shit and
dude.
just like kind of said I was waffling on what I said in Destiny stream. I don't feel like I waffled at all. I feel like I was pretty concrete in what I said.
You said that you said what you said. You don't really have evidence of it. And then you
Well,
asked
I laid
me
out my evidence.
Your evidence wasn't evidence. You said that I flirt with women on stream. And that's not the same thing as a sex pest. If you think
No, I
that's
think
evidence,
the primary
you're
evidence
fucking
was that
retarded.
you consistently like message and approach women who have just been like.
But I don't though.
in
We went
huge
over
fights
that.
with
That's
Destiny.
not true. We went over that, and that's just not
disagree.
true. But
I
you
disagree.
can't disagree. You're lying. You're making that up. You can't disagree.
So
You're
the
just
first
lying.
example I gave you was when you joined after Kelly and him had that huge blow up.
Yes.
Right.
But I wasn't
Okay.
talking to Kelly. I was talking to Xena.
Again, the general accusation, I do think it's somewhat about Destiny, but it's mostly like you just feel like if you're around enough crazy women for long enough, like through osmosis, we'll get sex somehow. That's like the
This is
general
actually
pattern I'm
insane,
thinking of.
dude. Yeah, you're just. Are you actually like you're fucking with me, dude? You're not this retarded. You're fucking with me. This is a troll. Are you actually this retarded? Like, do you like seriously 100%? You're not gonna turn around and say that like, aha, I got him. Like, he thought I was being serious, right?
I mean, I'm having fun, but I do genuinely think that you believe that.
That I believe that you're trolling.
No, that if you have enough of these women on, eventually you'll get sex.
Yeah, so but you're making that shit up.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty clear the whole time. I made sure there were logs of me saying like, I don't think he's a danger to women. It's mostly me.
I literally just asked him, like, you're not gonna like turn around and be like, it was just a joke. I was just trolling. Haha, I got you. He's like, no, I do believe this. I genuinely believe this. And then right after is like, no, it was clear. I was always joking.
Retarded. Like, do you like seriously 100%? You're not gonna turn around and say that like, aha, I got him. Like, he thought I was being serious, right?
I mean, I'm having fun, but I do genuinely think that you believe that.
That I believe that you're trolling.
No, that if you have enough of these women on, eventually you'll get sex.
Yeah, so but you're making that shit up.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty clear the whole time. I made sure there were logs of me saying like, I don't think he's a danger to women. It's mostly memes. I don't want to be responsible for this guy's reputation being harmed. Said all of this. I'd have to go talk to somebody who had old spicy chat logged.
And then also pulled up like lav on
Can I just-
stream,
yeah,
trying
I was
to
gonna
get
say,
her
can we
to
just-
accuse me
I
of
did do the
things
lav thing,
and-
100%.
Okay, just to be clear.
And then also pulled up like lav on
Can I just-
stream,
yeah,
trying
I was
to
gonna
get
say,
her
can
to
we just-
accuse me
I
of
did do the
things
lav thing,
and-
100%.
yeah.
So yeah, that that was kind of the thing. Yeah, I don't know Stanfield. I'm not sure. I know that recently Seven, who was like one of the girls who was like semi involved in this, she recently said on a Chud Logic stream that everybody leaves, all of the women, including her, leave JSTLK's community because of how manipulative he is. So, I don't know. I don't know if Xena was one of those people or not, but Yeah, I thought I had the clip here, but apparently not. Oh wait, I do have it. Yeah, it's this one.
And then we've also got this. So this is in relation to a meme regarding tomfoolery.
Yeah, this was initially made of me, about me, with my face on it. And so then after the shit came out about JSTLK, the guy who initially made it, remade it with JSTLK's face instead of mine.
On what we're going to look at to cap this segment off, okay? Oh man, that's Ryzik, by the way. That's Ryzik's picture.
Is that how you say it? I thought it was Razik.
Okay, is this next clip that we're about to watch? Because J-Stalk, through his sheer hubris and arrogance and retardation, has handed tomfoolery, of all people, one of the biggest fucking wins I think I've ever seen. Honestly blown away by the magnitude of this win that tomfoolery's just gotten. So basically, a little while ago, I can't remember the exact time frame of it, but tomfoolery was getting criticised for being a bit of a perv on stream, basically, right? And J-Stalk was quite harsh in his criticisms towards tomfoolery. He was basically pulling up Instagrams of women that J-Stalk knocked about with, like Kelly Jean, and kind of perving over them on screen, right? And J-Stalk went in...
Never perved over Kelly Jean. Do not. Do not act like I would do that, okay?
Super hard on Tom. Super hard. So obviously, he's doing a victory lap. Fair enough, I get it, right? I'd be doing the same if I was in your position. But...
Yeah, sure, Glitchin was. Glitchin definitely was, not me.
This clip in particular is like... I was literally cringing when I watched this yesterday. It might not work, because I've got some weird glitch where clips don't play properly. But take a look at this, man.
So again, if anybody wants to tell Chud, the reason that this is an issue is this pops up, and then what he does is he goes and clicks the theater view, and if you click theater mode while watching a clip, it won't show the clip. You have to leave it just like this. You have to leave it like that. In a second, it's going to adjust and pull up the clip thing here. And everybody tries to move to put it in theater mode, and if you do, you can't do that with a YouTube clip.
I told you, I don't think you sexually harass these women. I don't think that's what happens. I think you're a rebounder.
That's not sexual harassment.
If you're there
Yeah.
enough,
I just said what's not sexual harassment.
You'll get a rebound eventually. You will catch a basketball. That's my contention.
Okay. That I'm just there. Just being there is my game plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically with like mentally ill women who have been broken down repeatedly. What was the other one? Oh, you also have like this platform that you bring them on. Kind of.
Real clip. I don't think I've... Dude. J-Stalks, I don't know what his problem is, man. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? Participating in this fucking insanity. What do you say? So, not only has he handed tomfoolery a win, but he's also laid out and criticised Tom's behaviour, but it's his own behaviour that he's describing a year later, or whenever it was.
Aged like a bottle of the finest wine.
10th of November 2023. No odds for me one way or another. And I'm not saying that to be harsh. I'm just saying...
Trying to find...
some obvious people that are trying to act like I'm his best... when you feel like, you know, oh, God, he's getting fucking a rough ride.
Well, and JCLK recently said on stream, apparently, that Chud was trying to make him, like, go easy on Willie Mack and telling him not to, like, keep criticizing him or something. And Chud, like, leaked the DMs and was like, that's a fucking lie. All I did was offer to... like host a conversation between the two of them or something. I never told him not to talk about Willie Mack. Never came even close.
Right off his orbit to shit. I kind of know what that's like. It's kind of tough, you know. And I didn't want him to get like fucked up and swept into the tall grass. And it's like he's done it himself. He's done it himself, bro. Like, by his own actions, he's done it, dude. I didn't meet him in real life. Guys, you're already making shit up. I didn't meet him in real life.
Off depressed people.
Yeah, here it is. This is 7.
We've spoken in DMs primarily over the Destiny's drama.
Off depressed people.
There's a reason every woman he has on stream, me included, leaves the entire community at some point and mentions him being manipulative.
That was 7. There's a reason every woman he has on stream, me included, leaves the entire community and mentions him being manipulative. So yeah. Get Pisco to go after Chud. Why would I get Pisco to do it? I would just do it myself. Like, if I was trying to do that, I would be able to do it myself the easiest. There's a video that Chud has on me that is pure just bullshit beginning to end. That's at least what I hear. I never watched it because even when he came out with it, like, he was trying to stir the pot about me, and I just never I never heard anything about it, never heard anybody talking about it, never heard it. Like, it was just, it seemed to completely flop. And then but it's like 2 hours long or something like that. And then I think like 3 or 4 months later, I watched maybe 5-10 minutes of it, and it is just pure bullshit. Like, it's a bunch of him just kind of talking, pulling up receipts that don't actually prove the thing, and then just talking about it and giving a ton of other bullshit. And so yeah, it was just if I wanted to go after Chud, I would just do it myself because it would be the easiest fucking shit. But alright, I'm gonna head out. I will be back on tomorrow. Oh wait, what is this? Hold on. Let's see. 1950, 1953, 430, wait, 725. 723. Okay. Oh, so these are in order. Okay. So wait, 1950, 30s. Okay. So Destiny, these are, I guess they're DGG logs. It says, it's just hard explaining to non-gooners what the gooner lifestyle is. I think Kyla asked me something like, did you explicitly ask her if you could send this video to some girl? And I said, no, I didn't really work. It didn't really work that way. He said, but like during the hearing, Pixie told the judge that she sent all of our videos to her ex-boyfriend, and I didn't even know that. Lol W. That was kind of what we said when we recorded stuff. Just don't leak it, LOL, basically. Like, no girls have ever DM'd me in my life and asked me if they could share any specific video we've recorded with anyone else ever, because that's just not usually how it works. Yeah, this is what I said when all of this first came out and everybody was saying Destiny did this, Destiny did that. I kept saying that like, while I agree it looks bad and that is likely what happened, there's still a possibility of other things that would make it to where I would still think he's wrong for not getting explicit consent, but it wouldn't be as bad if like X, Y, and Z happened. And this is literally what I presented as like a possible hypothetical that would say, you know, if this happened, this wouldn't be nearly as bad as what everybody else is saying. This is just him claiming this happened, so I have no idea if this is true. But yeah, he said like it's so blatant. I think she gave 3 different answers in our hearing about what the agreement was. I don't think she said once, we agreed like don't send it around, and then I think she said I thought he could send it to his wife, and then I think she said I didn't tell him he could send it to anyone. So those are all from 7/23/2025, and then this one is from it says 7/25, but it literally just became 7/25 just now, so I guess these are foreign dates on them. But it says, was the last Kiwi Farms page is literally doxing like 4 people who are semi-friendly towards me. Wait, did they dox me? OMG, Tom misreading everything? Wait, what did I misread? They're trying to, maybe. Well, I remember the last time he said that they were trying to, but now he's saying they did. So yeah, okay, so yeah, he says the last Kiwi Farms page is literally doxing like 4 people who are semi-friendly towards me. Then he says, I have zero care in the world about doxes for literally any of these people in Spicy Chat, Kiwi Farms, JSTLK server. The only reason I don't allow it on my formal platform is because of TOS. Kafka Esquire people will 100% try and dox you if they haven't already, so be careful. Aphidenia. Oh, it's somebody's name. Okay. Oh, okay, this one's probably somebody's name as well. It used to work that way, not anymore. Because larger content creators like Hassan will amplify their doxes now. They all work together. Okay. Yo, Short Stack, I think we watched you on Pisco earlier. I didn't think it was you, but sounded close enough. I was on Pisco? Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. I was like, wait. Alright, based. I was right. Suck it.
Discrimination on based on religion, and we view free expression.
Liberals should still be intolerant and call out and root out leftists and tankies from the liberal movement.
Okay.
Do you agree with this?
I think.
Yeah, this is it does kind of sound like you, but it's slight differences in the demeanor and cadence to where I don't think this is him. Some other Portuguese, Russian, Ukrainian guy, yeah. That's not even a Portuguese accent? Yes, because you just sound so Portuguese, Short Stack, exactly. So true. But yeah, we went over this earlier. Mantis went on and debated him for a while. You guys can see her chat sitting there at the bottom. So we watched that at the beginning of stream, very first thing we covered. So if you guys want to watch that, that's at the very beginning.
Hassan proposes, then let her, oftentimes, and yeah, and like other conservative, they voted for Kamala Harris and attuned to it. I don't know what mansion thing, and that
influencing politics like on the ground in policy, but I do think they are influencing young minds. I do think they're influencing the way people see the world, and I do think that is growing, and I do think it's
this Da Vinci Ski says caller over Pisco. Yeah, some of the mods are mad that she's saying the R word. I was gonna say I do try to moderate my language a bit when I'm on Pisco's. They don't say the R words. But all right, I'm heading out. I'll be back on tomorrow most likely. In the meantime, make sure you guys join my Discord. There's a link in the description. Follow me on Twitter, and then just hang out for a minute. We're gonna run through some credits of our awesome members so that we can honor them real quick. And then if you'll leave a comment afterwards, that really helps us. I was signaling. Oh, okay. To the base libs. Gotcha. But yeah, leave a comment. That'll make it to where my content's more likely to get pushed in the algorithm. 2, it'll make it to where you're more likely to get suggested my content more often. And 3, it'll also make it to where there's another thing that I can't remember right now. But also, if you have a question and I missed it in chat, or there was something you wanted to say that I didn't see, make sure you put it in the comment section. And if you put @Tom at the beginning of it, I will always respond and get back to you. So, yeah. Also, thank you so much to all of the donos today, guys. You guys have been fucking awesome over the last week. I am averaging over $100 per stream, and that is that has been very helpful to help me get my car back a lot faster. So really, really appreciate you guys. You guys have been awesome, and I really, really can use it. So it's very helpful. But all right, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Rowling went out of her. So you're saying that J.K. Rowling went out of her way just to be mean to trans people?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm calling bullshit. She didn't do that. She didn't do that. She was fucking sucking everybody's dick. She made Dumbledore gay, even though he wasn't gay originally. She was on the fucking pride flag fucking
How do you know he wasn't gay
bandwagon
originally?
because I've read the books.
And what?
Dumbledore didn't fuck dicks.
Did he fuck pussy?
Listen, man, would you agree with me if I said to you that J.K. Rowling's books were all white people? It was all a bunch of British white people.
No, I think there's few people where they do mention race. So I think they had an Asian guy who was named like Chen Chao or something like that.
They got a bunch of Asians in there. Who cares?
Well, you do.
Say what?
You do. You said that she doesn't like ever mention race or talk about race so that we can assume everybody's white. Right here in the Harry Potter series, Cho Chang is a character, not Chen Chao. They do mention race a number of times in there.
No, I know they do. I wasn't saying they never mention it.
You literally said that they never mention it and that we can assume that everybody was white. You did literally say those things.
I probably did say that. Fucking, I concede. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
You were trying to make it sound like she was like going along with like wokeness and shit and allowing people to like corrupt Harry Potter and make people gay, give them different races, and that she was so woke that she allowed everybody to do this.
She did that. This is a thing that everybody knows about.
They didn't mention he was gay because it's just not like part of the book, but it's probably part of his character. Whenever people go and write a book, one of the things they do is they'll list their fucking characters and they'll give them character traits. They'll give them backstories. They'll give them friends and family and all of this different information. Hold on. No, hold on. And keep these things in mind as they're writing their books and their characters, but they don't ever have to actually tell people about it.
Do you think J.K. Rowling actually wrote Dumbledore as a gay guy?
Yeah, I highly, highly doubt she would have taken one of her most beloved characters that she spent years like putting tons and tons of her blood, sweat, and tears into, and then would have just drastically changed his entire being. Like
So
that.
you believe that Dumbledore was gay the whole time?
Yeah.
So hold on, let me stop you there. Now, I heard everything you said. You're telling me that J.K. Rowling actually meant for Dumbledore to be gay from the beginning, but never wrote it in? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, the same as the last 2 times you asked me this.
How the fuck do you know that?
You're denying what the authority on that is saying.
How do you know he was gay the whole time?
Because the authority on his sexuality said so.
Even though when she wrote the book, there was no mention of any type of homosexuality or anything.
There was no mention of him being
of
straight
that.
either.
Did Dumbledore? Well, no, I agree. He might have been gay. So fucking Dumbledore puts from the rock. Big deal. I don't even fucking care.